Welcome, everyone, to Tuesday, January 28th. We'll call the meeting to order. Trustee Ruggiero, can you do roll call, please?
Yes, I'm happy to. Trustee Ayazi?
Here.
Trustee Gutierrez?
I am here today.
Trustee McLaury?
Present.
Trustee Mayer?
He's absent. He's ill.
Oh. Trustee Rosenberg?
Here.
I am here at President Clark.
Here.
And our student, Maddie Eckert, I assume will be here a little bit later. Okay.
I don't think so. She has, well, she might come a little bit, but she has debates or We the People? She has something that she's involved in. And since we go into executive session, I didn't think it was worth her while to come for an hour before she had to leave, so, but I don't know what her final decision is on that. Okay, Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Rosenberg, would you like to lead us?
Remember it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve? It says adopt the agenda before public comment. Is that okay?
You're scaring me.
A motion to adopt the agenda?
Just one question first. I'll make a motion to adopt and then have a comment.
Okay,
Second.
Comments?
I just don't wonder if there's any questions on the consent agenda. If we can move that before our executive session, people wouldn't have to wait around.
And I was going to move it up before we did the other thing, but I
sorry.
do want to pull the...
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Just move the consent agenda before the closed session.
Oh, okay, all right.
I do want to pull the title,
The title.
the Indian...
Yes.
Policies.
Indian policy. Other than that, if there's nothing else, we can take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Well, should we adopt the agenda first?
Oh, yeah, I guess we should.
I thought we did.
No, we have a second, as
as
changed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so where did we decide we were going to do that, before public comment or after public comment?
After public comment.
Okay, so now we are on public comment. Dr. John Wynn, welcome.
Thank you. I give honor and respect to the President, the Vice President, all the Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Martinez. I want to take this time to thank Trustee Estela Gutierrez for her outstanding service. I want to tell you thank you for all the work you've done in the strategic plan in the community, and you've been a trailblazer for many in this community, and your work will have changed lives, teachers, and parents, and we will not ever forget you for your work and service. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was very nice.
Very nice. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 6.02, the annual review and approval of the Washoe County School District Indian policies and procedures?
I'll make that motion. I also want to pull 6.07 for 5 seconds. Discussion.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Then we'll pull 6.05.
07.
Do we need to make the motion before we hear those comments?
No, the motion was to
Approve the rest of them,
approve the rest of them. So,
except 02 and 07.
Okay, do I have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I would like to wait to 6.07 until later, but 6.0
I just
or
wanted-
vice versa.
I just want to pull this out to make sure that we put on the record that we're approving this because of special circumstances and not because of the contract or anything like that. I just want to make that clear on the record. So I'll move to approve.
It was clear on the record.
Second.
I don't know if it was.
Further discussion?
Okay.
All
I
those
thought
in
it was
favor
clear.
say aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think we'll go ahead and leave 6.02 till we get back, but we'll do it before we do capital projects. Is that okay? I mean, before we hear the presentations. It will be under report somewhere. Is Miss Manning here?
She'll be here today along with other staff as well.
Okay, so whenever she arrives, we can do that item or thereabouts. Okay, perfect. All right, now I need a motion to move into executive session,
So moved.
Second.
which
The
means
hard part,
that
kick everybody out.
unless you're,
Kicking everybody out, right?
yes,
Sorry, everyone.
unless you're part of the negotiations team.
President Clark, you need to vote.
Oh, we do vote on that?
Yeah, we vote on it.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, motion passes.
Thank you, JJ.
Look out there.
Okay. We'll go ahead and bring the meeting back to order. We have public comment again. And we have Tammy Callahan. Welcome. Again, nice to have you back.
Dear Honorable Board of Trustees and Superintendent Martinez, I thank you for your service and that you're providing for our youth and our families. I'm here today with knowledge that you cannot take action on my request, although I do want to be transparent and let you know my concerns today, and hopefully next month's agenda I can ask some of what I'm interested in to be addressed. As you know, I'm a former teacher of Washoe County School District that was involuntarily separated in 2010. I am saddened to say I was forced to file an age and retaliation claim against Washoe County School District on July 2011. This happened only after I did everything under the sun to avoid filing such claim. I had been gravely mistreated and retaliated against beyond measure as a highly qualified and exceptional teacher with Washoe County School District. The Human Resource Director forbid me from seeking a meeting with then President and Board of Trustees in 2010. Washoe County School District leaders were not acting in good faith and used a bait-and-switch tactic to rid me from the district to which I was dedicated. The HR director solicited me and convinced me to fill out paperwork saying that he knew that I was in challenge with present administrator and waiting for a response from area superintendent to fill out paperwork that I could rescind prior to the board meeting on June 29th. I trusted that conversation. I trusted the conversation with then area superintendent Lynn Rao. Although his secretary even put a post-it note that said must rescind by board meeting June 29th. It didn't matter. Lynn Rao, then area superintendent, and Tom Stouse sabotaged my efforts to rescind that day. I was here in that room, in this room, but no one would see me. I was refused to see Tom Stouse, and I'm here today to make sure that no teacher goes through what I went through. I want the Board of Trustees to never be able to refuse the meeting of a teacher. I was an extraordinary employee, and I am continuing as an educator in my way in which I can, but I was let down by Washoe County School District, and I was let down by the Board of Trustees. I intend to continue to be a lady of honor. I'm a native Nevadan. I love Washoe County School District. I love where I live. But I am committed that transparency and accountability return to all department leaders within Washoe County School District. And I'm also committed that our Board of Trustees protect highly qualified teachers such as myself. Teachers have voices. They need to be heard. And I'm sorry to say that I've had had to take such measures to be heard.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to go to board reports next.
I'm confused where I'm at on the agenda.
I know.
Okay.
With
I'm, so,
board reports.
5.0, 5.01.
Trustee Rosenberg, would you like to begin? Board reports?
Yes, very simple. We began work at the university. The students are back. I'm going crazy. End of report.
and you have 2 more gray hairs.
2?
Trustee Ayasi?
Howard's driving me crazy.
You haven't got far to be driven.
That's it? Trustee
it.
McClure?
Howard and Dave are driving me crazy. However, I also would like to report that I sat at the English Mastery Council last week, along with several people from northern and southern Nevada. I think it's going to be a very interesting process, and I'm looking forward to more collaborative efforts amongst everyone to make certain that our English language learners receive a superior education.
Thank you. Trustee Gutierrez?
Well, last year I had announced that I was named the Dean of Student Services for the college, and it's been crazy last year to manage both roles. I'm part of the leadership team at TMCC, and I report directly to Dr. Sheehan. And as you know, just like Washoe County School District and districts alike, higher education have their own issues as well, and we're going to face some major challenges in higher education, I think, in the next 5 years, especially in the north. So it is for this reason, and you guys already know, most of you, that I'm not going to seek re-election. For me, it's been hard all week just to get to this point. And it's been hard, but at the same time, I feel very fortunate. Very fortunate that I was part of a district that saw some great gains when it came to graduation, that I was part of a leadership team that brought 2 excellent superintendents, and I had the pleasure of working with them, including Pedro. Part of a leadership team, I was very blessed to be part of a leadership team that reached, excellence when it came to national recognition. And then ultimately, I would have to say that I was very blessed to work with all of the staff here, with my colleagues here at the table, my past colleagues in the last 6 years. And by the way, I'm the 2nd oldest veteran on the board, right?
Right.
So I had to say that. Right behind the veteran, which is you.
Not by age.
So,
Be careful.
I got
Here we go.
there we go again with the age thing.
There's an ageism
So,
here going on.
Very blessed to have worked with this team, very blessed to have worked with great, excellent staff, and with the community in itself. It's been a great experience. I'm hoping by this announcement, yes, we have challenges here at the district, but I'm hoping that we're going to get great candidates. My district is District F, which is a seat at large, huge. It's everything east of 395, Spanish Springs, Sparks, all the way to DeMonte and to Gerlach. It's a huge district. And I'm hoping, I'm echoing, and I'm just pleading that, that people haven't lost hope when it comes to public education, and that there is interest out there from constituents, because I think it's really important. It's really important what we do as trustees. I would have to say it is the hardest job on earth. From a governance standpoint, I'm sorry to you, but I think we work harder, as trustees, and it's a voluntary job. I'm talking about local government, and oftentimes we go without being recognized, and yet we're dealing with something that's critical, and that's public education. So with that, we have a lot to do in the next year, so we're going to kick butt. I'm sorry, take names, and so anyways. I think, the thing that I have to tell you, this is really hard because not only do I love this job and what I do, because all my life has been public education and advocacy, 27 years. And a big part of me that I have a big load because, apart from being just a trustee, I also represent a growing segment of this community. And you have to understand, there's so many people that call me. And, that's the part that I'm worried. And I'm really worried about that part. And so, anyhow, I'm thanking all of you guys. So that's all I wanted to say. I hope everybody's listening, that this job is very important. And I want to thank all of you. I'm not leaving yet, so I have a year.
You got a long year
I have a
ahead.
year. Have until the end of this year.
I was thinking like it was your goodbye.
Yeah, I was going to say, clarify that.
Actually,
No.
some into January, all the way up to wherever the first meeting is.
So you're almost
January.
exactly.
Yeah.
1 year. 1 year. But you know what? It's awesome. So let's make this the best year ever for me. So,
Oh, okay.
so we have a lot of work in front of us, guys. We do have a lot of work. And, the big part too that I know for the new board members, I also am on the National, Council of Urban Board of Education, which is critical. And so hopefully maybe one of you would like to take my place. It's very competitive, but it's been fun. So I look forward to many days ahead of us.
Well, we have a year, so we're not going to say goodbye.
No, not yet. Not yet. But still, I'm a little sad.
Yes. Trustee Ruggiero.
Well, how do you follow that? I'm happy to say I helped Estella on her first school board campaign, actually, and deliver flyers, knock on doors, went door to door for her. So I think I'll leave it at that. I think it's a good way to finish up my board report. So.
Let's see. Got the opportunity to go to Spanish Springs Boosters, which was fun. Spanish Springs High School, obviously Boosters. Spanish Springs High School is really a top-notch school. If you look at their data, their population, being not only Nevada, but Nevada Principal of the Year, was she national as well?
She was Nevada Principal of the Year.
Nevada Principal of the Year, High School Principal of the Year, so they have a lot going for them. I just wanted to say that the met yesterday on the Connecting the Dots Family Engagement Summit that we put on every 2 years, and the next one, mark your calendars, is Thursday, March 13th at UNR Student Union from 9 to 4. We have Michelle Brooks from Boston Public Schools that's going to talk about how to set up systems within districts for family engagement. We provided dinner for the superintendents the night before that our keynote always speaks to, so we're looking forward to that and providing that family engagement piece.
If I could, I'd like to follow up on what Trustee Gutierrez said. I just want to thank you for saying it so early. I mean, it takes a lot of class.
It does.
And most people don't understand that, but you could have waited until the day before filing and thrown this area into a tizzy. I know there's a lot of good candidates out there who wouldn't even think about running, because if you ran, they would gladly step aside. And it just takes a lot of class to do it this early. So thank you.
Thank you. Especially with a district this large.
It's a huge
It's
district.
a huge district. I don't know. Yeah.
Super.
And putting up signs, that's a lot of work.
It's
In that district,
I'm
yes, that large.
It is.
I have no nails still.
Just was that a lot of work
So,
when you were putting up
it
signs?
And then just imagine a seat at large and putting up signs for a district that large is very, yeah.
And then at Incline, they take them all down.
Yeah, you get
Because you never know where you're supposed to be for sure.
Yeah, that's always a challenge. You wait for the first sign to go up, and then everybody jumps on it like fleas on a dog.
Who tells you that when you run about the signs?
That's right.
Rain, shine, running across South Virginia, chasing you.
And Trustee McClure is our other at-large. She has the west side of 395.
I'm the east side.
You're the east and
East side, but no,
the,
moving right along.
so. Superintendent Martinez.
Just want to thank Trustee Gutierrez for just your years of service, and I know that you have a long history of just helping the community here in Washoe, but just you made such a difference with our community and our district, so I just want to just thank you. And I know I speak for not only myself, but all of our staff, so.
Thank you.
But for the record, you still will be here for the rest of the year, so
I do.
just so that there's no confusion out there. And I want to thank the trustees for being part of our State of Ed address last week, and just thank you for all your support. I think, as Trustee Gutierrez said, I am excited about the direction we're going, and we had a great session with our strategic plan to talk about some tough issues, and what I loved was I felt there was almost consensus across all the trustees around our achievement goals. And so I just think that is which says a lot about the values of the board. To me, I mean, that really, to me, when there's always other areas that we can talk about how to approach it, but in terms of the achievement, there was, I mean, pretty much everybody. I mean, we're trying to challenge ourselves. How do we tackle our big barriers that we have and big challenges that we have? And like I said, I just want to thank the board for that. Yesterday, of course, you saw the Nevada's graduation rates that came out. It was a little confusing. And so, but I am very excited the fact that our state now is over 70%. I don't know in the last 25 years if our state has ever been at 70%.
I know.
It is, and I really credit the Clark staff because they were they really tried hard to be transparent, and I think they were very transparent about just what was behind those numbers because it was a little confusing. And so basically, the state as a whole, and they drove pretty much the gains. In essence, the state went up 7 points. About 3 points was achievement gains, and about 4 points was really more a better accounting of just children and following the state's rules. Our state district average went from 72 to 72.6. So, but again, our gains were all achievement. I mean, they were all children. We did a little bit of cleanup in previous years. That's all done now. It's all children. So, and just for the truth to know, we were within like 3 or 4 children in terms of the final count with the state. So we're very careful about our, just how we track our children and our number of graduates, and we were literally within like 3 or 4 children. And that's on a base of, over 4,600 children in the cohort. Right. So I think, that just says a lot about our staff and how careful we track every child and how personal now it's become now to know where every child is at, whether they graduate, what type of diploma, or whether they, decide to transfer, or unfortunately if they drop out. Mm-hmm. So we were within a few children. So other than that, that's it for me, President Clark.
I have a question for our superintendent. Are other your conversations with other superintendents across the state? How are they doing the tracking, and are they looking at Washoe and how we've done it? And
it's a great question. It's I will tell you one of the most difficult challenges is and for our average parent and community member. It's hard sometimes to explain to them how difficult graduation rates really are, and they're a lot more complicated than I ever want them to be. Because, for example, we have children that will come into our schools for one day, they register, they leave, they count as a dropout for us, unless we can justify that they went to another school. Sometimes they go out of the country, and we have, and so it's one of those challenges, and this is nationwide. This is not just in our district, and so this tracking of children is huge. The good news with most of the other districts, they're very small, so they can actually, it's a lot easier for them to scale. For Clark and Washoe, just because of our size, it just takes a lot. So what it takes is a good student information system. Mm-hmm. And frankly, and we're working with our high schools on this, is literally knowing when children leave. You literally have to know that a child, Dave stopped showing up to school. Okay, mm-hmm. Where's Dave at? And a lot of times, like Worcester is my best example, they actually go visit the homes. So Dave stops coming, they go to Dave's home. If they don't find Dave, they go to his grandfather, they go to his brother. I mean, they go to anybody. And that's the extent that people have to go to just to verify about whether a child has transferred or has dropped out. Which is the right thing to do, because we want to make sure if children dropped out, we bring them back. Yeah, so that's the, so it goes back to student information systems and just having, having those type of procedures. Yep, like what Worcester has. Absolutely.
On John Ralston last night, John Ralston was speaking to the new board member, Stefan, someone from Clark County, and said he was quite sure that one of the programs that they were very high on was one that originated here in Washoe County School District, and I would agree with that, as would I agree that much of what's occurred down in Las Vegas has been because of your persistence when you were down there as their deputy.
Well, thank you, President. Thank you, Justin McCurry. That was very kind.
You know the inside.
I'm just excited that our state finally, I really do believe our state is no longer going to be last. And I think that's a huge message for Nevada.
Deserves a round of applause.
Yes, it does.
And no longer will be last. We'll be better than average now. That's the harder piece.
Okay, great. Anything else? We're removing Smarter Balance because Mr. Bailey and Mr. Richter are elsewhere conducting a class for the parent university. Mr. Etchart.
Right.
Capital Projects and Facilities Management Department report. Welcome.
Thank you. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. Mark Stanton and Charlie Hoppy are here today to provide that departmental plan for capital projects and facilities management. And before I even start, I first want to just thank Mark for being here. This is going to be his last department report. As you know, he's going to be retiring here in April, and so he was originally going to retire right after I started, and I can't tell you how thankful I am that he stayed until April. The transition for me and just the information and guidance he's given me in this transition is that my position he's been invaluable. So I just really want to thank Mark as we go forward. Now, the other reason Mark stayed was because he really wanted to fight for AB 46. He's been here for a long time and he knew how important this was, and he has a huge history with that. And because of that AB 46, I think, of any department in the district, we've probably dived deeper into this department than any other. And I think all of you have heard this over and over and over again over the last year. And so I kind of brought up, if you want to go straight to the KPIs, or if you want to hear the whole department plan, or whatever your preference is, we can do today. Just one bit of information before we start with that is that the department plan is being merged. As you know, we're in the process of merging capital projects and facilities management together, and we're right in the process of that. So the department plan you see today is actually merged. So is the Council of Great Cities Schools recommendations, as they were during the County Commission hearings. The PowerPoint is also merged with the exception of the mission statements. This again is last year's department plan. So the mission statements are the individual mission statements, which will be merged together as we go forward this year. And just an update for the board, we're having interviews tomorrow for Mark's ultimate replacement. So we're right in the middle of that also. So with that, I'll take whatever the board would like to hear as far as the departmental plan.
What would you like, board?
I think we could go right to the KPIs.
Yeah.
Is that okay with everybody?
It's okay with me, but is it okay for the public not to hear it? Because some of this is for the public too. Trustee Ayazi is always pointing that out.
Yeah, I think we've said this here a couple times, and I think they're also going to have to present it to the Oversight Committee. So this isn't the only time this is going to be heard.
I think the public's had plenty of opportunities, but
I do have a question for Mr. Stanton. Where do you live? I mean, there's positions open on the county commission.
Actually, in your area.
And the school board.
So it's something you might want to think about.
Oh, thank you.
Talk after the meeting.
I do want to say before you get into the KPIs that I appreciate whoever did your formatting on your report. It's clean. Even though we kind of laid it out, not everybody has gotten it as clean. You put the goals in red so they stand out. Yeah, had white space in there, so it was much better to read than some of the other department reports, and I won't name names. But good job.
There's only been about process of elimination here.
I'll pass it on to Mark.
Mark's is a model.
Yes.
Well,
So you're going to start with the
Thank you, Pete.
KPIs?
Yes, President Clark. Mark Stanton, Chief Capital Projects Officer. Charlie Hoppy with me. He's the Director of Facilities Management. If we could just maybe flip to the very end of the PowerPoint, the last 6 slides, I think 7 slides. We'll get to KPI number 1, and that's more on the facilities management side, so I'll let Charlie Hoppy address that.
Thank you, Mark. President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, trustees. Thank you this afternoon. I want to go over facility management's key performance indicator number 1. This mainly deals with the maintenance side of our operations. Of course, facility management has housekeeping and facilities as far as mainly the maintenance division. So I kind of see those as 2 major components. This really, the KPI number 1 here, it deals with mainly the maintenance side of the house. The work order, we have a work order system that we track all the work orders that come in through the schools. And part of that process is we keep track of who's doing the work, how much it costs as far as materials, and how much time they spend on it. So we track all that information on approximately about 16,000 work orders a year. So it kind of gives you a magnitude, just a kind of a recap. And that includes our equipment repair shops, includes carpenter shops, instrument repair, plumbers, HVAC, so a whole gamut. So I do want to say they're a wonderful crew to work with. They're all dedicated individuals we work with. And you can kind of see the numbers we provide as far as the average completion time of a work order is pretty outstanding. There's always room for improvement, but in comparison to councils, greater city schools, you can see we match up pretty well. So I'm very proud to work with those individuals. In this last fiscal year, 2013, you can see we have made some progress from what our goal was the previous year. We were at 13.9 days on average work orders completed. Keep in mind, some work orders are completed in a day. Emergency, urgent things that are classroom related, often those are addressed immediately. And then some of the other stuff that, is not as high as a priority kind of averages out to that number. So for next year, our goal is going to be 14 days. Right now, I thought that was kind of a fair number to still target. Right now, we don't really see a lot of additional funding resources to be able to make a huge impact. So I'm going to keep a realistic goal of 14 days on average to complete a work order. Just real quick, 2 of the strategic plan goals this ties with is, of course, the human capital and performance management. Some of the strategies we're using is, of course, to really focus in on our work order system and the system itself, making sure we're monitoring closely. And I think that's how we made some progress in this last year, making sure we always had good, clean numbers in there. And also wanted to note, we're also working with the site facility coordinators. They're often the eyes and ears out there in the schools. They're the ones submitting the work orders. Working with the principals and the secretaries, they do a good job, and so we're working with them to educate them to make sure that they can help monitor their work orders. If it's a priority, they can go into the system, take a look at it, and give us a call if necessary, if it's an urgent matter. So it's a team effort. We're still constantly working to do a better job working on with the sites and work with their own staff.
I think it's important, Charlie, to note that you do over 16,000 work orders per year, which really says a lot about how much work the staff do to try to maintain the buildings.
Right.
And I know every time that I go out to a site, I can see it visibly that even though the buildings are older, they're kept in good shape. And I think again this goes back. I mean, when you see how many work orders in the average time that you're taking, I mean, using a national benchmark, I mean, we're beating that benchmark. So kudos.
Thank you. The key performance indicator, the second one we have is we have targeted as this is the maintenance worker utilization. I'll give you a brief explanation of what this is so we don't get bogged down in the details, but what it is it's a maintenance worker per 100,000 square feet. So an example, we have about 7.3 million square feet facilities to maintain, and we have a limited number of staff to do that. So that's kind of how you equate to, you can see this year we're looking at about 68 full-time equivalent employees, and that equates to about 0.93 workers per 100,000 square feet. So that's, you can see just a number. It'd be nice to have, or it would be nice to have somewhere in the, you can see our target's going to be 7.5 FTEs. We'll still strive to get that, but I'm not sure this fiscal year that we're going to be seeing any major increases. And that would put us closer to the Council of Greater City Schools averages, which is 1.17. So anyways, we're always striving to make sure we have enough staff to take care of the schools, so keep them maintained. And so that's a number we're going to track on a regular basis. So as we get more square footages, we're going to need to get additional staff, and those numbers will be indicated. Just a real quick, this goal is tied to the goal 2 with the human capital and performance goal, performance management. And I touched on this before a little bit. It kind of really comes back to tying within the materials and labor tracking. And so we're going to always constantly be working with those, looking at reports, giving them to the shop supervisors, making sure that they're diligent about keeping track of how their staff's doing and where their costs are going.
So Charlie, this is one that sometimes, private companies will come and say, well, how do you compare it to the, to companies in general? So we have a benchmark with the Council of Greater City Schools. So this answers the question of whether we're efficiently staffed compared to, now this of course compared to other school districts, because frankly, if the number was above 1.17, somebody could argue that we're overstaffed.
Correct.
And this is, below the national benchmark. So just, that's what this
But
measure is
it
trying to get
doesn't
at.
talk about the dollar amount, just the number of people.
Just the number of people. Right, just the number of people. So that could be, one of the things that could be added is the cost, a cost to it. And I don't know if we have cost data from the council of how much it costs, because of course that varies by region and what the cost.
Want to compare it to the private sector, which I think we do more than adequate job for what we pay people, as opposed to what a private sector might pay someone for an equivalent job.
That's a good point. So that's something we can try to figure out how to quantify the dollar amount for that.
Yeah, exactly. There is a balance between obviously having a contractor get the job done versus a district employee get the job done. And so those definitely have to be weighed and looked at on a regular basis.
They put up bogus stuff all the time.
All right, moving on to the third key indicator. This key indicator falls within the housekeeping division. It ties to the overall facility cleanliness. On a regular basis, we inspect the facilities as far as focused in on the cleanliness. Is the floors clean, or the windows, desktops, and this is all predicated under following a process cleaning for health. It's a process we've had for over 10 years now, and it's rather key for us to be able to maintain this process to be productive, but yes, still be able to be competitive. One of the things I want to highlight just in the chart, you can see the last 2 years we've done really well at 92% cleanliness. It's based on a 100% score. You can see we had some adjustments in staffing back when we had some budget adjustments a couple years ago. And so actually we're very proud of our staff to be able to continue to keep the scores very high, considering we had approximately reduction of about 12 staff in the custodial area. So our goal for next year, of course, is a 93%. So just continue to keep that goal just a little bit more up there, so everybody knows that we're trying to get to 100%. But
yeah, this is one of those areas that it would be interesting sometime to do a survey out at the schools, monkey survey or whatever that's called, because it's customers, though, there's customers with staff on other KPIs, but whether the parents, the community, the staff agree with the assessments, because we know that cleanliness is really important to the morale of everybody at the school site. And it's also one where you can always see whether or not the measurements that you use match the perceptions of the community, because sometimes they may be something very different. I've been to many schools, they're kept really nice, some not as nice as others. We know that, but that might be something down the road that we might want to think about in our customer service, to see whether or not the public's or the parents and the staff's perceptions meet what the outcomes here are on your scoring framework.
Okay, excellent
Trustee
point.
Ayazi?
You bring up a real good point here, at least this is what I heard is, does this mean that every school gets a 93? Or some get 100 and some get 80?
Exactly. This is the average. This is district average we're tracking, so there's going to be some below and some above. We actually have a benchmark. If it gets below a certain level, that's when we take action. The housekeeping operations will send trainers out, kind of see what's going on. What do we need?
What level is that?
Typically like 80%, 75 to 80% is a kind of a trigger, particularly if there's been a long trend or if it's just a one-time.
Would that be part of the KPI then, so that if it gets down in one school, that we don't let one go because this one's doing so well, we can let that one go?
Well, no.
If it who knows? When they say it's overall, and you brought up that some are done better than others, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's why we have the KPIs, to sort of make sure that every school is trying to track at 93.
And I think that's also when you kind of weave that spider's web of things that, as far as empowering district school site administrators, that might be one of the things that you look at. Are they at 75 or are they at 95 over a long period of time that you track? But the other thing that I think, and I don't think you do this, I know that the facilities department has received awards, but do we do any site kind of awards for school sites to apply for that they have, well, answer that. I won't go into something if you already have it.
Not real specifically. I know Pat Peterson, North Valley High School, SFC, he received the Custodian of the Year Award through Cintas. There's kind of an example. And on our utility crew, Rick Dar, he's also another individual, is a classified employee of the year. So those are a couple areas that we try to recognize employees for their excellent work.
Well, we do, and we have a lot in administration, but the facility is equally as important. I've said this many times when I was PTA at school sites. The most important person, the power people, were the school secretary and the school custodian. It really wasn't the administrator, it was the school custodian that helped you do and accomplish everything. And I think it's so very important, and again, it's a factor that people can be prideful of. We're prideful of our schools. I think some of the best kept schools, their staff and their families and their students are just filled with pride of that school, and I think maybe that's something we might look into, of being able to recognize that we do have people in some sort of mechanism to say, we're we got this award. Trustee Rosenberg.
I'm wondering, are the kids brought into this? I can remember teaching elementary school. One of the first things that we did was, first 10 minutes of the day, let's check the room. No dust. Today we use Swippers. In those days we used dust cloths. But that kind of thing, you go into a supermarket these days, first thing you get is one of those Purell things that are on your hands, and you wipe off your shopping cart. Do we involve the kids in this? It's not your job to.
Yeah, but
I understand that. I just wonder if it was happening.
We don't. Our job is to make sure we're kind of invisible when it comes to the students. And I think that's our goal.
Understood.
So we make sure the desktops are sanitized and.
I mean, I can tell you that when it comes to like making sure that we throw that we dispose of say like packaging of food, those kind of things, kids are very involved.
Right.
I wouldn't. I know you're not getting to this, but I wouldn't have children, with all due respect, dusting our classrooms or anything. Our focus is more on the academic side, but to your point, children are very involved when it comes to, so in other words, we don't have a custodial staff cleaning up after the children when it comes to throwing away their packaging. I mean, the children are very involved with that, and I don't remember if we have a lot of, I know we have snacks in the classroom, so the children are very involved with cleaning up after that as well, Howard, so.
I have 3 kids in one class that just blew me away last week. They asked me where the Clorox wipes were. I said, what? Wipe off the tables. I went out and bought Clorox wipes. They want to wipe tables? I'm all for it. Now I'm going to show all of them how to do that. That's the kind of thing I mean.
Yeah, and that way children are, like I said, I mean,
involved.
The teacher, I think our teachers work really well with our custodial staff, because teachers also are very sensitive to the fact that these are large complexes, and you can't have a custodial staff cleaning everything. So in that way, yes, teachers and children are very involved, and that's why, frankly, when Patrick got recognized in North Valleys, it was the whole building that was celebrating Patrick. It wasn't just, it wasn't just Charlie's department.
No.
Yeah.
Well, food for thought. I always like doing some sort of trying to see whether the perception meets the reality of how we
I think that's a good point about what our
point
parents think
things,
about
and
our
it would be
facilities.
nice to do awards on.
Yeah, that's something.
Well, thank you for that suggestion. I think we can take that.
Easy to suggest, it's harder to do. So.
That's a great idea. I think we can develop that to some degree of making high scores recognized, and then, like I said, the low score areas, if there is one, provide training for those schools to try to bring them up to speed and keep a close eye on them. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
The last 3 key performance indicators relate to capital projects, so I'll go ahead and address those. And as we've been challenged in the past and come to the board, it's difficult to find key performance indicators for capital projects, especially to be able to compare to one district to another, because their programs are usually so varied, and a lot has to do with the funding and the direction of the district. But we think we've identified 3 areas where we feel good about, and one of them is, ideally we want to be improving the learning environments, but we don't want to be distracting the students. And so the completion dates is a critical indicator for us, and so that's one of the key performances that we look at. And are we completing those projects on time? Because if not, that usually means we're extending beyond what the teacher's expectations were. Sometimes the kids are gone when we're going to be doing the work, and if we don't get it done in that time, we are extending into when the classes are occupied again. So we've been very pleased with this last year that ended actually here just recently, because another difficult thing with capital projects is a project spans fiscal years. We start the design of a project about this time of year. Construction occurs during the summer, and we complete it during the fall. So to look at a KPI for projects, if we just carve out a fiscal year, we're actually tying into projects that were completed or constructed but not designed during that time frame. So we kind of pick up projects really that are starting for planning now and extend into the fall for completion. So we're looking at the full course of a project. So that way, with regards to completion, what we're looking at here for fiscal year 13 was we completed 96% of our projects on time, and that was 73 projects. Fiscal year 12 was actually 366 projects. So that shows you the difference in the number and the complexity of our projects that have occurred over the last 2 fiscal years. Our goal is 100%, because we feel we should be able to complete all of our projects when we say we are going to complete them, but there's always unforeseen conditions, but we push our project managers to get those projects done on time. The projects that we weren't able to complete on time this last year were primarily projects that we had to establish kind of unrealistic completion dates, because it was for the E-rate funding applications. They had to be done by a certain time, but we got extensions on those projects, and so we backed off on the contractors, recognizing that they were being asked to be completed in a time that wasn't realistic just to meet the E-rate application requirements, knowing that we would need to add another 6 months onto it. Because our E-rate consultant said there are extensions for E-rate projects, and you'll be able to do that without jeopardizing your applications. That's where those 4% came from, and that's why we strive for 100%. Just quickly, the goals that we see.
Yes. On time, this is one that I sort of have a problem. It's a little counterintuitive to me. But when you have 100% completion on time, it can lead me to think that maybe there was unrealistic expectations about when it would happen. So, well, we don't think we can match 100%, so let's put that off another year. Or let's give a change order to the contractor to finish earlier. I'm not saying it happens, but that's sort of what can happen. You know, well, we want to hit this KPI, so if we give you 10 grand, will you finish it a week early? Because there's no relationship to that and dollars. For me, I always like something better. It has to be finished within a certain time of when we said it would happen, within, you know, whether it's a month or 3 weeks, so that when you do the estimation, it's a realistic estimation instead of, well, I mean, I could get you 100%, but everything will be done by 2020. You know, okay, everything done this year will hit its 100% goal. So if you have an unrealistic timeline where you make it too long to hit the goal, or you pay more money to hit a goal, I don't know if we're stretching our engineering properly to say we want a realistic timeline of when you can finish this. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. I'm not accusing anyone here of anything, but I think that's just what it leads to me. When you say everything on time and on budget, that to me says we're overestimating everything. We're saying a $5,000 job is going to cost $20,000 so we can hit the KPI instead of within a percentage. I'm more personally. So those are my comments on this KPI.
Okay.
I understand.
Thank you. The 3 goals where we see completing on time.
Well, let's go back to that one. Sorry, I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
So who makes the decision about how long it takes to put in a window or build a fence or?
It's usually based upon when that work needs to get done. Most of our work has to be done during the summer break when the school is out. So we will establish 2 weeks, usually prior to the start of school, because the teachers come back the week before the start of school. So we want things done. So all of our design and our project scheduling is based upon the knowledge that we want to be done 2 weeks before the start of school. So we start our design process and the bidding scheduling, and the entire project is scheduled out based upon when we know we need to be done by. Some of our projects, however, can be done while school's in session. For example, infrastructure upgrades. The contractors are required to work at night. So we have an estimation of how long that project should take. We don't want to squeeze it down too much, because then you're paying extra to the contractors in their bids to get that work completed in that time frame. So it's more of a judgment on both the engineer's part or designer's part, architect or engineer, as well as our project management firm, our folks that have experience in the types of projects that are being done.
And I
if you have an unrealistic completion time, you're going to pay for it, as Trustee Iazzi is indicated. You can also then stretch it way out, and your cost is going to be less, but you're going to maybe inconvenience that school a little bit more.
And again, I think the main reason that for this KPI is that, you know, and I agree with Trustee Iazzi, there's always unintended consequences to everything. So I hear his issue, and hopefully KPI 6 around change orders is sort of another way to sort of tackle that issue, because but the real goal of KPI 4 is to make sure that we don't disrupt instruction.
Correct.
Because at the end of the day, there's a balance of, you know, having a reasonable cost to be inefficient, but also, you know, not having, because everything we do in our schools has the risk of disrupting instruction. So that's the challenge. But to Trustee Iazzi's point, there's, you know, we have to make sure we have other indicators to compensate for unintended consequences. Like, for example, like the change orders is a big one, which is KPI 6, because if we're doing a lot of change orders to make the project earlier, well then, because we, you know, for that reason, because we don't want to disrupt instructional time, then we need to know what that cost is.
And what I'm looking at is I want to be able to let staff, the people working on the job, give them some flexibility to do their job and not get stuck on.
Sure. At 100%.
pretend number of
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
So
Now,
realistic.
use your best judgment, do what you can.
Right.
So that to me, a KPI, I don't want people just to go and say, my best judgment is going to take 4 weeks, but because it's KPI, let's squeeze it into 3.
You're worried about the unintended consequences of training for 100%. Absolutely.
Well, we've struggled with this goal. And in fact, I've had,
That's my point. So how much time do we go around trying to struggle with a goal that we shouldn't have to struggle with? We always know we want to get it done on time. We always want to know we're going to do that. So is this even a realistic goal to have?
it might not be, I can make it 97% and
I
it's
mean,
pushing a
I mean
little
the
bit
goal
more.
in total.
Well, I guess,
We need the goal.
isn't it more important that it be on budget? I guess as long as, if you're couching it all within
Let's keep it
disruptive of classroom time, then we know that's so many weeks during the summer. So that's never going to change. It's always going to be in that pocket. So it doesn't, time then doesn't mean anything. It's really the dollars.
Although I would say, though, again, if our primary goals are on academics, and we saw this number being very low, we could have literally low-performing schools, and one of the reasons that could come back to us is that, the reason is because we're losing so much instructional time because of the challenge we have in facilities. And believe it or not, that happens more around the country than we realize. That's the only reason for but I agree with Trustee Ozzie, we just have to make sure it's realistic because, again, there's unintended consequences, and you can always get anything done if you have the money, right? I mean, that's...
Well, and do we ask the contractors on the contracts, is there a penalty if they don't finish on time? There usually isn't. So, but if there is, that's how you'll get it to 100%. Okay, there's going to be a penalty, but then they add that in on the cost up front. I mean, that's what happens.
You've never met Dr. Ellis up at the university. That's her middle name, penalties.
I just want to give our professional people the flexibility to do what they need to get it done. I mean, if it doesn't drop below 90, if it stays in this range, I don't want people to get upset.
Yes, Trustee
I think
Ruggiero.
I saw Mr. Etchert come up, and I wanted to know if you had it. Okay.
Okay.
Very good, okay, thank you. Some of the areas, strategies for accomplishing that. One of the areas is the recent approval by the board for the project management software program, and it's going to allow us to be able to keep track of where projects are at, if they're on schedule, and working with our project managers much better, as well as letting the public know, because we anticipate you putting this information out on our website as to the status of projects. Our second capital projects key performance indicator, which is number 5 for our departmental plan, is that in the amount of alternative sources of funding for capital projects. We feel it's important for us to be reporting to you just exactly how much we have been successful in acquiring throughout the year. Establishing goals is difficult because each year there are different sources of alternative funding. And as we all know, in light of the failure of AB 46, alternative funding is critical for us right now. In earlier years, fiscal year 2011, we had a number of sources available to us because that was during the ARA funding availability, as well as other types of grants, and then at the time, Nevada Energy's photovoltaic solar generations project. That's about all we have available to us now. The interesting thing in fiscal year 2012, the rebates that we were able to get through the solar generations project were equivalent to the installed cost of those systems, and so we applied for multiple millions of dollars in rebates because we knew we could get those systems installed for those rebate amounts, knowing how tight funding was to augment our funding for those projects. So that's why we were able to get $7.5 million. That's how much it cost us to install those systems, so the district didn't outlay any of its own money. Last year, however, and we established that as our goal, but the rebates went from $5 a watt down to $2.50 a watt. And at that rate, projects were costing about $4 a watt. So we would have had to come up with money out of our either general fund or bond fund to augment those projects. So we didn't even apply for any. Secondly, they only made available rebates at one time during the year, and it was in December of that year, which was right when we were finishing that $7.5 $25 million project. Normally, we apply for rebates in April, and they didn't have that April awarding. They were reducing those rebate amounts. We have this year, though, applied and successfully been awarded about $3.2 million in photovoltaic system rebates. In fact, you approved the projects in the 5 schools that we were moving forward with those rebates, and those bids came in at about the rebate level. So we don't anticipate a lot of money having to be put out for the completion of those projects. And we're moving forward with the Sparks Middle School. We've submitted a petition because the board asked us to move forward with that, and we've got a petition into the PUC for that 100-watt system, kilowatt system, and that, in fact, will be heard by the commission in their first meeting in February. Right now, they're getting public comment with regards to our petition, and that will be closed on February 5th. So we're looking like about $3.2 million right now for fiscal year 14. And as we've noted, is that in the legislative session of 2013, an initiative was passed to where school districts need to consider performance contracting for capital projects. So that could be another vehicle for us to augment our available resources in getting performance contracts. And we're moving forward with that. And then our last performance indicator, as Superintendent Martinez was indicating, is change orders. And this year was the first year we've really addressed that. And you can see that we had a goal of 5%, and we came in at 2.18%. Now that's overall of all of our projects, 76 projects, $25 million worth of projects, $2.18 million. Our change orders ranged from as high as 40-50%, real small projects with huge changes or additions, a $5,000 project where we identified another couple $1,000s worth of work that needed to be done, but the funding source had that available to go ahead and do that, all the way down to negative change orders where we've gotten credits back from the contractors. So the 2.18 is the average for the $25 million that we expended for those 73 projects. Our goal is 5%. We budget 15% because we're not sure what we're going to meet. We manage to 10%, which means the project managers are told that we've got 10% to work with, but our goal is to keep it down at 5% or lower. And as you can see, we're quite successful at 2.18%.
Trustee Ruggiero?
Would you say that one more time?
We budgeted 15, we managed to 10, and our goal is 5. We don't let the contractors know how much we have budgeted for change orders. That's just internally to work, so we keep control of our change orders.
They do now. I mean, they do now.
No, they wouldn't.
They know.
They think they know. They don't know nothing.
So then strategies again are we're identifying formal work processes. Every change order comes across my desk. I see it. It's got to be approved by a project manager. If we have a construction administrator on staff, professional, the architect or the engineer, it has to be approved by them. So any change order that is ultimately approved and done, the contractor has to submit detailed pricing of how the cost of that was calculated and ultimately expended. That needs to be approved by our staff. So with that, then, we're ready to move on to our budget if you would like us to discuss that.
Trustee Ozzie?
Still on the KPIs, your goal 5 talks about some recycling. And we had a discussion, I know, last year, and I'm not sure if this is in your department or whoever's, so let me know. But we were told by Waste Management that we're not handling our garbage and recycling correctly. It's costing us thousands of dollars. And I don't see that anywhere in here about having that discussion about how we manage that part of recycling. to make sure that we're doing that properly?
Yeah, I can address that, or try to. It's managed to the housekeeping division out of facility management. I'm not sure the contents, or not contents, but the context of what your waste management was talking about. Actually, I think we do a pretty effective job. We figured on average been saving about $80,000 with the recycle program when they piloted the program. Granted, there's always improvements.
Well, what I thought was interesting was the guy from Waste Management came and said, you guys could save a lot more money if you handled this differently.
Yeah,
and I don't know if anybody's ever had a conversation
I think
with them.
we did have a conversation to that nature, and I think we investigated that, had a discussion with them, and I think then they finally came back and said, you know what, I think you actually guys are doing a pretty good job with. So we actually vetted out that concern, and we addressed it with them, and we came out actually looking pretty good in the process we use as far as recyclable materials. So that's something, an area we can always improve on. But
And the other part of that is I know that Sparks and Washoe County still haven't negotiated with Waste Management for their new franchise agreement.
Right.
Yeah. How involved are we with because we didn't hear from the school district at all when Reno did theirs, and then we found out later what we did cost the school district a lot of money. If we would have heard from the district, we might have been able to put something in there. So I think we want to make sure we tell Sparks and Washoe County to maybe exempt or talk about the school districts in this franchise agreement so that we can perhaps get some savings out of that.
Okay, so let's pin this down because this is the second time that Trustee Iazzi's brought this up. So is that something that Mrs. Anderson does, or who does that, so we can get a full circle here and come back on that?
Again, Pete, that's our Chief Operating Officer. You're right, that's been a shortcoming I think that the district has had for quite a while, since we do not have an environmental manager right now or a utility compliance manager. That's a position that you have approved for to be filled. The status right now is we're going to have, like I said, interviews tomorrow for the chief position. Right after that is filled, I'm going to go forward with 2 other positions, including that utility manager. We need that position filled. That's the person who will be in charge of looking at both recycling, our utility programs, energy conservation. That position needs to be filled right away. And
they might have this contract done by the time.
Yeah,
they
is
might.
there nobody that can at least make a phone call? And
Andrea Sullivan and I have both met with Waste Management, and we've met with the City of Reno in compliance with their program, and we have talked about the issue as far as having oversized garbage dumpsters, and that issue I think has been resolved. And actually when they looked at it, we found that we are not oversized, and so we're doing our best on that. The waste management contract they had with the school district for giving us basically a free recycling program, that's going to end, and so we know the price is going to go up because it has nowhere to go but up from zero. And
but
so
it doesn't have to end if we talk, because Washoe County and Sparks haven't signed that agreement
Exactly.
Yeah, we have been talking to them about that, but we're getting the indications that they're not going to continue giving us a free recycling program. But we will continue to try to work with them to get the best deal. Andrea Sullivan she knows about the issue, and we are working on it.
Trustee Rosenberg?
I seem to remember sometime in my schooling back in the year 3, competition
There is none.
instead of franchise. Let's bring someone in.
That's a very complicated issue, as I'm sure those who have
That's
served
why
on
we
the
got a
city
lawyer.
council. There's a very fine line between recycling of garbage and trash. If you have trash and the second you put one banana peel in it, it is now garbage, and under the franchise agreement under garbage. That has been an ongoing debate for many, many years on who has the franchise, who can pick up garbage and who cannot. It's something that, you're right, the school district has not been intimately involved with, the cities have. But we will continue to monitor it, and like I said, we'll get a person in place whose sole responsibility in one way is to do that.
Then the only thing I can think of is there such a thing as an injunction that stops everything until we have our say?
Not unless we prove that it's a likelihood of success.
There is such a thing, but a judge has to grant it.
Yeah.
Well, let's go find ourselves a judge. Where's the problem?
So there is competition on the trash side. There is not competition on the garbage side.
So, however, can Mrs. Sullivan please provide us a couple of paragraphs of the conversations that she's had regarding this issue and send it to us?
We can give you something in writing, because, I mean, the staff have been doing it, so I think let's just make sure that our trustees have the work that's been done.
Nothing big, just.
I mean, I just got to say one more thing about this is when I was in the city council, we listened to every business in the world have their concerns about this. And we're the largest one in the county. And we're not being heard on this.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is I didn't think about it when I was on the school district, but it's up to the school district to go say, hey, we should have a say in what happens here.
Yeah, no, and just to Trustee Ayazi's point, I mean, we found out after the fact, after Reno had already agreed that all of a sudden now, we weren't going to have a subsidy anymore because we were being subsidized. I mean, that's basically what happened. And
So what we're saying, I think, is not only do we want to hear where Mrs. Sullivan is in the conversation, but, obviously we bookmarked with the city of Reno, whoever handles their negotiations, that this is of interest to us,
It's over with
correct?
the city of Reno.
Yeah.
Sparks and Washoe County that hasn't been done yet.
That's it.
So the city of Reno, they know that we're interested in being part of the conversation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Trustee Rosenberg, Trustee Ruggiero.
Just another procedural thing.
How much for all that shared
When
services
Mr. Spencer applied for retirement, did you, I'm sorry, Mr. Stanton, did you tell him that it had to come to the board and that it hasn't been approved? It's always dead meat. I just thought I'd mention it, but
Actually, you did approve it. Trustee
we did?
Ruggiero.
Somebody told me, damn
The
it.
last ESIP.
So for the record, how much is
didn't do
this
it.
going to cost the district now without the recycling, the free recycling?
I don't have those numbers, but I'll make sure to get those in the written information we give you. And we did kind of go to the city of Reno to ask for relief because we saw how much it was going to increase, and that's where we were basically told no.
Well, that was when Waste Management said, well, you guys are not being efficient enough. And then, of course, they investigated and we were being efficient. It's just the reality is the subsidy is gone. I mean, that's
correct.
But to Trustee Ayazi's point, I mean, we got to keep pushing with Sparks and with the county. But, at the end of the day, it's a subsidy. So that means basically, I'm guessing the cities and the county have been subsidizing us all along. And now the subsidy has disappeared.
Okay,
I would like to point one thing out, because I was here when it happened, is that they may talk about a subsidy, but the single stream was piloted at Washoe County School District. And we're the ones that showed that it was practical and it could be done. So we should be able to get waived the subsidy.
See, where is that history going?
That's right.
I like how brave he is.
Yes. I have one final question. We're still working off of the index where everything was prioritized according to the ed load as well as the other priorities that the committee that met several years ago decided were priorities, correct?
Correct.
And that's still in operation and that's still ongoing?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other questions? Nope. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to go back, if it's okay with the board, to the consent agenda item 6.02 on the Indian policies and procedures. It's Mrs. Manning? Are you here? I have a couple of questions. I'm not so sure. Well, I do have a couple of questions.
And then we also have a presenter here, too. So
Yes, and we also have our recognitions here as well.
57.
Hopefully this will be short. Sure. My concern is, thank you very much for the responses to the Indian policy. I appreciate that very much, and I see how hard you have been working on this, and appreciate that. My concern is, and maybe it's, how do we get funding for our, we have Title VII. We also have impact monies. I kind of did a little bit of research, but I'm not sure I understanding the funding mechanisms for our Indian populations.
Okay, Lynn Manning for the record. I'm the coordinator for the Indian Education Program. The monies that are received from the Indian policies and procedures go into the general fund. and they are used for all purposes that the general fund puts money into.
The impact from the federal government fees?
Impact aid replaces unearned tax revenues from students who reside on the reservation. Because reservation lands are not taxed, the government replaces the money that would have been collected from those homeowners had the property been taxable. But because it is not, the federal government comes in and fills in that gap so that those students can have their education funded in the general fund as all students do.
I see.
And Title VII is a supplemental program based upon the number of tribal citizens and descendants within the Washoe County School District, most of which do not live on reservations.
Gotcha. You know, in light of our closing our achievement gaps, I sometimes think, and looking at the Indian policies and procedures over a number of years, that we at the board level, in reaching out to our different communities, have really never ever met with the tribal leaders. And I'm wondering, in light of this year, that kind of bringing it up a little bit to our level, and maybe bring it down to our level, but so that we can start understanding the whole, what is going on, and hear
I agree with that.
personally, one-on-one, what's going on in their communities and what their needs are as far as the students. So I don't know how the rest of the board, but I would like to sometime during this year, maybe, an hour before a board meeting or something, we have a community engagement piece, however that looks like, whenever that is. I think it would be great to kind of start addressing that a little bit. Trustee Ruggiero, then Trustee McClure.
And to your point, President Clark, so thank you for bringing that up. My question was, did we reach out to the tribes for input on this new policy and the
It's a long-standing policy as part of the impact aid application process. Every year I make presentations to the two tribal councils that are local, the Reno-Sparks Indian Colony here in Reno and the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe out in Nixon. I also make presentations to the Nevada Urban Indians Organization, which is not a reservation-based organization but serves the urban Indian population. Every presentation that I make annually includes information on the Indian policies and procedures, their rights, and what the information within the policies contain. Each of those entities has a member on the Parent Advisory Committee, and that's our avenue for filtering information back and forth. And so, yes, they have been informed, and they're informed annually.
Thank you.
Trustee McClure.
Well, I might suggest, and we would certainly have to make certain that this would be all right with all of the tribal members, that we have a meeting at Natchez. And perhaps what we do, a special meeting where we could also go and take a look at the museum out there as well.
That's a great suggestion.
And I think that what we really need to do is to reach out and be very, very demonstrative in the fact that, yes, we're willing to do if that would meet with their satisfaction.
Thank you, Trustee McClory. That is actually a fantastic suggestion that I've approached specifically the Reno-Sparks Indian Colony Tribal Council about possibly hosting a tribal council meeting, or I'm sorry, Board of Trustees meeting there on tribal lands.
Wonderful.
At Natchez Elementary, although I have not spoken to Mr. Taylor about it, being that it is a Washoe County School District property located within the confines of the Pyramid Lake Reservation, it would be very accessible to the community, the parents, the students, and as the Indian policies and procedures state, to tribal council members, many of whom are not parents but are grandparents and relatives of students who attend our schools.
And actually, the trustees did used to hold a meeting out there back in the day.
We were trying to do one under your leadership. I think it was 2009, and we just never got out there. For some reason, I forgot it was something with technology.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
But I think we should do it.
Well, if you take the proposal to all of the groups, and then perhaps amongst themselves, they can determine what would be the best venue.
Right. Let them decide what would be the best.
And if we could host annually and maybe alternate locations, I know that the communities would love it, and the feeling of inclusiveness would be of immediate benefit to everybody.
Okay.
Great. And then, as we go into the budget cycle, I had a difficult time finding the dollars associated with our Indian students populations outside of your salary. So I don't know if there is anything separate, or are you a department? Are you what are you?
The Indian Education Program has a staff of 1, which is me. I am 100% funded out of the Title VII grant, both my salary and all of our programming. We have programming at Natchez, Jesse Hall Elementary, and Hidden Valley Elementary, which are zoned schools for the reservation communities. We have after-school programs that serve all of those communities. We have advisor programs in the middle schools that are zoned for those communities, as well as the high schools that are zoned for those communities. Additionally, we have another advisor through Nevada Urban Indians that serves the other 17 traditional middle schools and high schools in the district. We have Paiute language classes at North Valleys, Reed, and Spanish Springs, and I say we, but the we is me. I do a lot of community outreach. I'm at council meetings, I'm at community events, I'm here and there. I'm a former resident of the Reno-Sparks Indian Colony. I'm very familiar with their education program and staff, from their pre-K programs through their higher ed programs. And now, as a resident of the Pyramid Lake Paiute Reservation, community member, parent of Natchez students, I'm in the communities. I'm not just a guest. I'm
And we could see that by your response to our questions from last time, a glimpse of it. Whose department report are you in?
I am under Eric By, who reports to Byron Green, who reports to Kristen McNeil.
No, but annually, as our department reports come forth, so it's which department report are you in?
So Title VII grant is the actual grant itself, but reporting-wise, personnel-wise, Lynn would fit under Deputy Superintendent Tracy Davis.
Okay. Well, can you provide us a page of title your monies and where they're allocated?
Absolutely.
Can we get that? So I'm not quite sure I'm adept at finding that. So Trustee McClure, then Trustee Gutierrez.
Well, as we just concluded at our strategic plan workshop in talking about closing the achievement gap for not only Hispanic children, African American, but Native American.
Absolutely.
Perhaps this will be another opportunity for us to reach out to provide an avenue for the families to come in and to feel inclusive and to make some plans that include not only what you normally do, and perhaps we need to look at adding to your staff so that you will feel able to meet and cover all the ground that you need to meet. I mean, I used to work with Ben Alec out in the follow-through program, which was like in the 70s. And I've always been very enamored of the culture and wanted to do more and really have never done it. And so I look at this opportunity as something that would be very, very wonderful for all of us to learn more.
Thank you.
And how many students are categorized as Indian American or Native American? Sorry.
As far as Count Day goes, this is the first year where Washoe County School District has fewer than 1,000 American Indian students under the new ethnic and racial coding system. However, my program accounts for tribal citizenship regardless of racial designation, and more our tribal members are multiracial, multicultural, and about 2/3 of the American Indian student population that I account for as tribal members are coded American Indian, but the other third we have a very high prevalence of Hispanic coded students who are also tribal members, and a very large number of white students who are also tribal members. We have a handful of black students who are tribal members, a handful of Asian students who are tribal members, and at this point we have no identified Pacific Islander students who are also tribal members.
Well, thank you. Any additional questions? I'm sorry.
Just remind
Trustee
me,
Gutierrez.
Pedro, how does this work with Fatima's area? How is that all working from an operational, with the diversity component and all of those efforts?
I mean, I think, and then you can answer me. We try to coordinate among the staff, whether we're doing, and frankly, this is one of the areas that is actually was identified as a priority when we had our conversation about the strategic plan about doing more outreach to. This is one of the subgroups, but they do work together, Trustee Gutierrez. But I will tell you that this is one of the areas that I have a lot of concern about because this is with our Native American population. We tend to lose the children a lot earlier.
Yes.
So with our other subgroups that we're struggling with, whether it's poverty or our ethnicity groups, usually it's just about us catching them up. With our Native American population, we're seeing a trend where we're losing them a lot earlier in the grades, especially in 9th and 10th. And so I think it's a very timely conversation about, Tracy and I have been talking about this, that we need to do some just working with Lynn and supporting her, making sure that we have a lot of outreach because it's going to take more than us, frankly, to make sure that these children are not dropping out at such a young age.
Right.
And I was just mentioning that because you're an office of one, and so in support with regards to the diversity efforts, I know that there's a lot of strategies, and I'm looking at the whole entire pipeline.
Sure.
All of the efforts, especially for
Absolutely.
minorities.
Absolutely.
The emphasis is really Hispanic, African American with the college pipeline, and
Right.
so I know from the college aspect, and you know this.
Yes.
So we're doing great strides with regards to Hispanic and graduation for the first time.
Yeah.
Hispanics graduation at
But not
TMCC is
Native
outpacing
American.
all of the cohorts.
Yep.
And so we need to do the same efforts. And I
Yes.
think we need to be smart about it.
Completely agree.
And
Trustee McCleary.
Yes, and Ms. Manning is also on the English Mastery Council, and as such is seated as the council's conscience, looking at the Native American population as indigenous to this country here before all of the rest of us. So she's going to bring a lot to the table, to that council, and I look forward to working with you.
Trustee Ruggiero.
And just for the public's information, we had a very in-depth conversation last week at our strategic planning retreat on this specific issue. So I think we're headed in the right direction.
And since we did ask at the last meeting whether any of the PAC members could attend, I want to be able to make sure we recognize them, or if they have something to say, if anybody's here today. I don't know if they are.
Yes, I actually, when I turned and looked at Kristen, I saw several. I see from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony Education Manager San Tin, Parent Advisory Committee
Well, have
member.
them stand so we can.
Our Parent Advisory member representative from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, Tanya Hernandez. She's also an Education Department employee and a parent of several graduates from Spanish Springs High School and a recent parent of a recent college graduate. So she does great work. On this side, we have Paula Smith, who is our Parent Advisory Committee member and advisor from Nevada Urban Indians. I'm not seeing our Pyramid Lake representatives, but it is quite a drive from Wadsworth here. Although Buddy Salway, who is the Parent Advisory Committee member from the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe, as well as Sandy M., who is a Native teacher representative to the Parent Advisory Committee, had both indicated they would try to be here today. They may be in the lobby.
So I wanted, you've taken the time to come here. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say? As we move forward, we're going to start getting together and try to have some conversations going. Anything today that comes to mind? You're more than welcome to come up to the microphone. And introduce yourself again for the record.
San Tin. I'm the Education Department Manager for the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And I know our Tribal Council would love to have a sit down with you and just discuss how we can help our kids.
Absolutely.
Great.
We welcome that.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for coming today. We know the time and effort it takes, so thank you. Thank you very much.
We have one more.
Oh, do we? Oh, I'm sorry. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Paula Smith. I work with Nevada Urban Indians. So I served 10 middle schools and 7 high schools, approximately 265 students. And I have tutoring on Wednesday night, excuse me, at my office, 5 to 7. But we'd really greatly appreciate your time and anything to make the kids feel more achievable or meet their needs and get the parents to participate. So, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Manning. I think that's all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We need to make a motion.
To approve. Oh, approve. Sorry. Yes.
I move to approve.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, your policies pass.
Thank you.
And we'll look forward to hearing when we're going to have that joint meeting.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so we are ready to go into our, we have, not only do we have our recognition, so we can do that first before we go to Eric?
I think he was given a time by Kristen.
At what time? Kristen, what time did we?
2-minute recess, perhaps?
Oh, okay. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. What time did we tell Perry DiLoretto? You gave her a time certain. Okay, we're going to convene back in our meeting. Welcome, everyone. We appreciate you coming down. We are going to go to 9.02, presentation on safe schools and community partnerships. Ms. McNeil.
Good afternoon, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, members of the board. This afternoon, we're going to provide you an update on the Emergency Plan Review Committee that is ongoing at this point in time. And so Emergency Manager Tracy Moore will be handling that. And then we also have a very special presentation for you all this afternoon.
Great. Welcome.
President Board, Superintendent Tracy Moore for the record. Just an update for you all. I sent out an email today to the committee. There was quite a few members that could not make it to the last meeting due to some scheduling conflicts. So a brief summary was sent out to that group. We were able to make it through 3 chapters of the emergency operation plan, and notes were made. During that last meeting, the most important thing to me was 2 committees were established. And it was a committee for parent/student reunification, and the next one was for an active assailant plan. They are multi-agency, multi-government people are on those committees. I have asked for 2 people to step up to be those chairs, and once those chairs are established, we will begin the writing those annexes into our emergency operation plan. Like I said, at this point, it's going to be a long process. We're being very thorough as we go through the plan. Trustee McClary and Trustee Ruggiero, I really do appreciate you guys taking your time being on that. So your input during the last meeting was really appreciated. It's good to get an outside of the group input on the plan. Very good items to be added to the plan.
Great, thank you.
And then also, just as little added information, John Osagara will outreach to all of the trustees as far as providing some information, and he'll also have a meeting with Superintendent Martinez as well.
Great.
So thank you very much. We appreciate that. And now we'd like to bring up Mr. Perry DiLoretto, who will be presenting some information around the Nevada Military Support Alliance. But the formal introduction will be headed off for Trustee Ruggiero.
Thank you. Well, I'm honored to introduce our next presenter, Mr. DiLoretto. He's the founder and president of our Education Foundation, a big supporter of education in the community, and shares my passion for safe schools, and was instrumental in providing support for me personally and to the school district after the Sparks Middle School shooting. And he has been so kind enough and proactive to come up with a great project that he's going to talk a little bit about through the Nevada Military Support Alliance. So welcome, Mr. DiLoretto.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Madam Chair, Superintendent Martinez, and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today on an extremely important, if not the most important subject that needs to be on our minds given the recent tragedy that our entire community suffered by virtue of the Sparks Middle School incident. As soon as that happened, we were in contact with Sharon Lansbury. As everyone knows, I don't need to say this, Michael was a Marine Corps veteran. He's also served in our National Guard. And we were notified immediately of this loss. And as you know, I talked to you. I was in Dallas sitting in a hotel room wondering, geez, what in the world can we do? And from the perspective of the Military Support Alliance. As you may remember, some time ago, I appeared before the board and I brought you a copy of a book. It's a book that I read, and then I got out and reread it, and I have read everything published by this particular author. I, like so many others, when we're faced with an unexplainable situation, a transformation in our society that I don't understand. You know, when you're young, you think 50 years is a lifetime. When you're 66, 50 years doesn't seem like a long time. Because part of that transformation, I can remember when I was 16 years old and in high school, we used to take our guns to school and put them in our locker so we could go hunting afterwards. The notion of having a gun anywhere near a school is preposterous and totally out of the question. But it begs an answer to what has happened. Why is this happening, and why have we become a society that embraces this, or at least facilitates in some way or another this type of senseless violence? And what's really troubling is that it's happening at such an early age. So what we as the Military Support Alliance done, and we have talked with Sharon Lansbury on numerous occasions about this. She is very, very supportive of the effort. We wanted to reach out to the community and do something in respect of and in honor of a true hero that lost his life trying to protect others. So what we have put together is in our quest for knowledge on this subject, I think is the best way to put it. We need to try and further and better understand what's going on here. I believe, and many others do, that Lieutenant Colonel David Grossman, he's U.S. Army retired, he's a former Delta Force officer. He taught at West Point. He is a psychologist. He has written many books, many publications. He's lectured extensively. He's lectured at the level of with police, military. He's written books such as On Combat, On Killing, dealing with the psychological nature of what happens when human life is lost, when human life is taken in the line of duty. The one that grabbed me the most is Stop Teaching Our Kids to Kill. And it deals with childhood violence. It deals with video violence. And there's a lot of us that are becoming to believe that our children are being trained in this senseless behavior. And it's, you know, a lot of kids can deal with it, but it's the very few that are unable to process what's going on for any number of reasons which we need to further understand. So that's the background of what we're doing. These symposiums will be offered to our community at absolutely no cost. It is our intention to have 4 different sessions. The first session, which will be held on March 13th, a Thursday morning, will be for police, military, and first responders, our firefighters, and our medical first responder team. And that presentation will be directed towards their specific issues. That evening, and this time has not been firmly set. I'm putting 5 to 8, but what we want to do is it will be an open invitation to the entire community. We intend to broadcast this widely. There will be full-page advertisements in the newspaper. Again, there is no cost. What we're going to do is reach out to concerned parents, citizens, children that want to come and hear Colonel Grossman's perspective on what's going on. On Friday morning, we will have another session, and we will, by invitation, all elected officials, the entire school board, all elected officials in Reno, Sparks, Washoe County, Story County, Carson, and anyone that wants to come and listen, and there will be a message there. That afternoon, you have been so kind as to accommodate us for a period of time at your meeting at Truckee Meadows Community College, which Colonel Grossman will have an opportunity to address the gathered ones. There's some more coordination that we need to do with respect to some follow-up potential if people have questions or want to pursue a course of action or get more information afterwards, that will be available to them. We will have refreshments available to everyone to try and make it comfortable. The Reno Sparks Convention Authority has very graciously offered facilities with free parking for all of these sessions. It's a community-wide effort. I'm so proud to have the cooperation of the Reno Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, Sparks Police, Washoe County School District, of course, Washoe County DA, City of Reno Sparks, and Washoe County. RJG Media is our media partner, as is Channel 4, and we have received tremendous support throughout the community. So that's what we're doing. I also now notice that there are some other school-safe meetings that are going to be held, which I will certainly try and attend and try and get this information out. There will be flyers galore. There will be email blasts. There will be ads in the newspaper. And I appreciate the opportunity. It's the support of the school board in this effort. I think it will be a worthwhile. I don't think that anyone has all the answers. A lot of dialogue is going to be required. We need to get it on our minds. I can't imagine a worse situation than the child going to school in fear. Any child in any magnitude of fear. So that's why we're doing it. And I'm proud of our Military Support Alliance for stepping forward. I'd be happy to take any questions anyone may have.
Questions? Trustee Ruggiero?
Well, Mr. DiLoretto, thank you. Thank you for this. I think, and Superintendent Martinez and I have this conversation all the time, that our schools are a reflection of what's happening in our communities, and that violence is a community issue. It's not just a school issue. And so to have community members step up and take the lead in looking at this issue and having these brave conversations like you're doing, like Senator Smith is doing and Councilman Delgado is doing, as a school board, we're so very grateful and appreciative of that.
And, our first responders are phenomenal. The solution to this problem is not a police issue. They can only show up after the fact. We need to intelligently get ahead of this problem, and we're going to work towards that end. So thank you.
I have a
Trustee Gutierrez.
Again, thank you, Mr. DiLoretto, for being here and for your leadership on this subject. Also, just for clarity, on Friday, that's by invitation only? I'm sorry, I kind of missed something there.
It's for public officials, administrators, managers. Okay. We're going to broadcast it widely. Right. We think the message there to our leaders, our civic leaders, and our political leaders will probably be just a little bit different than it is to the parents on Thursday evening. Military and law enforcement will be somewhat different. So we would encourage, first of all, you're welcome to attend anyone you want, but we're trying to gear the message to be very on point to the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd like to recommend to the trustees and get full support from the trustees that we do whatever we can to support the outreach efforts of the Military Support Alliance, and I'm thinking of connecting the dots, the statewide parent involvement program. We can get the information out there and really try to work with your organization to reach our parents, and so that they know about this opportunity, and also our Spanish-speaking parents will translate this into Spanish also. So
we have no idea how many people are going to show up that evening, but that's why we went to the Convention Authority. I hope it's overflowing.
I do too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to our recognitions. We thank everybody for your patience. The first one is Class Act. Is Mr. De La Rosa here? Welcome.
Thank you very much, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, and members of the board. Every month we get the opportunity to go around to different schools and identify kids who are just exceptional and who just really come to school every day and make a difference in their school and in their community, and this month is no different. And we don't do this alone. We do this in conjunction with News 4 and also with the Reno Aces. And this month I would like to welcome up Gina Leonhard from Shaw Middle School, and she's going to help me in presenting Jordan Boswell, the student for this month's Class Act Award.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to come. Huge privilege to have kids like this in our school, and the sad thing is that we have so many of them, and we get to pick just a few every now and then to recognize. So when I went to my teachers and said, let's recognize some kids, this name didn't come up once, and it didn't come up twice. It came up from every one of her teachers that said, what a great kid. And Jordan Boswell is a 7th grader at Shaw Middle School that is the epitome of the kids you want to have in your class. You wish you could have 100 of them a day. She makes teaching a joy. Her 4 core teachers described her as, she's a good student. She does her work. She does exceptional work. She does above and beyond. But she's the kid in class who, it doesn't matter who you sit next to, she'll make sure that they're with them and part of the group and takes care of them and includes them. And she does it without thinking twice. She does it so naturally. She's the kid that isn't out in front of everybody. She's kind of behind the scenes saying, okay, let's get our work done. Let's get this done. Do you need a partner? Let me join in with you. And she is just a wonderful kid to have in class. So we were able to present her with News Channel 4 and United Credit Union for the Class Act Award. So Jordan Boswell.
Welcome. So tell us a little bit about yourself and how much you enjoy school, and you're in the 7th grade, and tell us what 7th grade is like nowadays.
It's very different from elementary school. Like, it's a lot more responsibility and stuff, but
What's your favorite subject?
Social studies.
Mine too. Yeah. Who's your teacher?
Miss Moffat.
Great. Well, we certainly are very honored to have you here. Did you have something to say, Trustee Ruggiero?
I know her teacher. She went to Worcester. Another great Worcester grad.
It is great to have you here today, and I know that Trustee Rosenberg has a resolution to read for you.
It's a long one. Resolution for by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Whereas KRNV TV Channel 4, the United Federal Credit Union, and the Reno Aces have honored Jordan Boswell as a Class Act Award winner. Whereas the Class Act Award recognizes outstanding students in Northern Nevada. Whereas award winners are positive role models at school, at home, or in their community, and such role models often go unrecognized and unrewarded. Whereas Jordan Boswell always goes above and beyond helping other students, especially those who struggle. Whereas Jordan uses compassion and cooperation to navigate her way through middle school. Whereas her first experience in giving back to the community was with her family when they would help feed the homeless, and since then she has participated in many community outreach projects through Girl Scouts and her softball team. And whereas thousands of Washoe County students exhibit dedication, hard work, positive attitudes, and community involvement, however, Jordan Boswell stands out as an outstanding student. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Jordan Boswell, Yvonne Shaw Middle School Class Act Award winner, this 28th day of January, 2014.
And I forgot to ask you, Jordan, do you have a family or anybody you'd like to introduce here today?
Yeah, my grandparents.
Oh, well, stand up. Oh, great. Is this your mom? Who's the person taking the photographs?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, and now we're going to take a picture over here, and we need Mom, and would you like your grandparents as well to join in the pictures? Come on up. Trustee Rosenberg, you want to be in the picture?
No, why wreck a picture? It always looks exactly like
Not the one out on the wall right there.
Very nice to meet you.
but that's because they spent a lot of money on it.
You were going to have to do that sideways, kind of squish together type of thing. Oh, you squish, you do sideways.
Okay. Well, that's a cuddly baby. Should know. Great.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Keep up the good work.
Look how nice.
Well, Mr. De La Rosa.
Thank you again. In addition to Class Act, we also have the Excellence in Education Award, and it seems like every school that we go into, whenever we have a Class Act award, one of the things that the students always talk about is their teacher. And what I've found over the last year of being here in the Washoe County School District is that there is a plethora of teachers who are just amazing and really making a difference in their schools. And I'm going to ask Gina Leonhardt to come up here again because we have, I know, right? She gets to brag a little bit to all the other principals because we're going to be recognizing a teacher from her school, and his name is Mark Rinkin, and I'll let her tell you a little bit more about him.
Thank you again. Clean sweep. Just no. I don't get it all that often. Come on.
Oh, try a little humility. It's good for you.
No. Teaching's a tough job, and when you have a kid that you connect with, and even as difficult as some kids may be, when you still make that connection, it makes the entire difference in the world. Mark Rincon is a new educator. Yet he is a masterful teacher, even in his first year of teaching in a very difficult program with a lot of difficult children that try our patience. His patience, I'm in awe of him on a daily basis. His classroom is the place where kids get to go and have that safe place. And because of his professionalism and his mannerisms and his just his demeanor, they find that safe place so that he can get them back to academics. Kids that he deals with take a whole chunk of time before they ever get to the academic side, and he takes care of that end. As an administrator, he is the reason teachers like him, they are the reason that I get to do all the other things because they take care of the business in their classroom. And Mark is phenomenal at it. At the same time, he is a new teacher, so when he comes in and says, hey, how did I do? He really wants to know how he did, and he wants to make it better. And I look at him and go, I got nothing else for you. I mean, we're there. He, again, like I said, makes the whole job so much easier because he takes care of kids every day, day in and day out. And the nomination came from one of his students. The impressive part is that on a daily basis, the student doesn't particularly like us. And yet we get her back to class and we deal with a lot of stuff, and Mark more than I, but the fact that she wrote it because he cares about her, no matter what kind of mood he's in, no matter what kind of mood she's in, she still knows that he cares. So he is by far a phenomenal teacher and a very caring man. So, Mr. Rincon.
Welcome. I kind of wanted to say I love this letter from your student about how he helps me and other kids calm down. We learn how to take deep breaths and use your calm words when you're upset. And then it says, and he teaches us about manners. And the child sometimes goes, sometimes I have a meltdown. Mr. Rincon puts a hand on our arm and says, it's going to be okay. We will get through it. After the meltdown, when we get back on task, he says, great job, and gives us a big high five. I mean, wonderful words. I wish you were around when I have meltdowns. I could use the exact same thing.
She said the exact same thing.
So, well, welcome. And so, brand new, meaning first year?
Yes, first year. So.
Well, do you think you'll be a teacher forever?
I do, and I really enjoy being a part of this community and actually serving in WCSD and working with students with special needs. And I'm dual certified in both elementary and special education, and I really find the passion in teaching students with special needs, and they bring a lot to the table in terms of academics and behavior, but we meet those challenges together and we work for that goal. So it's a great learning process. So.
Yeah, probably it's learning about us as individuals as much as it is about the kids.
I especially learn a lot about myself on a daily basis from these individuals, and they learn a lot from me as well. So.
Well, we appreciate what you do. Do you have anybody in the audience you'd like to recognize?
I would like to recognize my parents. They drove up from Southern California.
Wow,
so.
wonderful. Nice. Great. It takes somebody special to be a special education teacher. It's hard being a teacher. It is difficult being a teacher, but meeting the needs of special kids, and when they're having meltdowns, it sounds like you have a heart for it as well. So we do have a resolution, and Trustee McClure is going to read it.
Yes, and thank you for everything you do. And I, too, in reading that letter, certainly can understand the depth of emotion that the child was expressing. Mr. Rincon is an amazing guy. I call him a miracle worker because he is always encouraging us and we stay calmed down. But if we are having a hard time, he calms us and isn't ever mad at us for the mistakes we make. He's very important to our school, and everyone likes him. I like him because he reminds me of my dad. I feel safe when Mr. Rincon is around. I hope you will choose Mr. Rincon as an excellent teacher. Thank you for reading this.
It's a great letter.
Whereas KRNV TV Channel 4, the United Federal Credit Union, and the Reno ACES have honored Mark Rincon as an Excellence in Education recipient. Whereas teachers are the cornerstone of the Washoe County School District's mission. Whereas Mr. Rincon is the social intervention program teacher, helping his students learn study skills and social skills, including manners and the fundamentals of day-to-day living. Whereas Mark has an exceptional ability to calm his students when they are overwhelmed or become angry, and then teaches them techniques to compose themselves. Whereas Mark encourages his students and has a very caring demeanor, making his students feel safe, important, appreciated, and respected. And whereas excellence in classroom instruction and thoughtfulness towards students and their families should be recognized and valued throughout the community, and especially for children with broken hearts and broken wings, I might add. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Mark Rincon, Yvonne Shaw Middle School Excellence in Education winner. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And let's have your parents come up and take the picture with you. We need them in the picture as well. Barbara, stay there and have your picture.
I'm going to shake before you. Oh, you go ahead. Congratulate the parents with a wonderful son you raised. Congratulations.
Well, then all of us want to do the same thing. Mr. Rincon, right?
Yes.
Mr. Rincon.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Felicidades.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's important for all of our awardees to realize that out of, I don't know, nearly 4,200 teachers, out of all the students, 62,000, out of that we only choose 12 each year. So it's, remember that you're being chosen out of that great number, and we certainly appreciate it. Our next one is Excellence in Education, and Mr. Steele, I understand you're going to do the presentation.
Yeah, thank you. As a credit union, we kind of argue about who gets to do these presentations because we like doing them so much. So thanks, Danny, for at least giving me one. I really appreciate that. I'm going to introduce, Lynn Grover, June Grover, excuse me. Groner, okay.
You're only allowed to do one.
Yeah, that's probably exactly the reason. But I'll say I got my information from Danny, so he must have done this on purpose.
I have the same problem all the time.
A good time.
But, with this program, we love going to the schools and doing this, and it starts really with the teachers. So it's always nice to present these and see the teachers be so involved. That's why a lot of times we see students and teachers at the same schools because they have great leadership. So I'll have June come up here and talk about Lynn Soncini.
Welcome.
President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, esteemed board, it's my privilege to be here with Lynn and her husband. Lynn has been with me. She came and I convinced her first grade and she started in first, and then I convinced her fourth grade and she went into fourth, and then I convinced her to team. That was a mistake because her team partner moved to Texas, and I convinced her, you can do this. She's an amazing woman. She gives the word all in all kids can learn validation. There is no challenging opportunity that she doesn't see and turn the kids on. There's no barriers to her, whether they're in first grade or fourth grade, and they all love her. This was a nomination by a parent, which I think is one of the highest honors any teacher can receive other than by a teacher. And so it's my privilege to introduce Lynn Soncini.
Again, you had a wonderful letter written for you from a parent. I don't know if the parent's here tonight, but talked about that they had adopted a child very recently, and that you treated him in a way that did not separate him from his peers. Community building techniques were taught by you, and that they felt that he would have problems, and he's now being a very successful student, and you've helped him gain confidence and understand how the world functions, and they just think you're an incredible teacher. So tell us a little bit about being a teacher. And
well, I've been around for a long time. Thank you. I taught back east for a long time, and then I moved out here and didn't think I was going to teach again. I tried selling women's clothing and I didn't like that, so June gave me the opportunity to teach again, and I love it here. I love teaching in Reno. I love in the Washoe County School District too, and I'm just amazed by actually the quality of the teachers here, the dedication of the teachers here that I see, and I appreciate June. She has let me do my thing, do it my way with the students that present challenges, and I love working with them, and it's wonderful to be honored for something that you love doing. And my main thing has always been to give the children confidence, and when they have that, they'll learn best. And that's what I try to do, and every year I say I'm going to retire, and I keep coming back.
Well, we're glad you're not retiring, because obviously you have a gift with children, and that the parents recognize as well. And that we have a resolution for you. Well, let me ask you, do you have anybody in the audience you'd like to introduce?
My husband's here.
Well, he needs to stand up. And Trustee Ruggiero has a resolution to read for you.
Well, I'm so excited to read this resolution for many reasons, and one is I had the opportunity to work with June, Mrs. Gronert, as a young professional, and really credit her to the person and the professional that I am today, and all of the hassles that I give Superintendent Martinez about reaching out to the families and things like that. I learned from her. So it's so great to have an administrator that lets you shine and build on your strengths, and I can see that she does that with you. And I have a niece who's adopted, so I understand as a parent how concerned you can be and how important to have that connection with your teacher. And I remember when my niece first started school, we were so worried. And so it's so wonderful to have someone so sensitive and understand the unique needs of all of our children. So thank you for that. And I'm so glad you decided not to sell clothes and come to the school district. So I will read this resolution on behalf of the trustees. Resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Whereas KRNV TV Channel 4, the United Federal Credit Union, and Reno ACES have honored Lynn Sonsini as an Excellence in Education recipient. Whereas teachers are the cornerstone of the Washoe County School District's mission. Whereas Lynn's dedication as a fourth grade teacher and her consistency, classroom structure, experience, and firm stance that children with special needs cannot be treated in a way that separates them from their peers has allowed students to find measurable success. Whereas her guidance and community building techniques in the classroom allowed a child with special needs to make friends and gain confidence, which ultimately decreased the needed support items for the student. Whereas excellence in classroom instruction should be recognized and valued throughout the community. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Lynn Sonsini, Donner Springs Elementary School Excellence in Education honoree, dated this 28th day of January, 2014, signed by President Barbara Clark and Superintendent Pedro Martinez. Congratulations. Thank you.
So we're going to take a picture, and I bet you your husband would love to come up and be part of that.
He probably would love to, but he's going to.
Lisa, do you want to go take a picture? Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Lynn, do you want to hop in the middle there? Yeah.
We're going to kind of go face, a little bit of sideways. Or
perfect. Great, thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations.
I'll send you copies of the week, okay?
Okay, Ms. Huckabee. Nope.
President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, and members of the board. My name is Janet Poland. I'm the lead staffer in Washoe County School District. So part of my job is hiring these great teachers that you've seen here tonight, and we're certainly excited about that. It's great to have those great success stories. And I just got this new responsibility over sub services, so I just found out, like, hey, you get to go and present this awesome award, and I'm very excited about that. So
it's nice to have a new face here, too.
Well, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So on behalf of the school district, I would like to present this award to Jaylene Berry as our outstanding Washoe County School District substitute teacher. And this is quite an honor in Washoe County. We only do this twice a year, so it's a pretty big deal. And if any of you have ever substitute taught before, this is really a huge deal, because substitute teaching is kind of right on that level of having to be a bus driver and that intense, like, working with students, right? Can we just be honest about that? So
it's a pain in the butt. Okay, we got it.
It's really tough.
We got
so
it.
When you find those great subs and those great bus drivers and those people that can really make relationships with students, that's pretty amazing. And I'm so really glad that we get to present this award tonight to her. There are a couple of criteria in doing this nomination. One is that the substitute must have worked for at least 1 year in Washoe County. And then also they must have contributed to academic achievement for all students or to school improvement and demonstrated exceptional performance while working at that school. And so I would like to introduce Rhonda Van Duzen, the principal at Mamie Tolles, and she is going to tell us more about Jaylene.
Great. Hi, welcome.
Thank you, President Clark and Superintendent Martinez and the members of the board. This is my first year at Tolles, and when I first got the position, I met with Donna Ngotti, the former principal, and besides, his first sentence was, "You got a great staff here," and the second sentence was, "We have this awesome substitute." And I thought, that's strange that he would, mention a substitute. And he said, "No, her name is Jaylene Berry, and sometimes, she drops her kids off and she's in her sweats." And I say, "Can you go back and, can you take a class because we're down a sub?" And I thought, really? And so when I came on, sure enough, he was not fibbing on either case. I do have an awesome staff at Mamie Tolles, and also a very, very highly qualified substitute in Jaylene Berry. She has 2 sons that attend the school, so you can think of that as an advantage or disadvantage, but she has had many of our students that are home, which is also could be an advantage or disadvantage, and she knows a lot of the families and the parents, and so therefore she's able to keep these kids on a positive track and on time, learning while she's there substituting. She substitutes from kindergarten through 6th grade, never says a word about, "Oh, I don't want that grade," or "I don't want to do it this day or time." She also, I think I'm losing my train of thought now, but she just never complains about anything. She's there at a moment's notice and does a great job. The teachers at Mamie Tolles, we have a belief the system that every minute matters, and we don't want to miss a beat. But there are times when teachers have to be out of the classroom, whether it's for training or whether it's because of an illness or to take care of something personal. So when Jaylene comes into the classroom, the teacher knows that not a minute is going to go by that's going to be wasted. She comes in, she has the plan, she sticks to it. She even enriches the classroom by being there. So it's my honor to present Jaylene Berry with the Excellent Substitute Award.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And boy, you had a journey starting out as a parent volunteer. Did you have your certificate or?
Actually,
after?
how this all occurred was my former principal and several teachers, they cornered me per se and said, "We really appreciate you being," they called me a super mom, and they said, "You just volunteer all the time." And they said, "We really need you more than just as a mom." And they very much encouraged me to get my sub license and continue.
Wow, that says a lot.
Thank you to those teachers. If I can, I have 5 thank yous.
Absolutely.
So I'll leave it at my 5. First, I'd like to thank the board. Thank you very much for even considering me. That's a huge honor. Second, I would love to thank Rhonda Van Dusen for the nomination. That's pretty unbelievable to me. Third, you would not believe the teachers and the staff at Mamie Tolles. They are just an incredible group that are encouraging and incredibly supportive, and they share their knowledge with me all the time. And because of that, I think I can be more effective in the classroom, where I can really help students achieve academics on a higher level. So I'm really grateful for that. That's 1, 2, 3, right? 4. My family, they're my biggest cheerleaders. I mean, even having them here, so thank you, family. And finally, I have to acknowledge all the kids. They are why I do what I do. The students of Washoe County School District are amazing, and they allow me to share not only their academic career, but their lives. And that is the biggest honor of all.
Well, it sounds like the school is very honored to have you, because it is academic achievement is our #1 goal, and that you're able to support that and keep that going in whatever class you're in is extremely important. So do you have, your family needs to stand up? Do you have other people in the audience?
Oh my goodness, I think I have the biggest cheer squad here.
Well, let's have them stand up.
I have this entire row, starting from over here, my sister Denise, my son Carson, who's a 6th grade at Mamie Tolles, my father Len, my other son Cooper, who's a 4th grader at Mamie Tolles, my husband Brian.
Welcome.
My principal,
yeah,
Miss Van Dusen. This is a 4th grade teacher, Mark Horton, who is fantastic. He's Cooper's teacher, as a matter of fact. We have Sherry, and we have Christine, and we have Mary Lou. So all of which are teachers at our school, and just provide me with the greatest support ever. So thank you, all of you.
And which superintendent was just reminding us that you're a 5-star school. And so that says an awful lot. Is 4 stars. That is
Striving
great.
to be 5 stars. Striving to
That
be
is
5
a
stars.
lot of hard work, and congratulations. So let's take a picture and have your family and whoever else you'd like to come up. Oh, did we read this? Wait a minute. I have a job. I can't. We have a plaque for you, and it says, Jaylene Berry, Outstanding Washoe County School District Substitute Teacher, 2013 to 2014, presented by the Board of Trustees. Congratulations.
Congratulations on that. Thank you for everything. Especially the both conference levels. That is very cool.
So who would you like to have in your picture?
Is it possible to have that?
It's possible to have that whole row come on up. Absolutely. Come on up. Congratulations.
Legislative and items for discussion.
Well, are we?
Okay, yeah, come on there. There you go.
That's why we stayed early.
Great, thank you.
Congratulations. 4 stars, that is great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you, we appreciate it.
Imagine why.
And our last but certainly not least is our U.S. National Football Team. We have presenter, the principal from Hug. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I have the pleasure of introducing you to Roosevelt Calhoun, a junior at Hug High School. Roosevelt is an upward bound student. He has 18.75 credits.
Wow.
He has passed his reading, science, and writing proficiencies. He just increased his math proficiency by 50 points. So if he does it again at the next test, he's passed them all. Right? He's also a member of a leader with the Reno Sparks Youth Leadership Program through the Chamber. Thank you, Mama Ro. That's Mama Ro. He was also a host for the Martin Luther King dinner. And then I have something from his football coaches, because this is not just about academics, this football. I had to plug his academics. He's ranked 17th in his class. Did I say that?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yay, Roosevelt. So his football coaches said, as a linebacker, Roosevelt, a varsity football player at Hug High School, has been a team leader both on and off the field. During his junior season, Roosevelt led the team in all tackle categories with 114 tackles and 3 sacks. He was not the main running back on offense, but did contribute as a runner and as a blocker, sometimes making a crucial block that led to a big gain. So here's Roosevelt Calhoun.
Welcome. I can't confess I understood anything that she said, but I did get the academics part. Congratulations. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, as you guys know, I'm Roosevelt. Currently, I hold a 3.5 GPA at Hug, and I'm trying to get that up even higher because, you know, my mom stresses about my grades a lot, and so, you know, that's the biggest thing because, you know, with good grades, you can do anything you want in life and just be successful.
So true.
And so, if sports doesn't work out, I can always, because my backup plan is to do journalism. I want to major in communication and media, so yeah, be a broadcaster on ESPN and stuff like that.
Good. So tell us a little bit about the U.S. National Football Team.
Well, it's honestly, it's a big honor. I didn't know about it till about 2 years ago. My former head football coach had informed me about it. So I went to Chabot College located in California, and they had hosted a few development camps in which I ranked second in the linebacker category, and they invited me back to for another development camp with full contact, and there were kids all over the country that participated. It was in Arlington, Texas, and so I did good in that. So they invited me back a third time to play on the official USA national football team in what is known as the International Bowl for the USA. And I'll be playing on the I believe it's the U18 team, and we'll be playing on the Dallas Cowboys and the University of Texas stadiums.
Wow.
And it's just a big honor to be able to go and do that, and it opens doors for me sports-wise, and it helps me to just push myself even more.
Well, you obviously have pushed yourself. You've earned all these wonderful opportunities that you have here and ahead of you. So congratulations. And Trustee Gutierrez, let me ask you, I know you have some people that you would like to introduce in the audience.
Yes, I'd like to introduce my beautiful mom and my sister.
Welcome. And I wanted to say, I know Trustee Ruggiero has been through the chamber, or has helped set up the chamber leadership program. So not only football, not only grades, but leadership. I mean, that's the everything, isn't it? Trustee Gutierrez has a resolution to read.
Congratulations, Roosevelt. I think I saw you at the Martin Luther King. You were all decked out.
Yeah.
You were hosting, you were escorting, and things like that. It was a great event. Whereas Roosevelt Calhoun is an upper bound student who has 18.75 credits, is ranked 17th in his class, and continues to excel in the classroom, currently holding an adjusted 3.59 GPA. Whereas Roosevelt has been an outstanding leader in the Hawk football program over the past 3 seasons, whereas his maturity, dedication, and work ethic have had a positive influence not only within the locker room, but the classroom as well. And whereas Roosevelt was selected for the U.S. national football team and will compete in the under 18 category on February 8th. Is this televised, I hope? Against Canada, because we'll tune in. Against Canada, where he will represent his country and serve as an ambassador of the sport. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby congratulate and recognize Roosevelt Calhoun from Hug High School, U.S. National Football Team player. Congratulations.
Congratulations. I think this is going to be one of those people that we're going to be able to say someday, I met him. I shook his hand.
We need to find out if it's televised.
Yes. Trustee Gutierrez, you want to do the picture? And your family, yes. No? Go on up. Yes.
Okay.
He's going to get in there. You're going to be awesome.
You're going to hear the name.
Yeah.
You're going to be pumped. You're my colleague.
Oh, is that chair in the way?
There you go, sir. So I get to have an autograph soon, right?
I was going to say, that's exactly what we need.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
That's perfect. Thanks. Thank you.
Congratulations. And good luck in football. I hope your team wins. Yes, go USA. That's right. You can whip those Canadians. No problem.
But you take the cake.
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Good luck. Okay, I think we are now. Is there a reason that we need to do something before something else? No? Then we're at 7.01, discussion and possible direction regarding the 2014-2015 budget. Welcome, Mr. Schroeder.
Good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, and members of the board. Just an update on the fiscal year 15 budget. Right now, we're really pushing towards the workshop we're going to have on March 19th and March 20th. We've sent out budget packets to schools and departments. Some of those have been returned already. Some of the schools have actually conducted their public meetings already, too. So that's progressing along. We're refining our projections for revenues and expenditures, working on allocations right now. The board had our workshop on the strategic plan last Thursday. Still working on finalizing the plan and those initiatives related to that. Those will all be coming forward as part of this budget workshop, and from there we'll work on where we're at, what we're doing, how we got there, and how we're building our budget in alliance with our strategic plan. And we'll have more workshops and things after that as needed. So that's really all that's going on right now, unless there's any specific questions you have.
Seeing none?
Well, just comment, looking forward to this new budget process, so.
It'll be fun.
Remember, I
You
want to
say that now.
Remember, I want to be
that.
happy this year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schroeder. We appreciate it. 7.02, Capital Projects and School Capital Needs Initiative Update. Mr. Etchart, Mrs. Anderson. Mrs. Lindsay. Yeah.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Lindsay Anderson, Government Affairs. So after the discussion at our last board meeting about capital, you had asked me to kind of come back with some information, a matrix, if you will, around the possible decision points, how we're going to move forward. I wish I could show you where I had started with this process. I was trying to do like a process map, so then you'd have a decision point and then you'd have options, and it ended up like a big bowl of spaghetti, honestly. It was painful. So what I tried to put together for you, and I just finalized this today, so I'm just going to pass these around. Sorry you didn't have it earlier.
How much?
Are
I like that.
Are, in my mind, kind of the key decisions that need to be made by box. So we have to decide ultimately, how are we going to do this? Are we going to go with an initiative petition, an advisory question, a piece of legislation that'll authorize us to do a ballot question? Are we going to raise taxes or redirect existing taxes? If we're going to raise taxes, which ones are we going to raise? How much will they generate? You get where I'm going here. There's a lot of options for us to consider, and I didn't want to make any judgment calls on your behalf. So not for today probably, but soon hopefully we can kind of go through each box and circle like this is where the direction we're going to go, including things like, you know, other revenue reform like we've talked about with extending the rollover bond, tackling the depreciation issue, modifying the abatement caps that are currently on property tax growth. Lots of options around that aren't that would benefit lots of other people besides just school districts. Questions in terms of timing, 2014, 15, 16. Are we going to do a county-specific issue or a statewide issue? And again, maybe we can do both of these things depending on what things that we pick. And then the sort of question that really was lingering in my mind after we had our stakeholders meeting was, are we going to try to do sort of baby steps, or are we going to make a big ask because this is a big issue for our school district? So I sort of thought of this like a choose your own adventure book. There was a lot of decision points to be made, and I wanted you guys, the pros and the cons. I mean, these are my thoughts. If you ask somebody else to do this assignment, you may get different pros and different cons. So I hope that you'll take the opportunity to fill in what you think are pros and cons, because that's really a judgment call, not something that I can tell you what's a pro and a con. But you did ask me to maybe have someone come and talk about the psychology of ballot questions and past ballot questions and what that's looked like. So I've invited Mr. Clark so he can come join me up here. This is Tom Clark. He's a member of Say Yes for Kids, but I also enjoyed talking to him about this because he participated in the 1998 ballot question, the 2002 rollover question, the 2008 ballot question. Some passed, some failed. Lots of different dynamics there in terms of, was it a presidential election year? What was the voter turnout like? What were people thinking? What were the economic conditions surrounding those votes? So there's tons of questions that I hope you'll ask him about what people respond to in given election years, depending on what the ballot question is, and perhaps he can help you understand some of the psychology around that, because I cannot.
I always like seeing Mr. Clark because I can remember his name.
Yes. Very easy.
And
in this
I
case.
take whatever I can get when it comes to that.
for the record, Madam President, we are not related. My name is Tom Clark.
I always have to say that on education committees too with Miss Chairman Anderson. I have to say we're not related.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate the invitation. There's a couple of accolades I'd like to make first. Trustee Gutierrez, you've been fantastic. You're a champion. I look forward to working with you over the next year. Mark, who was here previously, I've had the pleasure of working with him from a building as in a structure perspective since 1996 when I first got involved with the district. So it's going to be a bummer to see some of those names go away, but we understand that. I have been involved with the district since about 1996. That was the first time in my memory that the district lost a ballot question. We came back in 1998 and we won that ballot question. But the deja vu that I feel today is because of that same scenario. A couple of other things I'd just like to mention real quick before I go into my full spiel. I got this bald head.
It's going to be short, right, Tom?
I'm going to try to keep it as short as I possibly can. I'll keep it as short as Howard would like me to.
Oh.
Oh, that's dangerous.
I know.
That's why he's mentioned.
My bald head is because of an 8-year-old girl who goes to Hunter Lake Elementary School. She has a tumor in her head the size of a golf ball.
Oh, dear.
And so me and a bunch of my friends, her biggest concern was that when she came back to school, everybody would think that she looked disgusting. So we grew our hair out, and then we let her shave it all off.
God, love us.
She'll be at Stanford for another probably 12 to 18 months. So it's kind of breezy in here, actually. And then the other anecdote that I'll add is, and it goes to what Mark and others were talking about this morning. My daughter goes to Jessie Beck. She's in first grade. Yesterday morning, her school was freezing cold. I walked into class with her, and her teacher told her to keep her gloves and her jacket and her hat on because the heater had broken and her classroom wasn't getting heat. Within 30 to 40 minutes, it was fixed. And I got a call from the teacher saying, we're sweating in here now. So for all of those parents out there who have their kids in this system, they need to understand and they need to learn that this district has their back from a kid perspective. And so whatever decision you decide to make as far as going forward with the ballot question, keep that in mind, because I think that there's a misunderstanding behind this district about what you make as decisions, what our teachers do every single day. Yes, you have schools that are very well maintained. You have schools that are in pretty good shape. But if we don't educate them about what's happening in the future, we can't get them behind making a decision to increase their taxes or to maintain their taxes to keep it going forward. And I think that that's one of the things that the history of the ballot questions has taught me, is that we're in the same spot we were in 1996. How do we gain that credibility? How do we get back to the place where parents and teachers and stakeholders step to the table and say, we're going to do this thing? Now let's talk a little bit about this year. It's a non-presidential election year. Makes it very difficult to pass anything in a non-presidential because you just simply aren't going to see the returns that you would normally see during a presidential. So when we look at that entire picture and where you will sit on the ballot, which is at the end, what is the psychology behind the electorate when it comes to that perspective? You will have a very difficult time this year. I'm just going to say that, as I'm not trying to impose what I would do on you. I'm just trying to give you the education. But it would be a very difficult year to pass a ballot initiative or an advisory question this election year. The other thing that we have to consider is that we have the margins tax. I testified to this at the county commission. The margins tax is going to be on the ballot, and every vote that goes to the margins tax that goes away from an advisory question or a ballot initiative that you put forward is a vote for the margins tax. Don't tax him. Don't tax me. Tax the man behind the tree. And there's going to be a tremendous amount of money that goes into the margins tax initiative. And I just simply, from a campaign perspective, don't see it being productive. I don't see it being successful this time around. There's a lot of risk when it comes to losing this time, because you lost last time. And because of that, it would make anything that you move forward in 2016 very difficult. Now, based on the testimony we heard before the county commission and going through this entire AB 46 process, even though it's not credible, there's a credibility issue with our parents and with our stakeholders. We got to fix that. I would go forward with an initiative or an advisory question or anything like that, I would build up that credibility. I would do full-blown PR campaign. I would do a lot of work with parents, with our stakeholders, to build up that credibility, because the one thing that comes with credibility is cash. And if you're going to run a campaign, you need to have the dollars and the groups behind it to make that happen. When you look at the competing measures that could be on this ballot, especially the margins tax, a lot of that money is going to get just drained right out from under it. So you just got to keep that into consideration going forward. There's been some conversations that I've had down in Carson City and around the area about maybe doing something that borrows from Pete to pay Paul on some of the other initiatives, the other projects, the other programs that are out there. Local governments, county governments, flood control, whatever it happens to be. I say we because I'm a parent. Do you really want to get into that fray? We've watched what's happened with the fire departments. We've watched what happens with police, dispatch, everything else. Is picking another fight going to do anything that adds to the credibility of the district? And so I think you should keep that in mind as well going forward. There's got to be an honest public awareness campaign. I give Superintendent Martinez a lot of credit, because in making the arguments for AB 46 before the county and before the legislature, he was very good in saying that our schools aren't broken. We maintain them. We do a good job of making sure that our kids are safe, but we have to look at the long term. Now it's time to be honest. There is no additional revenue stream. We need to go out to the public and we need to say, our schools are falling down. They're breaking. They're old. And as much as we can, we keep our kids safe and warm and in healthy environments so that they can learn. But there's an honesty level that I think the public needs to hear, and that is we need additional resources so that we can continue to do what the superintendent has talked about. I've talked about the cost of a ballot question. I mean, you're talking about probably $350,000 to $400,000.
Oh, so Tom, why do you tell us what you mean by that? Why that number?
Because there's a tremendous amount of education that needs to occur to make it so that people would shift their mindset, especially this year. And there's a lot of advertising. You've got all of the constitutional races up this time. You've got a number of city council races, county commission races. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's going to be cluttering up the minds of the electorate. And you have to break through that. And to break through that is going to cost you a tremendous amount of money. And not you, but whatever committee or, community organization that comes together and represents. Now, Trustee Ruggiero, I'll make this point. During the whole AB 46 battle, a lot of our stakeholders didn't come to the table. Would you be able to get those stakeholders to the table today to run a ballot question for November? Or could you build up that credibility with those stakeholders and with the public to run that in 2016? The one argument that I think really resonated with the public and with the county commission and with legislators is that you still have money in your reserves. $94 million is the number that I hear constantly. Okay, that's great.
It's actually
down to
74
70.
million.
But actually, that's not true at all. That's not in reserves. And the people get that because people like you keep saying that, Tom. We do not have that money in reserves. It's money the voters voted on to do a specific thing.
With all due respect, Trustee Ayazi, I agree. But that's what I hear from the public, is that they believe.
But you just said the same thing again.
Because I was trying to illustrate, with all due respect, that that's what people believe. Not that I believe it, and that's not what I'm telling people in the general public, but that's what has been published and is presented to the general public. So you got to change that message. That was my only point to that. I don't come to you today before you today because I'm a lobbyist. I don't come to you today because of any other reason that I'm an advocate for education in this county. I always have been. It's more important to me now because I have a 6-year-old. I don't want to influence you either way. I just wanted to bring forward information. I'd be more than happy to answer more questions about the process.
Some hard ones. Come on,
Hit me.
let's pepper him.
Trustee Rosenberg?
That's no problem. Tom, you seem to be saying that it's a waste of time to go out this year. Maybe next year, but we need more lead time. You don't think it can be successful?
Trustee Rosenberg, my belief and my prediction is that if you were to place something on the ballot in 2014, it would not be successful.
Trustee Ayaz.
Okay. How did the school district's bond go in 2002?
For the record, Tom Clark, to you, Trustee Ayazi, it won by a very slim margin.
And how many local ballot questions were on the ballot at that time?
I do not honestly know the answer to that question.
There were 10 local things on the ballot at that time. So when you say that the voters will be confused, I don't know why this doesn't compare to that where they can understand things. The voters have a capability to understand what they want to understand and be cognizant of the ones that they want to understand. There were 10 issues, including retrack on 2002. Very huge discussion about that. And one of the things we were discussing was a ballot issue that wouldn't raise taxes. If there was a ballot issue that didn't raise taxes, would that change your opinion about whether it could pass or not?
Thank you for the record, Tom Clark. I appreciate you reminding me that there were 10 issues on the ballot. My concern this particular election cycle is that with the margins tax, I think people would be more likely to vote for the corporations paying a tax for education rather than me. And even if it was an advisory question, I don't know if it would be successful.
And what if the margins tax passes? What's the chance of us getting something 2 years later?
for the record, Tom Clark, there is a very good chance that you would get something 2 years later. But
Wait, let's
yeah.
go on that a little bit. You're saying if the voters vote for something that gives us more money this year, they'll vote again 2 years later to give us more money. And you really feel that that's true?
If it's perceived that it's coming from somebody other than themselves, yes, they would vote for it again.
So if I say it's coming from a county instead of their pockets, is that from somewhere else? Or a flood control project they never voted on?
It's still their money.
Again, for the record, Tom Clark, I think that depending on the campaign that you run, you could run a campaign that would educate the voters about where those dollars came from. Whether it be I think it's 8 cents from an eighth of a cent that goes to flood control, or, whatever those projects happen to be, but they still perceive that money coming from themselves. Now, however, if you look at the bank account and you've already paid it, and you can pull that into the district, then yeah, I think people would support it. But my point is that any kind of a property or sales tax versus a margins tax would lose, because I think people believe that the corporate tax, the margins tax, coming from somebody else is going to be not detrimental to them.
And I know that I want to say thank you for coming and sharing your opinion, and I know that we're going to have differing opinions here, even amongst ourselves when we talk about this. So, but I want to make sure, Trustee Ozzie, is it debating or asking a question?
I'm asking a question about what do you think the chances are of the margins tax?
For the record, Tom Clark, I firmly believe that the margins tax is going to be successful this cycle.
But there's going to be a lot of money out there defeating the margins tax, trying to defeat it.
And it'll be 2-to-1 in support.
And my contention is today, as it was before, that if the voters who want to fund education, if they had an option to have two different things on the ballot to fund education, they might pick this one that supports local schools as to a statewide one that they don't really know where it goes to support. I think giving voters an option is a good thing.
And thank you, Madam President, again for the record, Tom Clark. I think if it was a binding question,
which it would be,
and you could get the stakeholder support to educate the voters about it, I think you could be very correct.
Which we won't.
So
we're not going to get the stakeholder all the way for discussion.
If it was an advisory question, I don't think it would be helpful. If it was a binding question similar to AB 46 that you put on the ballot and said, we're going to increase your property tax, we're going to increase your sales tax, this is the district that you didn't know about, and this is the district that you should.
That's not what I'm proposing, that we're going to increase anyone's tax. So let's not go there.
Okay.
No, I'm just throwing it out there as being part of the deliberation.
We cannot have a binding question to increase the property tax.
Right.
Because we're at the cap of $3.64. Right.
Okay, so are there any other questions?
I do.
Trustee Ruggiero?
So, Mr. Clark, thank you, and thank you for your opinion. We appreciate that, and the public needs to know that you represent big organizations with high dollar amounts connected to them as far as their trust in you to take care of their business. So you are a very credible person to give us advice. I want that on the record. And so my question is, and when you were talking about the history, the historical component to funding with the district, you talked about how some of these initiatives were defeated, and you pointed to the public's perception. So in your professional opinion, I think we're clear that there's a perception problem out there. how do we address that? So as a person who runs campaigns, who represents these large organizations, what is the best way to get to these folks that will make decisions or that will influence policymakers to make decisions? Because one thing I continue to hear is, well, if we do something at the legislature, those are the legislators making the decision. And my argument was, yes, but who elects them? And those are the I have not heard an answer. What is the best way to change this perception?
Thank you, Madam President. Again, Tom Clark for the record, to you, through you to Trustee Ruggiero. It's grassroots. It's working with the parents. It's educating them that you are accountable. That, in my experience, since 1996, when the Yes Yes for Kids campaign passed, oversight was created. Community oversight. This board, although it's considerably different than it was last time I testified in support of a campaign, is different. It's a matter of getting out there and educating those folks. Now, the concern that always affects governments, especially school districts, statewide, you don't have the ability to advocate. You only have the ability to educate. So you have to have a third party or second party come in and raise the money to advocate on behalf of the issue. So it's going to be an uphill climb. But getting those message points out of the district that an advocacy group can then use to go out to the community and sell through direct mail and radio and TV and everything else, that's the key. And that's, I believe that would be the process that you all would have to go through. We would help. There's a lot of people that are advocates for the district that would organize and raise money. I unfortunately don't believe that. I think the raising of the money to make out the message is going to be incredibly difficult.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
No, I just wanted to thank you for coming in and presenting. And I know that we had requested the psyche, at this moment without you knowing as far as what our discussion is. And I've been here for 6 years. Barbara has been here for 8 years. And this has been a constant conversation as far as perception. And I can't tell you, every board, every year, I mean, we tried one year when things were better as far as economy, we poured in so much money on this campaign. Do you remember, Trustee Clark? And, it's just really frustrating. And so I'm thinking that we are living in a different time this year. I could tell you that, we haven't done a survey or whatever like we did that first year, Trustee Clark, but I think in the constituents, I think now that I talk to different groups, before I would talk to this group and they would say, oh my God, there's no confidence. Now there's more confidence. So now I have this group who had confidence has no confidence. So we're like this all the time. So I do want to commend you for your thoughts. I think that's something that's important to us so that we take that into consideration as we continue with our discussions.
And I appreciate that. Again, Tom Clark for the record, Trustee Gutierrez. I think that, I don't want to give you advice that says you should or you shouldn't. I just wanted to impart on you what I believe and understand is the electorate for this particular cycle. Now, I could come here in January of 2015 and give you a completely different understanding, but this is my forecast for what 2014 is going to look like. All of you have run campaigns. You know how difficult it is. I don't believe personally that everybody in the district that has a kid believes you're doing a bad job. But there are people out there who are putting forward that persona, and that's what you've got to combat. And when you open up the realm of a question, whether it be advisory or whether it be initiative or referendum, they're coming back.
Trustee McClure.
Yes, Tom, I appreciate you coming here today as well, and having been on that Say Yes for Kids campaign for most of my life as a Washoe County School District former employee, along with the board. I value your input. I was on this Say Yes for Kids as well this last round, and believe that you truly do have the pulse of our community and have given us some stellar recommendations, something that we will be putting into our mind bank and have to mull about all of this. But I know that you come here this evening with your heart wide open as a parent as well as a community member, and I really want you to know I appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McClary. And just as a final note, this young lady on my left did a phenomenal job for you guys at the legislature, and she does a phenomenal job for you in the community. And I support her big time.
Oh, I'm blushing.
Does that mean you're going to write a check somewhere along the line?
You form a committee. I'll bring my checkbook.
Well, any additional questions?
Thank you.
So I just want one quick thing.
Thank you again, Mr. Clark. For
Obviously, I appreciate Mr. Clark's time. He's been here this afternoon, and I value his input too. So I just wanted to give you an update. I think you got an email today probably from Jill Tolles about the survey that she talked about the last time she was here, putting that together to send out to her Say Yes for Kids committee. I think it was this morning, hopefully. You've been in your meeting, so you probably haven't had a chance to see it. But take a look at that. She's wanting to send that out next week, give the week for feedback, and then she'll come and present the findings of that survey at the February 11th meeting. It's kind of a synthesize that information, the feedback that she gets back, and hopefully then you'll have this with that, some information about going forward in terms of an initiative petition.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, if I may just make one last closing remark. I talk all the time, so regardless of your decision, this community is going to be behind you, and whatever we can do, we will do. And we've got a history of that, and it's like I told the county commission, it's one constituent, it's my kid. So the business community will be behind you regardless of what you decide to do going forward. So thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate it.
So, okay, I did not see an email, but it might have gone to a different email than where I was at this morning. I know, Trustee Ayazi, you were going to look at that survey. Did you have a chance to do that?
I didn't see it this morning.
Okay, all right.
I did.
We can hear your beats.
What?
Or your beats.
Oh, sorry.
It's like Captain Cool.
You need to make the board happy. It's just so difficult.
Need a little squeaky.
Where's our things? So anyways, Trustee Ayazi.
I just have one more question. On the only one we really discussed about on a timeline that we needed was an initiative petition.
Yes,
So we
sir.
needed a timeline.
The timeline for the initiative petition,
Yes.
the June 27th deadline for the 28,000 signatures.
No, was how far back do we have to go actually to get it on the ballot? That's it? Just that's all we need to do?
We have to have the signatures turned into the county clerk's office by June 27th. They have to go through a process of validation.
And there's how many signatures again required?
It's like 28,000 something, 28,128. I've got a email I can dig up.
30,000.
Yeah, roughly 30,000. And then there's a process by which it has to be posted for, I think, 5 weeks. That if there's any sort of legal challenge to say you can or can't.
After the 27th?
Right.
Okay.
I think it only has to be validated, no survive legal challenge until about a month before the election when they actually print the ballots.
And then to get over one comment that was said by Mr. Clark, we can advocate until it becomes a ballot issue. You checked that out, correct?
That's correct. The feedback I got from the attorneys I talked to is the problem is it's a bit of gray area. It's not necessarily the day that it becomes a ballot question. You have to stop. There's some gray area there that we would have to get some legal advice on when we would have to stop actually spending our own money to advocate and resources.
Right, but we have some time where we can spend our own money.
That's my understanding.
So for instance, could we just go out and do a poll?
I just wrote that down, polling.
Great minds run in the same ditch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I can't talk to you about election law, but my understanding is we could spend our own money to do some polling preliminarily to see what the feedback would
And in
be.
your advice, how long would a good poll take? I mean, by the time we say, okay, we're going to take a poll, get the questions, get it, combine it, tabulate it, how long does that take?
The polling doesn't take very long. The long part is drafting. Experts are the ones who draft these questions, so they're not leading questions or that there's any sort of bias involved. That's the part that takes a long time. Once you decide to pull the trigger on the polling, it can be done very quickly.
That's what I mean, from start to finish, to get a good one done. Is it a month? Is it less than a month, you think?
I would probably say 4 to 6 weeks. But I've never done a poll before. I've never run a campaign, so I want to be clear.
Do we know how long it takes to gather 28,000 signatures on the average? How much that takes?
I have no idea.
Entities to do that?
Generally, when people do those things, they pay. You raise money and you pay people to go get
Right.
signatures
I was
at
just wondering
grocery
what the
stores, but I don't know
average amount of time that.
I have no idea. If Mr. Clark knows, I'm more than happy to ask his free
Both
expertise.
questions, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, Tom Clark for the record. As far as the timing of the poll between crafting of the questions and getting on the street is really not that long of a period of time. You could probably get that done in less than 2 weeks. I mean, during a lot of campaigns, we do it on turn it on a dime. As far as collecting the signatures, well, that's a completely different equation because typically the companies that collect the signatures, unless you've got a huge volunteer team that can do it, you pay people to do it, and it's 25 to 50 cents a signature. They stand out in front of the DMV and the Walmarts and the Rayleighs and the Safeways and all that place, and they collect those signatures, and then those signatures are then verified based on a sample by the county clerk.
Right.
So they would take a 10% or 5% sample, depending on the number of signatures that are assumed, and verify those against the voter records so that you know that you've got actual signatures from registered voters. And then once that is done, the registrar will come back with a determination as to whether you have enough signatures based on the signatures collected and the ones that are verified or not. So that process itself, depending on the registrar staff, which, as we know at the county, is not very voluminous at this point, could take much longer than doing a poll.
But we don't have to worry about how long it takes their staff. We just have to worry about how long it takes to gather 28,000 signatures by June 27th, right?
That would be very correct, yes.
As long as they validate those signatures and there's not a problem and you don't have to go back out and get more. You don't.
Okay.
You run up against the deadline and then you're in, you're out.
Yeah.
And if you're out, you're out.
And the other, there was one other question.
No,
That was
he
it,
did.
the quick polling.
Polling is
can be
about 2
quick.
weeks. Okay, great, thanks. So we'll bring it back to the table, and what does the board want to do as far as discussing this today? How do you want to approach this? Trustee Iozzi?
Well, I think we'd better start discussing it if we're even thinking about doing an initiative petition, because we just don't have enough time. And again, some of the things that I've been considering, and I do, Mr. Clark's worked on some of my campaigns. I trust his judgment a lot. That doesn't mean I always agree with it. And also, it's the ramifications I have to put up with, is when do we take control of what happens to the district, and when do we try to move ahead and see what those crystal balls are? There's other people out there doing things, and we have to concern ourselves with one campaign. And I've been sort of lucky in that when you run for office, you don't get to pick which year you're running. It's you got to run for the year the office is. You can't, well, I'll put it off for 2 years. I don't know how it would suit the district to wait, personally. We know going to the legislature, I mean, we had as many people behind us as we could get behind us. And we went to the legislature and it didn't work. I don't think if you went out and asked the voters what happened last year or 5 years ago with the district bond, they would even know. All they know is you keep coming back to us, which is true. So I don't see how that is a knock on us if we go back again, because if that's the assumption, okay, we're coming back to you and asking for your support on this. And I think the other issue that I I believe that if you do go out and it doesn't raise taxes, and it goes towards away from something that maybe they don't want, again, I'll talk about flood control. The voters never voted on flood control, and that's just the point of the cost of flood control. And the part about advocacy, about people paying to advocate for this, and you have to raise the money, my question is, who's going to pay to be against it? That's the other question here. Who's going to rally the troops around to raise that $200,000 to say this is a bad thing? That's what I haven't identified yet as to what's going to happen. And I do trust the voters here if people are so upset with the margins tax that if given a choice, they might make that choice on a more reasonable level than what the margins tax is. And that's what voting is about. It's a choice between A and B. And everyone seems to not want to give the voters a choice about funding education. And if this passes this time, the public still thinks it's the school district asking for money. So 2 years from now, we put on the ballot, oh, you guys keep coming back to us asking for money. So they're not going to see that it's not the school district. It's just the schools are coming to us asking for money. So for me, I think, and I could pull the plug at any time on that, but I think we should move forward on looking at an initiative petition. What the form of that takes, but that's the only thing that we're tight in on our time frame. And maybe to start that off would be to get some sample wording out there and do a poll. So it's not just the stakeholders deciding what they want to do. And sometimes, we know from our discussion is they're basing their decisions on what's happening in their jobs and their businesses and not necessarily how it reflects on the district. But if we did a poll with the people, with the actual voters, perhaps that might give us more direction on whether this could be successful or not.
Trustee McClure?
When we met with the Oversight Management Committee, I believe at that time we didn't have a necessary consensus. And when you talked about the RTC, the flood control dollars and all the rest of it, Jill Tolles had agreed that she would go forward, and she sat here, I think it was 2 weeks ago, put together a survey, which we did get today. At that time, she was then going to send it out to the major groups that have supported us in the past and at least get a feeling on that particular issue alone. And I think we need to give some thought to what Jill has done, since she was one of our strongest advocates, and get that information back from the groups. And perhaps we then need to bring that oversight group back together again. I don't know, I'm a novice in all of this, so I just don't want to move forward until I feel that I've gotten enough feedback beyond what occurred at the county commission and at the legislature. I believe there are many, many people who support the school district, and when it comes right down to it, we've had several parent groups who have shown up here and asking for safety issues to be corrected at their schools, and fully not knowing that had that AB 46 passed, that would have made that particular issue one less complicated for this school board. So because we did meet with that whole group of people who came, I think we need to continue with that course of action. At least I'm not against doing what you're talking about at all.
I think they're parallel courses. I agree with you.
All right.
So Trustee Ruggiero.
Well, I think Trustee Ayaz and Trustee McClory are both on the right page. I think we have to be careful of saturation, and that's what happens when key stakeholder groups get together. You do get to a point of saturation where, so we need to be mindful of that. I am really, really curious. I would love to see us do a poll and ask these questions, because I'm the one who continues to say there's a perception issue out there. I don't know if it's because I just finished running a campaign and I was out there talking to these key stakeholder groups. I believe we have the full support of our community stakeholders, the business community. However, and Trustee McClory just alluded to this, I met with a group of parents who really were not cognizant of what was happening with AB 46. Our lives are busy, and sometimes we're not paying attention unless it really has something to do with our child or our lives, and I think that could be happening in the community. So I would be very much for some sort of poll to finally get some real good data and answer these questions that we're having. Is there a perception problem? Is there not a perception problem?
Trustee Rosenberg and then Trustee McClary.
There is a perception problem. We know there is one. And Tom said something that I think resonates. We need to demonstrate that we are good stewards of the money. That's why I suggested weeks ago, let's take $20 million. I don't know where it's going to come from. But the first year, AB 46 would have yielded us $20 million. Take $20 million and do what we say we need to do with that money, show them how it's spent, the time limits that we impose on it, we get things done, so that at the same time that we're doing a poll, we're also demonstrating that we do know what we're doing. I don't think you can do one or the other. I think you got to do both.
Trustee McClary.
Well, we had a very extensive poll when the last bond was defeated. Mm-hmm. And then we embarked upon another chorus to try and educate. And I think that's exactly the key to all of what we're talking about here. And Howard, I don't disagree with what you're talking about either. I just think there are a lot of opportunities for us to educate the public. It's a matter of determining what's the best way to do that. I mean, if we spent $60,000 or $50,000 on that audit of capital projects, mm-hmm. I mean, and that came out clean as a whistle. And it's like no one really paid any attention to that because, once again, and I will say this, and it breaks my heart, but everyone has been to school, and so everyone has their own perception based on many, many factors that really don't have much to do with what's occurring today. It's the way this is what I would have done, and this is what they would have done when I was going to school. So I think the education piece is really an important piece of this whole puzzle.
Superintendent Martinez.
The only thing I would add is for us to consider also making sure that we get legal opinions on anything we want to propose, because I would hate to go down the path, and I'm a novice here, so I've always found the tax system here in Nevada probably the most confusing system I've ever seen. I mean, it really is compared to what I'm used to in other states. So I love Trustee Ayazi's out-of-the-box thinking.
Right, exactly.
I want to make sure just that, because I just remember what happened, I believe it was the last legislative session, or the two sessions before, where the governor had overturned something because, he was trying to take, the state was trying to use revenues from one source.
That's
and
right. That came out of Clark County.
So I just want to make sure that so that's so fresh in my mind, because that also affected a lot of other decisions. So I would just ask the trustees for us to consider also making sure we get legal opinions, so that, especially because polls cost money, just to make sure that that we have something, that if we decide to go with a ballot, that we know that somebody won't challenge it, and then we won't find out later that it's unconstitutional or against state law.
That's all we need.
Trustee Ayazi and Trustee McClary.
I just want to channel my Lyle Lovett a little bit. Where would we be if we didn't try? I mean, I look at the bad side too. Is okay, you don't put something on this year, then you wait till the next legislative session. What did we hear in the legislative session last time? How come you didn't go to the voters? Isn't that? I mean, how many times do we hear this? How come you didn't go to the voters? They're going to say the same thing. They're going to say you didn't go to the voters. The county, we gave you local, and the county said no. We have the same governor who says no new taxes. So I don't think getting this out of the legislature is very good.
I agree.
Then it's time to, if the margin tax passes, then it's okay, then we'll go back to the voters again didn't we just approve something? So when I look at that downside too, it's, where will we be if we don't try?
Trustee McClary.
A suggestion, and Jill, when she sent the survey today for us, she wanted approval from the Board of Trustees before she sent anything out, but she also talked about the legality issues surrounding it. And so what we're talking about is our attorney and whomever else he needs to bring into the Brain Trust to approve whether or not that is a viable option, and those are Dave's ideas. Secondly, and I think we need answers on that. So let's just say, for sake of argument, that yes, everything's fine and legal, out it goes. The poll. Then we begin simultaneously, as the research is being done on this, to take a look at a poll and how we would put that poll together, and then we send it out. And by that time, whether or not we're going to run against this June 27th date is another issue. But where there's a will, there's a way. And if we needed to marshal forces, I think that we could on behalf of the school district, because we are talking about parents and teachers and staff who know that the need at every school is legitimate, that we're not upping the ante in relationship to our discussion about it, but these things are happening and we do need that resource. So I guess what I'm proposing is that we move forward in looking at this survey that Jill put together, determine whether it's legal, send it out, then we'll have the information, and at the same time, and I don't know where we are with our relationship with the last survey group that was doing all of those professional surveys or not, but we've got certainly enough staff here to be able to come up with the appropriate questions to ask our constituents, and then to discuss what it would look like, and are we going to target it? How are we going to send it out? Because there's I would say, a cost involved in all of that. Yeah. You've got to have paper go out to some of our groups. They're going to have to be in Spanish. We're talking about marshaling forces at the schools, because if you have surveys going on, you can do them on computer and you can do them by paper, and you can have our parent involvement facilitators assist so that we have all of our Hispanic community and our hard-to-serve communities that would be able to participate as well. So.
Well, I think that would be that's a very good point that Trustee McGlory is bringing up. I was thinking of a professional polling company
that
would
I
do
was just going to say.
Polling.
You want to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, I think you want more of a voter sampler, not necessarily a parent sampler, because you want to see what the voters that would typically show up, and they know how to pick that grouping out amongst everybody. Not to say that we don't know what our parents are, but that's
if I could point out one more thing at least. When we talk about the cost of doing this, I got to remind you, we're falling behind $20 million a year in school needs. Every year, that list is growing by $20 million. So if we have to go out and spend some money to do this, and maybe it comes in 2 years earlier, that's the cost-benefit analysis we've got to look at.
Well, and I agree. I think we have to at least come back the next time with a cost of how much it would cost to hire a polling group to go out and come up with the appropriate question and poll the voting populace, however they do that. At the same time, I think somebody needs to look at Jill Toll's survey, approve it, and have her send it out and get that information back. And at the same time, have legal start looking at the legal ramifications, and then with more, because obviously if I agree with you about the polling, but if, I think we need to get more information. It's always better making a decision than without it. Trustee Housing.
I agree with the one caveat on the timing issue is we can't go do a poll unless we know what kind of questions we want them to ask. So we have to decide, what we want answers. Do you want to take the flood control money or not? Do you want to go after property tax or not? Do you want to? So we've got to come up with those things before you can even get the polling done. So I don't want to have to wait 2 weeks to say, well, now we got to come up with the answers. I mean, if we agendize it for next meeting, we really talk about those issues and poll on those particular things. We can't even do the legal analysis until they know what it is we're asking.
And what was your suggestion as far as that it didn't raise taxes? Was that the water district or moving money around?
And property taxes. I took a question off of the animal services that passed where it didn't raise taxes to a lot of the residents. And if we just take that same thing out there, and that passed by a wide margin, to say it's just going to be neutral to you. So that's one option, and the other one it would be a separate question, would be the sales tax issue on the flood control.
So I'm,
No,
I was just going to say, I mean, what I would like to do is take, and I know you've already given that input, Trustee Ozzie, to Jill Tolles around the survey.
Right.
I like to take those specific questions and actually just get a legal opinion, so that way everybody's well informed and, yeah, so just that way. So I mean, like I said, I like to leverage your knowledge, frankly, because, I mean, why reinvent the wheel when there's specific ideas you have, and maybe like I said,
And if somebody else has a different one, I mean,
Absolutely.
the only two we got to go.
Trustee Ruggiero?
Yeah, I think the polling's the right way to go because it will help guide us. I think, Mr. Clark made a very good point where here we are again. Here we are again, and we keep spinning our heads. And in this poll, we can figure out what the perception is. And I think, actually, I would be thrilled to have a poll answer some of these questions that we continue to ask. So,
yeah, but what we're getting at is making a decision that we want to put out a petition that accesses other governmental entities' monies. That to me is a huge issue. Just philosophically, to say that, and what are the ramifications of that? If it was something that, I haven't quite figured out where I am on that. I think it's a great out of the box, but I'm not quite sure where I'm at that. So, however, let me ask a stupid question. We can't, because it's at the legislature, we can't do something about that the rollover bond continues without having to go back to the voters. That's a different.
That's the legislative.
That's the legislative.
We
That's
could
what I
have
thought.
it be a question. Actually, we can't put on the ballot as a question, as a non-binding question. We don't want to have to get signatures for that. The county commission could put something on the ballot for that to say, would you be in favor of this? But we're not allowed to do that.
So really, the only options with the initiative are what exactly?
Existing revenue, well, we can't
So
raise any revenues.
Right. So, but existing revenue means that we say we're after a certain pot of money that already exists somewhere.
Well, here's the way I think it is, and again, I'm not a lawyer either. I think if we ask about the sales tax for flood control or anything else, that was imposed legislatively. I don't know if the citizens can vote to change that somewhere, so that might not be a binding question because the legislature imposed that 8 cent. Actually, maybe they didn't. I got to rethink the county. They might have. They enabled the county to do that, I think.
Yeah, and the county did it at the same time that
they did a retract.
It was connected to the 1997 legislation where other school districts got other capital money.
Right.
Instead of using the sales tax for schools,
Right.
they used it for flood control.
And retract, both those two, and public safety.
Right.
Those three issues.
So it's connected.
So that would be one legal question: is would it be binding or not? The property tax would probably be binding. If you did that, depending on how you word the question, it would just be a transfer of money. To do that, I believe that, as I hear the conversation now, I don't know if it would be bad for us to say we might do 2 polls. Maybe we just do an initial poll, just initially, would you be in favor of doing this and this? Then you go figure out the hows and whys and whether it comes out favorably. Then you go figure out the question directly, and then you poll again about the same thing to see if it works. But we can get a broad-based poll. Would you be in favor of, for instance, transferring money from flood control to the school district? Even if you say it's only for a 20-year period, or that's what we can ask on the polling questions.
So what's our opposition for saying that? Who's going to come forth and raise money to oppose us if we ask about flood control monies?
I think you'll have
the flood control people.
Yeah.
No.
Are there 3 of them, or are there 300 of them?
Actually, I don't think you're going to see all the entities come forward. I think you'll see some people who might be our same stakeholders who, I mean, to them, that's also construction money if flood control happens. But then for you to remember, they still have to impose a huge fee on everyone to get that done. They're looking to raise another $250 to $300 million outside of this 8 cent sales tax to even do partial flood control. And it hasn't got approval from the Army Corps of Engineers yet. And that's why I do believe there's enough money in this county right now to do what we need to do if we move things around at the appropriate time. That's what I feel. I mean, I really do. I think RTC right now has money, and if we worked all together, it would be different, but we don't. because we're afraid of stepping on each other's toes, but sometimes we should, so that it doesn't cost the taxpayers more money. But we would get some opposition perhaps from some of the larger contractors, probably from the city of Sparks.
Yeah, they got a lot of jeopardy there.
And how much money would that generate?
It's an 8% of sales tax, so like roughly $7 million a year right now.
And if we went after flood control money?
That's the flood
That's
control.
the 7.
It's an 8% sales tax.
Trustee McClure.
Well, once again, we've got that survey sitting in our computers that Jill has asked us to take a look at, and then she was going to send it out to our highly supportive groups of people.
Motion to approve it.
Oh, well, I make a motion to approve the survey, given the fact that Randy can do all of the research necessary, and that the board, I don't know, but the board has not seen
I
it.
have not read.
I have not read it either.
I think she, in the email she gave you till the end of the week or something, to say, hey, look it
I
over.
don't think anybody's opposed to that. We're trying to figure out the other step about whether or not we want, do you want to go forth with a survey on the flood control? Are you ready to do that?
I think we need to do what we said we were going to do when we met with the Oversight Management Committee, which was to do the survey on Dave's ideas and to send it out to that group of individuals who are our strong supporters and get some feedback from them. That's got to be the number one thing that we do.
Jill's poll, that's Jill's survey you just talked about?
So you don't want simultaneously the attorney to look at the legality of the other issues?
Well, that's what he's going to be looking at.
And what I can bring back at the next meeting when you get the results of the survey is just simply the cost of a poll and what it would look like. I mean, there are professional people who do that. You can pick sample sizes, how many people, it's all telephone based. This is a science. Yeah, this is a science. They know what they're doing. So I'll bring back a few options about this is what it would cost if we wanted to do polling. I'm sure they charge you, per second or per question or whatever, and we can decide the scope of the project based on what we think it's going to cost with the information back from the survey that Jill sends out in the meantime.
Madam President, can I see if there's a motion on the table that encompasses the last three things I just heard?
No, there's no motion on
Well,
that.
I was going to ask if Trustee McClory wanted to make that motion that she just started.
Well, let's make sure that everybody's comfortable and answered their questions before we put a motion. Are we at that point?
I think that any questions that we ask that will give us information are good. Let's try it. And if Jill Toll's questionnaire, her survey, does what we want it to do and it's legal, then I think we ought to go for it.
Well,
otherwise, we're going to be talking
right.
for the next 200 years.
So by the next meeting, then, whoever looks at it, agrees to it, the faster we get back to her, the faster it can go out.
Yes.
She can come back with some answers. So I don't know, do we need a motion on those things?
Actually, we
already agreed to.
We had already agreed to go forward with this timeline last meeting, so I think
The new aspects of the discussion, are legal issues surrounding advisory questions, and number two, cost of polling.
yeah, those are the two additional items.
Do we need a motion to ask her to come back with the cost of polling?
I don't
think
No.
so. And I don't think we need a motion to tell you to start researching.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're cool.
I think we're good.
Okay, so I need to look at the agenda now. Is Kafori Armstrong here?
Yes.
So why don't we do them next, if we don't mind? I know it's, or Lindsay, I know you have a family. I think Kafori Armstrong's going to go fast.
And I just looked again, and they went to a junk mail or something.
That's a 268.
Got it.
I'll introduce you. All right, President Clark.
welcome.
Thank you. President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, members of the board. For the record, Tom Sosinski, Chief Financial Officer. And this is an opportunity to speak to you about our high level of accountability. First, I'd like to introduce our Controller, Gail Carson. as well as our representatives from Conforti Armstrong, Felicia O'Carroll, our shareholder, and Cindy Vance, the lead auditor on the district's audit. So in terms of the district's audit, this is an opportunity to see how we measured up against the budget, and so that's why we're here this evening. We're here a little later than normal. Normally this happens in November, but as you recall, because of the AB 46 situation, we requested Conforti to assist us with a agreed upon procedures, or bond audit as some people refer to it, but I know Felicia will flip when I say bond audit, so it's agreed upon procedures. So, and as you know, the results of that came out very well. Unfortunately, AB 46 didn't come out as well. So in order to extend our audit, we did have to request an extension with the Department of Taxation, which you asked me to do, and we got 2 30-day extensions. And so by completing this task this evening and having the board accept the report, we've completed that process, and we'll submit our reports to the Department of Taxation and Department of Education after this evening. I am pleased to report that this year's audit was excellent, one of the best ever, I think, for the school district. And that doesn't, I mean, we always have good audits, but this one was exemplary. And unfortunately, I'm in a new role, so I don't get to talk about all the good stuff. So that's going to be Gail and the auditor. So, but I did have to say that. But receiving an audit is no accident. It's as a result of our budgetary and fiscal discipline, and it starts with the school board, the superintendent and his leadership team, all of our great schools, our support departments. Pay special thanks to the state and federal programs. Ms. McNeil's here. Their office does a great job handling our grants, and Mr. Etchart, our Chief Operating Officer, Capital Projects, as you know, with the agreed upon procedures, has done a great job managing our bond funds, as well as the rest of our support departments that do what they need to do every day. Gail and Conforti are going to get into the results of the audit, but let me just add a few comments. We're still dealing with a structural deficit. Again, just by definition, a structural deficit is where we have more expenditures than revenues. So even though things are getting better, we're still not out of the woods. So we always have to think about that as we think about the budget moving forward. We have maintained very conservative budgeting practices. We're still monitoring an economy that's getting better but still is fragile. And we still need to work with the legislature to address the needs that we have as an organization. And I also would point out that, you know, as part of our conservative budgeting practices, we always seek to try and come in under budget. And I think in the general fund, as you've seen a history there, we've done a good job of doing that. And 5% was kind of a goal of what we have of coming in under budget, and we were able to accomplish that in our general fund this year. Let me close my part of the discussion by saying, let me tell our story a little bit. And so we've been through a lot of change this last year. First, it starts with 3 new Board of Trustee members, Trustee Ayazi, Trustee Rosenberg, and Trustee Rosario. Superintendent Martinez just completed his first year with us. I'm new as your CFO. We do have increasing enrollment after 5 years of decline. We do now have graduation rates of 72% as a result of the leadership of the organization and the great work of our students in the schools. We have a new performance framework. We have a new acceleration zone. We have academic programs like the Signature Academies, our high school graduation initiative, college preparedness initiative, first generation initiative, and intervention initiative. So just some of the things that we're doing. We know the great level of effort that was put forth on AB 46, but unfortunately the outcome didn't match the effort. We have social and emotional learning grants. We have school safety and community-wide discussions given our situation at Sparks Middle School, and so we're all very mindful of that. All told, this is all happening in a process where we're still dealing with budget reductions. As I spoke to Trustee Gutierrez yesterday, $163 million worth of shortfalls over the last 6 years. Those are big numbers. But the good news is, again, we're coming out of what I would call our version of the Great Depression, and I think, we're headed back in the right direction. There's a lot of green shoots out there. We're seeing our economy start to turn around. Our real estate's getting better. The numbers are starting to come around. I like the conversation earlier today. We're not last in certain things, and that's a good thing. Let me end my portion of the conversation by saying, again, we've gotten the GFOA Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting for the last 12 years. We will be certainly submitting this report for the 13th year. But what that award demonstrates is good fiscal stewardship by this school district. We're measuring ourselves against our peers around the country, and we've had a great track record of accountability here, and so I wanted to make sure we're telling that story with you again this evening. So let me stop here and turn it over to Gail, our controller, and I'll stand aside.
Thanks, Tom. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Martinez, and other ladies and gentlemen in the audience.
And let's pull the microphone down closer to you. Yeah.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, and it bends. Bend it down.
All right. So as you can tell from Tom's opening comments about the time frame, this year the CAFR has been the gift that keeps on giving. And I cannot tell you how happy I am to be here tonight to present this CAFR to you with the other folks that are here with us. So Tom also gave you an overview of the process that we've gone through and some of the highlights. And he mentioned that Felicia and Cindy from Confori will be taking you through the financial sections of the audit. So I have this itty-bitty little thing to talk about so that we're not duplicating information for you. And even with that, Tom talked about 3/4 of it. So I'm going to be really brief here. I just want to draw your attention to the letter of transmittal. That's a letter signed by Pedro and by Tom. And it's addressed to the citizens of Washoe County and to you as the Board of Trustees. And it's just an overview of some of the things that have been happening in the district. So Tom mentioned the major initiatives. That takes up the majority of what's in here. But it also talks a little bit about the district and how we were formed, and a little bit about the types of schools that we have and the number of schools and the enrollment trending. It also includes sections on internal controls and different awards and acknowledgments. Again, one of those things that Tom mentioned for me. It had to do with the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence. So I just wanted to make sure that you saw that. It's very compact, but there's a lot of information in there. As Tom said, the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, that certificate is in that same section. We've received that 12 years in a row, and we'll be submitting that tomorrow to the GFOA for consideration again this year. One other thing for you is, as you go through here, the pictures you see of the children are our students, so you can kind of see the impact that we're having. It's always a little breakup. Not to say this is boring, but it gives you a little bright spot to look at as you're going through all these numbers. So if you don't have any questions for me at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Felicia and Cindy, and they'll walk you through the rest of the financial section.
Great, thank you. Come back.
Thanks.
And we're going to do this really quickly.
We are. Thank you for letting us present tonight. My name's Cindy Vance. I'm the lead audit manager for the Washoe County School District. I'm going to go over the financial section, and then I'll give it over to Felicia, which will go over your compliance, your grant audit section. Many of you have already heard the detailed, or heard us present this before, so I'm going to give actually a very short summary, and if you have any additional questions, we can go over that, and if you want to hear about something more in more detail, we can focus on that, but this will be a quick summary. Again, we completed the audit. Actually, we completed it in November. We were extended 2 months due to the grant audit, but we did include an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that our profession provides. Included in this large book here is management's discussion and analysis, and that falls in the beginning of the CAFR, which is prepared by Gail, the Washoe County School District staff. So if you want a good general information without reading the whole book, focusing on those 15 pages will give you a good overview of the financial status and results of fiscal year 2013. We're already, 7 months into 14. So the statement of net position, which is a new term, basically looks like the same financial statement as this as last year, and then also the statement of activities. It shows your district as a whole. It includes your assets, your liabilities, your net position, and then also your revenues and your expenses. The district did end with positive net position in all 3 categories: your net investment of capital assets, which are your fair value of your capital assets, your buildings, and then it also takes into account debt related to capital construction and any proceeds that you still held. That was $258.7 million as of June 30th, 2013, which is the largest portion of your net position, and again, it's unspendable for future years. Your restricted net assets is $57.2 million, which is compared to $64.4 million, so it's a reduction in your net position, but this is your restricted. You can only use it for debt service, capital projects, and self-insurance activities. Your unrestricted, which you can use for whatever the district determines reasonable, is $61.6 million at June 30th, 2013, which is compared to $58.5 last year. Your governmental net position decreased during the year by $6.9 million, and business type, which is really just nutrition services, did increase by $372,000. But to point out on that, there is a special agreement with Aramark that they have to meet certain financial results, and you did end up with a large reimbursement from Aramark on the expenses that the costs that you paid to them. So you would have had a net loss had it not been for that agreement. Also included in the financial statements immediately following the basic statements are the notes to the financial statements, and those provide additional details on all the financial results. Note 2 of those in those notes does show that we did not find any potential NRS or NEC findings, so we are required to report those in your financial report if we do find them, but we're happy to say there were none. Supplementary information is also included, which include budget to actual, which are required for NRS for all your funds, for individual funds, and the general fund comparative statement, which new this year actually shows a 3-year comparison. In prior years, it's only shown 2 years, so this will give you a better understanding of where you've moved in the last couple years, and really probably the focus of a lot of your looking at the financial results, because that's your general fund is really what you've got to spend. And that was a decrease this year of $4.7 million, but in the prior year was a decrease of $12 million, so much better than last year. Okay, we are happy to say that there are no findings reported in the financial report this year. We're very proud to do that, both from a compliance standpoint, but also from an internal control standpoint. We'd like to see that. And the last part of your financial report includes the statistical section, which includes demographic and multi-year trend information. Okay. Does anybody would like any more information on certain areas? Otherwise, I will let Felicia take over and talk about the compliance section.
Any questions?
Just for the record, some of us saw this already at
yes.
Audit Committee.
Yes.
Audit Committee.
Yes, we did.
Cut out some.
So just a general statement just for the community. So so the good news is that we're lowering our deficit.
Yes.
Because in fiscal year 12, we had a $12 million deficit. We brought down the general fund deficit of $4 million last year. And that was also much better than what we budgeted. And frankly, part of that was because your superintendent was very paranoid about having coming into a district with a budgeted deficit that was so high and creating a whole bunch of layoffs after my first year. That's just not a good. That's not a good perspective. That's not a good future career for a superintendent when they got to do that. So we worked really hard, with our schools, with our staff to cut costs down. And unfortunately, in this state, we're not really allowed to keep much in revenues. Any revenues that we get, even when we come in better than budget, they revert back to the state. That's some of the strange rules that exist here, which are very unordinary or uncommon compared to the rest of the country. And so for us, the only thing we can do is it's based on costs. But the good news is, like I said, is we brought the deficit down to a smaller number, and of course we have a budgeted deficit that's higher than the actual from last year, and we're hoping to try to manage that as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm Felicia O'Carroll. For the record, I'm the shareholder with Kafori Armstrong and Company, CPA firm in charge of the audit. You've had a lot of change this year, as Tom pointed out, and you know what? We're your stability. We've been around for a long time. You've had changes in superintendents, in finance directors, in controllers, but we're here. We stick with you no matter what, so.
Tagline.
As I remember.
Tagline.
As I remember.
We do take audits of local governments very seriously. It's the biggest practice area that we work in. And we're presenting to you tonight because it is required by Nevada revised statutes. Certain items in the audit report have to be presented and have to be read into the minutes. We don't do this just to take up your time. We know you have a lot on your plate, but this year it's really a good thing because it is a very good audit. And I've always presented good audits to you for those of you who've been around. But as Tom pointed out, this is stellar. This is no findings related to the financial audit and no findings related to your federal grant audit. And because you do receive and expend more than $500,000 in federal awards, you are required to have a separate audit of your grants. And we can almost always find something on the grants that we're going to write you up for. The requirements of the Office of Management and Budget have no materiality levels whatsoever. If we find something wrong by $1, they want to know it. So it's very, very restrictive to get that federal money, but we know that it is a valuable asset and resource to the school district. We did audit 5 programs this year, and again, no findings. You did qualify as what's known as a low-risk auditee. That meant that because of good things that have happened to you over the last couple of years, we had to audit 25% of your federal money. In the year ended June 30th or ending June 30th, 2016, that's going to be changed. They just made changes in Congress in late December that number will drop to 20% if you remain a low-risk auditee. So things are looking up. It won't translate into a lot of dollar savings, but there certainly will be some. So it's something good on the horizon. We were required to present some required information to you as those charged with governance. We provided it to you in a separate letter. Just talks about the audit process and what we found, so that you do have. And then I can't make it all positive. I got to talk about one thing. That's something on the horizon. That's what's known as GASB 68. That's accounting and reporting for pensions. And the Accounting Standards Board, Governmental Accounting Standards Board, has determined that beginning in the year ended June 30th, 2015, you will be required to report your proportionate share of the unfunded PERS liability on your books. There's, you've probably heard people talking about it. It's going to turn a lot of financial statements. And you know, one thing I was thinking about when I heard my compatriots talking was, we talk about a CAFR, and CAFR this and CAFR that. It's a comprehensive annual financial report, CAFR, and that's why we call it a CAFR. But it's this great big huge document that we're talking about when we throw out that acronym. Anyway, it's GASB 68 deals with reporting, and it's important to you know that it's not funding, but reporting the unfunded pension liability. There are many, many questions out there about how that will happen. Who is going to prepare that allocation to apportion that $8 billion plus unfunded liability to the 250 local governments and the state in the state of Nevada? Who will prepare the allocation? Who's going to pay for it? With every likelihood, you are going to pay for it, because PERS has no funding to do work for anybody except their own constituents and their own, the people who are going to be receiving the benefits. There are a lot of discussions going on right now. We're actively participating in those. We've been asked by the state to help develop some best practices in regard to GASB 68, so we will keep you posted on things as they happen. But it is a big change that will be happening down the road for you. So with that, remember, put that on your back burner. That's a couple years away. You just came through a year with no findings, and it was Tom's first time through as CFO, so I know he's mighty proud of this financial statement. And we really enjoy working with your staff. They are diligent. They work hard. We don't always agree, but we always work it out. So.
Let me just add too. I want to thank Felicia and Cindy. Their firm has been a great firm for us to partner with, and we don't. I mean, we generally agree on most issues, but sometimes great minds don't always see things eye to eye. But generally speaking, we do get along and we work well together. And their firm is just fantastic. They are really one of the state's leading experts in what they do in terms of audits. So thank you very much for all that you do for us. Thank you.
Yes.
So with that, we'll entertain any questions.
Questions? Well, I think we need to state again that, we just had a conversation about continually being put through the microscope about that we're not accountable, we're not transparent, and as we have said a million times, million and one times, certainly this document that somebody needs this desperately, we can provide it for them so they can look at the portions that were audited and see the dollar amounts. That it speaks volumes. That this no findings is fantastic. It speaks to the dedication, as you've alluded to, of your staff, of the district's leadership.
Yep.
And that includes the trustees.
Absolutely.
And
Stops with the trustees.
so, again, public, hear us roar about how we are have oversight of our dollars, and that is testified by outside entities, not only our auditors, but also the GAFO, do I have, or GAOFF, or
GFOA.
Yeah. There you go.
Right letters.
Those pesky,
Yeah,
those
guys.
Those guys. So, great job, Trustee Iazzi.
Yeah, I never like to be one to miss an opportunity. I mean, there was just something in the newspaper about 5 things you should be worried about City of Reno's finances.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
I think we should put out 5 reasons why you shouldn't be worried.
That's
a very good idea, Ms. Doctor.
And the one that I'm thinking about that I didn't know about until I came here is on the unfunded liabilities. I believe the school district has been funding that over time, correct?
Actually, you have, and that's one thing that we really should point out is we said you had $61.6 million in unrestricted assets, but unfortunately, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board believes that the amount that you have pre-funded on your other post-employment benefits, which makes up a portion of that 61, even though it is probably the most restricted money you have, because it can only be used for post-employment benefits for your retirees, they think it's unrestricted. So it is included in that number.
But the average person, that's what we say. You guys have been very good in putting money away for that.
They have.
Exactly.
I think even the contributions to PERS by the employees, they should be applauded for paying for some of that, which I don't know happens in many of the other jurisdictions.
I think it does.
Again, 5 reasons why you shouldn't be so worried about the school district.
Yeah, I think well said, Trustee
Do a press
Iazzi.
release on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the audit will be published on the district's website if it isn't already.
No, but is Irene
Next
here?
day or so, and then we will certainly work
We'll
with
get that to-
Siobhan
we'll get
and
that
Irene to do any kind of press
That's next
discussion that you'd like to talk about.
I think
the
that was
audit,
well
so.
said, Trustee Iazzi. Yeah.
It is. Good idea.
It's a really good idea.
Good idea, Trustee Iazzi.
That is.
It's a good news.
Now I don't have to have any more the rest of the year.
Wait till graduation's in the fall.
Got that over in January. You're
I ain't
free as a
touching that
bird.
line.
So anyways, be sure, Tom, that you take back to everybody that is involved in the finances of our district. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I expressed that I had our staff meeting this morning and expressed your compliments on the department plan last time. I'm sorry I didn't have the bold red highlights. Pete's making me look bad. But anyway, no, I expressed the warm feelings from last time, and I'll certainly express it again. And again, work with Irene and anybody that wants to do a press discussion on our audit. So.
Trustee McClure?
Yes, and kudos to the federal programming people as well.
Yes,
Kristen,
yes,
Lynn, Rao,
yes.
Rob. I mean, we've got people who care as much about this money as if it were in their own bank accounts.
Absolutely.
And I
Couldn't
think
agree
that's
more.
part of the education process that Tom was talking about. We really need to be more proactive in how we are being fiduciarily responsible in relationship to the taxpayers' dollars in Washoe County School District.
Yes, those taxpayer dollars, whether we get them from the federal, the state, or the local level, all of that combined. And we have, how much have we gotten in grants?
A lot.
Over $57 million.
57, we wouldn't be getting that if we were unreliable, or if we couldn't say where every dime was being spent in the way that they want it to be spent. $50 million, if we didn't have that in our budget, would be a
It's all of our
huge
initiatives.
hole
It's almost all of our
for us to
initiatives.
come up with. So kudos, Trustee Iazzi.
From what I've seen here also in the last year, I think the employees of the school district deserve for taking cuts and doing things that had to be done when it had to happen. I mean, I
Yes.
didn't hear a lot about the school district. I heard a lot about the other jurisdictions having arguments and all that stuff publicly, and this sort of just went, and they bore a lot of those cuts.
Yes, they
Yes,
did.
they did.
And
Yes,
we're still
they did.
getting higher graduation rates, and
Absolutely, you cannot do what did you say, $63 million without pay cuts.
Yep.
It's just not there.
Yep. Couldn't agree more.
So-
Yeah, absolute great comment to our employees. Our employees have been great to work with, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, okay.
I think you have to do a motion to accept.
we don't
Oh,
have.
that's,
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, I'm
I didn't
so
hear that.
excited about all the
Usually we don't
comments.
leave.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I'm sorry.
Well, our work never ends. It's just ongoing.
And you approve the CAFR.
I'm auditing your
I'll
board.
second it. I'll third it.
Board meeting.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you.
Now we're happy.
Thank you.
Important thing, I almost forgot it.
Okay, we have 4 items left. We are going to go to 8.01, bills passed in the 2013 Nevada legislative session. Mrs. Anderson. Yay.
Hi, guys.
Are you guys, what's the word? Drawing straws for who gets.
I don't know. I got glares in the back from the last time I took so long, and I can like feel the lasers in my back. So I promised to go quickly.
It's
but I'm-
always, I would think you guys would all see it as kind of exciting because you never know where I'm going to go on the agenda.
It is. It is like very.
Yeah, it is.
We're all on the edge of our seats.
My head hurts already.
Yeah. Not so much, is it, when you want to go home? Okay, Mrs. Anderson.
Well, I'm actually really excited to be here for this agenda item. I guess
If I leave, the meeting's over.
I scared them away.
Well, it's just that
They
we've
don't
been
wanna hear
going,
my
going, going,
spiel.
going, and there's
I know.
bodily things,
Oh, well, I don't want to get in the way of anybody's bodily business, but I'm really excited about this agenda item because it's not capital. Yay! So I want to talk to you about some of the other stuff that we've been working on. And I had promised at the end of the last legislative session to come back in 6 months and give you kind of a brief update on the implementation. It's one thing to tell you all the bills that have passed, but it's a whole nother thing to make sure that we're actually doing complying with new legislation. So I promised to keep it really quick. This PowerPoint should have been included. Assembly Bill 288, I wish Pedro was sitting here. Maybe he'll pipe in when he comes back. But I don't think anybody could have anticipated how many hours of work we were going to have to put into this after the legislation had passed. This is the bill that eliminates the high school proficiency exam and moves to the end of course exams. The State Board of Education was empowered with a lot of responsibility to change this, and they have been agonizing over these decisions about end of course exams, what years to do it in, what subjects to test. It's been a really in-depth policy conversation, and it continues. In fact, there's a State Board of Education meeting on Thursday. I'm really proud of the superintendents of the state have come together and been the main voice about what they want to see in their schools, and so that's really kind of taking shape right now. So you can see the class of 2017 will be the last to take the high school proficiency exam. There's still decisions being made about cut scores for that exam and compensatory scoring, but we're moving forward on the end of course. So it's really exciting. It's a big change for our high schools. There's still a ton of questions to be answered, but we're moving in the right direction. SB 407. Pedro, do you want to say anything about AB 288? I just said that there's lots of stuff going on at the state board and it's really complex.
Sure. So AB 288, the hearing, the decisions are going to be made this Thursday.
Right.
And So far, what we think is going to happen is starting next year, freshmen and sophomores will not have to take the proficiency exams. There'll be new finals that will be developed, and where freshmen and sophomores, if they pass those finals, they'll be able to move on and graduate. We're looking at, right now, the last conversation was a 9th grade final, a 10th grade final in math, and then 2 tests in 10th grade for English language arts, for one in writing and one in reading. In another year or two, they'll introduce a science exam, and then take out one of the English language art exams. The challenge is going to be for our schools is going to be that we're going to have a funny transition of freshmen and sophomores on a new assessment system, juniors and seniors on the old assessment system. So literally, every grade level next year is going to be tested on something. The good news, though, just to give you an example, the proficiencies currently right now, the children are tested on 4 years worth of standards. So if you think about how hard it is to attach that to a particular teacher or a subject, so when you're taking a science test, it's 4 years worth of science standards. So you could have old information the children have forgotten, or information the children haven't been exposed to, and magnify that across 450,000, or I'm sorry, magnify that across 35,000 per grade level. The new assessments will be on 1 year's worth of standards, but they're going to be hard. They're going to be Common Core assessments, so they're going to be a lot more difficult. So that's the, so this Thursday, all those decisions are going to be probably finalized, and they're going to move forward.
It's been a really interesting policy discussion. There's so many questions, and we're talking about kids graduating from high school. These are high stakes decisions where we do not want kids to get caught in adult problems. So it's been really complex.
You know what is before?
It's not like those discussions haven't happened before every time we change.
It's important for the trustees to know. The state initially was going to limit the retakes to 3. That's compared to seven chances they have now. And the superintendent came together and said, you can't do that, because if you have a child that fails to pass one of these exams, and let's say it's as early as a 10th grader, what are we telling the 10th grader? Go ahead and drop out. Why would you even stay for another 2 years? Because you have no chance of graduating. So we've advocated for unlimited retakes. The challenge will be, and we'll have to go with the legislature with this, is that anything after 3, the districts might be asked to pay for those. And we don't know what that means. And that, again, and our feeling was, well, the answer is not to limit the retakes. So we'll figure out the financial component, and like I said, we have a legislative session coming up in 2015 that hopefully can address that. But we didn't want to have them just say 3 and that's it, because like I said, you could easily have a sophomore that takes all the opportunities and then they're done, and then they can't graduate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Devil's advocate, very quickly. If they have unlimited retakes, where is the impetus to excel?
Yeah. So I have a little bit, and maybe I have a lot of, I guess, faith in our children that they want to pass these exams and they want to get them done, because that's what I've seen so far with our children with our proficiencies. And I'm also, frankly, I actually think the fact that it'll be tied to a course, which we haven't had that before, I also think is going to increase our success. The reason that we didn't want to advocate for the limited retakes is you're going to have children that are special ed children, English language learners, children that are we know our own data of how our children do, and my worry was that to have a 10th grader that potentially could use up all their opportunities on one subject, say the 9th grade math, and then I was worried about the unintended consequences, because then they literally would be quitting after 10th grade, and that was my worry. So it was more of a policy issue, Trustee Rosenberg, than it was anything else.
And remember that we didn't have to take tests to graduate high school, and the excelling really is trying every day. You have to learn how to excel through life, so it's not just by a
here
test.
we are. We made it.
Here we are. We made
Not
it.
we. Regents exams in New York were really rough.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in Massachusetts.
I guess I was from the lesser educated states. Trustee McCleary.
Who is going to be designing these end-of-course exams?
So there are going to be task forces where they're going to have representation across the state. We have teachers already that are part of it, but I will say, Trustee McCurry, it's very possible they might just get them from the Smarter Balance Consortium as well, because they already have the assessments. So as you can imagine, that's going to have implications about training our staff because these are all brand new next year. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, but like I said, no decisions, decisions will be finalized on Thursday.
Trustee Hasley.
How much is it to take a test, if that's what the concern is?
So the statewide, I believe they spend close to at least $2 million, I believe, just in the high school.
Per test. If some student fails it 3 times, and if we said, okay, parents, now you got to pay for it, what would the bill be to a parent?
Didn't they say it's like $12 or something a test? Or
yeah, I mean, an interim assessment.
I'm sort of curious.
Yeah.
In the $10 range,
Yeah.
the $200
So
range, I have no idea.
our interim assessments on average cost on average of about $10 to $12 per student. If you look at an ACT exam, which that's on the higher end, it's probably about $35 per student. So I think it'd be on the lower end, which is the reason why we said, in terms of a policy decision, don't make a decision based on the cost, because frankly, there might be a better way to solve that, and rather than limiting our children from graduating.
Sure.
I would think if you gave your son like 10 times and then their parents pay for it, their parents might give them that.
And that could be
that might become
that might become a board policy decision.
District policy,
sure, exactly. Sure. And that's what I mean. Yeah, and we'd rather have control of that than have somebody make a bad policy,
exactly,
and then we can't reverse it.
Okay. So if you want more information about that one, you just get in touch with myself or Pedro, and we'll give you the gory details.
Fortunately, we're knee deep on this one.
Yeah, we're deep on this one. Senate Bill 407 was the bill around teacher evaluations. I'm not going to go into that. I know Kristen's our representative on the Teachers and Leaders Council. They kind of took a hiatus, but they're meeting again. They're moving forward, so we're complying with SB 407. SB 504, which was the Zoom schools. I know you're going to have an update on that later. And then Dr. McClary talked about the English Mastery Council, which is great. There's also a policy coming before you, I think, in the policy committee sometime soon, like next week maybe, on the English language learner policy that we have to have, which once we adopt will then go to the English Mastery Council for them to sort of review and provide feedback to us. Senate Bill 522 is actually the budget bill, but it's the bill where they put the cap on kindergarten classes. And it was really great for me to go to the interim finance committee last time and tell them that our district, because of that extra money, then they funded it for the most part. We had to make up a little bit of the difference like we usually do. But our district average went from 26-to-1 ratio for kids in kindergarten to 17-to-1 for kindergarten classes in our district. And I just think that's fantastic. I think that's exciting. That's what they were really going for, making sure we were a district able to comply. I think only 9 schools out of our 63 elementary are anywhere between 21 and 25. So.
And I'd like to say that I think sometime this year we ought to have a discussion on class size, because I don't know if anybody, it just, the question's been around. I'm a big class size proponent, but I'm just really thinking, for the last couple of years, it's such a huge pot of money that, maybe the money ought to come to the districts and the districts decide how to spend it. Because, and another thing that I recently read was that Malcolm Gladwell's Goliath, David and Goliath book, and it talked about the inverse curve and where that is. And I just gave that to Senator Smith, and I told her that we really ought to talk about just giving the money to the districts and let us spend it how we want.
Just be ready. Be ready to advocate that with Senator Smith, because that was one of her babies.
Yeah.
So
No, she actually said that there's talking about not class size reduction, but class size. So
I think that's going to come up. I mean, it's a political hot potato that nobody's wanted to touch since it started in the 80s, but the interim education committee in February wants to talk about that too. So I think there'll be discussion about it.
If you show yourself as a reformed school district, well, okay, move on.
Okay. And then Senate Bill 500, that's the funding formula committee. And that first meeting is on Friday, actually. And we're lucky that Superintendent Martinez was appointed to represent the Association of School Superintendents. There's also Assemblyman Hickey and a couple other people from the north on that committee. So we're going to, I think, get a flavor on Friday of what that's going to look like and where it's going. But The only downside, I would say, President Clark, of putting the class size reduction money through the formula is that we may not like the formula, the DSA formula, when they're done with it. So
No, I know.
we'll see how that goes. And then you can see here on, in terms of update, I just put kind of the big policy change bills. You heard today about performance-based contracting. That's something that's happening statewide, and we'll come back to you with a policy around performance-based contracting. The board will actually have to decide when it's appropriate for our district to consider performance-based contracting and when it's not. And Trustee Ayazi, I'm hoping your experience with the City of Reno can kind of help us craft that policy, because I know you guys did a lot of that there. Safe and respectful schools, that's a big, heavy lift policy that's been in your policy committee. I know the driver's licenses, mandatory reporting, charter schools, man, we're working so hard on charter school contracts right now with our staff internally to comply with that legislation. I guess that's probably the most interesting ones. And then you can see a list on the back here of just all the ones that we're actually complying with already, which I think is exciting. You've seen some of these in here. The class size reporting has been posted. That's been a big success. EpiPens in schools, I just got some questions about that. We're teaching CPR to kids. So lots of things that we're already complying with from that legislative session. So I think that's exciting work happening, and we're already talking about bill drafts for next session. So keep thinking about that. It's not over yet. It's not January of a legislative year, but this is the time to start doing our advocacy for things we want to see change. So thank you. And I think based on your direction, I'd like to come back sort of every 6 months and tell you how it's going. If we have hang-ups, your policy committee will be doing a lot of the heavy lifting on complying with that legislation.
Trustee McCleary.
Did you see them? Where is the mental health screening being piloted?
Okay. Oh, is Catherine here? I just talked to her about it. I think she told me Reed High School and two middle schools, and I can't remember if they were feeder schools to Reed or not, but Reed High School I know has already completed that in order for us to comply.
Right.
I think we may go above and beyond some of that, but compliance wise.
Well, I'd like to know a little bit more about how that's going.
Sure.
Okay. Trustee Ayazi.
What's the timeline for when we have to get our one bill draft request in?
So September of this year is when we'll have to submit our language basically to the Legislative Council Bureau.
So, I mean, you said you're going to come back in 6 months. So when are we going to start those discussions about, I know not you, but it sort of fits in with this presentation.
Yeah.
Well,
when we start talking about what that bill draft should be.
I think we ought to have the legislative committee, I was going to say, maybe start with the legislative committee, start meeting, and then bringing things back to the full board as we can kind of sort out what possible options there are.
The sooner the better. I mean, I think when we have a handle on what policy things, that we don't necessarily have to sponsor everything.
Right.
Exactly.
We have to, we may have lots of other things to advocate for, but capital may not be our bill again. We may choose to do something academic or whatever. So I think the sooner we can decide on that, the better.
Academic?
Pretty know what I want.
I know, Dave. You know already, right?
I know what I want. I said.
Okay.
Okay, I forgot, I didn't get to put this in the appropriate agenda item, but where are we on getting the bond oversight together?
I think they're surveying for dates in February. Is Pete still here? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
we're
Dave and I are on that. Have you gotten an
polling-
email? I haven't gotten an
polling
email.
for.
Now, is this there's the bond oversight committee and then the other committee.
Yeah,
So I
it's the
think what
bond
we had talked
oversight.
about is that we were going to have a bond oversight committee, but invite all the people who expressed interest in participating on the bond oversight committee.
Right.
Tell them about the meeting and say, come, you don't necessarily get a vote, but come to that meeting and participate in the discussion.
Then we're going to set up that committee, though, correct, at some point.
Sure, yes.
Yeah. Well, so are we going to have a bond oversight committee sometime soon?
Yes.
The oversight panel for school facilities, we're going to reach out to them. Now, that email has not gone out yet. I was kind of waiting to talk with Lindsay, and now she's back, and so we just talked about this today. We'll be sending out an email hopefully next week with maybe some selected days in February that works for them. We'll see what works. Then once we have a date set by the oversight panel, we'll send out an invitation to all the other people who applied for those positions, and that'll kind of be that oversight committee. Now, the way I talked to our legal counsel about this, if we have a quorum of the oversight panel that shows up, I can ask for a vote on recommendations of how they'd like to, direction for the money. If we do not, I will still bring back a direction from the oversight panel, and we'll also bring back the recommendations from the advisory committee of those other members. I'll keep them separate so I can bring all the information back to you.
Well, you're not talking about one meeting, right? Because we talked about when they were here in a group that it was going to be more participatory and having to educate them and giving them options.
Correct. It'd be one meeting as far as having both groups come together at the same time, but there may be several meetings. We know that we want to educate them at first and go through those same presentations that you have heard in regards to signature academies and infrastructure, so on. And so then we'll go from there. If, one meeting we can get that information, second meeting for discussion, or if it takes 2 or 3 meetings, we'll just have to see how it goes.
Well,
and then also
see it move a little faster than that.
And we also, seems to me at the last board meeting, we said we wanted to send something to the bond oversight to consider. What were we talking about?
Well, we have a fencing issue I'd like them to consider at Hunsberger, but I think, I'm getting a lot of pressure from the community to move forward with some of these projects. So I don't want this process to be too long and drawn out. I think,
right, but you just can't go and ask them to rubber stamp it. You have to. Yeah, no, I know. Trustee Iazzi.
What we have to ask the Bond Oversight Committee is do they think we can use this $75 million towards something that's on the $308 million list? That's the question we have to ask them. If it doesn't fit into the broad category, because they've agreed to certain things, the voters agreed to. So they sort of have some control in my mind over that money. We just can't say, okay, we're going to go fix boilers unless they feel that's what the voters wanted it to be for. So we have to ask them to say, can we move that over to where this other committee would then sort of help us prioritize what those things would be. Because we had to form 2 committees because the Oversight Committee can't legally look at anything except that $75 million.
And they were willing to serve on that other committee.
And they were willing to serve, although we didn't get a quorum last time of the Bond Oversight Committee.
Yeah, we were going to make them on one committee.
So they could have their meetings together, but some things would only be decided by the Bond Oversight Committee, and some would be decided by the whole thing. They could have joint meetings, basically, in one agenda.
So do we have the consideration for the summer projects? We already have that money outlined, and so we're not really up against this summer's deadline.
No, but we do. So, especially as he said, there's specific categories now that exist, which theoretically, the board could at any time say, I want to stay within those categories and spend specific projects. And so I think, the steps will be, we'll get the Bond Oversight Committee with the Extended Committee, ask that question of, about changing those classifications because they're broad, but it's a huge shift if we decide not to do those categories. And then the next piece will be then, of course, specific projects, which I know the trustees are under a lot of pressure about specific projects. And the good news or bad news, but is that a lot of those projects could be done quickly and could be done before the next school year starts. So I think as an expectation for the community, there's very few things, unless it's something really big, but a lot of the small things that at least that you shared with me, trustees, are small ones that could be done between now and August of the summer. Okay. August, summer. So, but I hear you though. We don't want to have this thing drag out for 6 months either. It'd be nice to get it done in the next 2 months because staff also need the lead time to be able to get it done.
So I guess my point is, how can we most efficiently move forward with this process? And we also told the committee that we would be having more joint meetings. So if we need to do another joint meeting with them to have this dialogue to create our plan and move forward, I am very willing to do that. So,
Trustee Ayers.
Trustee McClory reminded me of another thing we asked them, or we had at our joint meeting, was a discussion about whether we should allocate out of the bond money $50,000 for each school to go towards safety issues that they could then, and that was to speed your issues up. Where
they could spend it
if they had $50,000, it would have to go through the safety committee to say that that's actually safety related, and then that could be done very quickly. And that's what we asked the Bond Oversight Committee if they would agree to something like that out of the current bond money to do. So some of these smaller things could get done a lot quicker.
But we haven't, as a board, agreed to that methodology, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But it
I
still
think Superintendent Martinez liked it.
But it still has to go to the bond oversight. And I don't know, and you bring up a very good question, Madam President, is when something like that comes up, do you want it to come to the board to ask them to do that? Or do you want it to come from them as an advisory to come back? Because it's always that priority of how you do it. Okay, we say we want to do that, and they say we don't. Or do we say, well, look at this and tell us what you think, and then it comes back? So however you want to handle that, but it has to be sort of clear.
Do I get to make decisions solely unto myself?
Well, let's see what if it agrees with the rest of us, yes.
If you can build a consensus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's hear what you have to say.
We're getting
Okay. I'm not saying the one other word. I think we are going to get that meeting together, and so next we have to think about, once we know the meeting, about, so we're very clear direction to the staff what we're looking for in this meeting. And so we have 3 things that we've brought up tonight. I don't think do we want to spend more time discussing it, or do we want to bring it up next time and be very clear? It needs to be, somebody needs to remember we need to discuss this next time if we don't do it now.
That's your job.
Let me quickly ask you how you want to do this, or
Then
I'll
put it
just
down.
ask to put it on the next agenda, is about, like, say, the $50,000 per school. If you want it to come to the board first, when it gets down to item 10.01, I'll ask to bring that back to us next meeting, and we could talk about it and make a motion one way or the other.
Well,
or if you just want to send it to them and say, look at this and come back.
I'd like to hear their opinion.
Yes, exactly. I mean, if we asked them to, and we said that we wanted more input, and we wanted to hear their voices, I think we need to do that. Okay, Trustee McClure.
Do we have a list somewhere of the deferred safety issues by school?
Yeah, so we have a complete analysis of what each school needs, or I should say, what was the original plan of what each school was going to get, and of course with that there's promises that have been made, as Trustee Ozzie said earlier, that from not necessarily from people here in this room, but just generally, even before I became superintendent, that's what's creating the pressure you're getting now. So we have that list, so we can give that to you.
I know. She's blaming
and I want to be mindful that we had 2 principals come and testify to that bond oversight committee meeting, and to have principals come and are willing to stand in front of the superintendent and the trustees. They're serious about business with this. So I want, to me that says a lot, is my point.
And teachers came about signature academies.
Oh,
they
yes.
what?
Teachers came.
I mean, yes, if you open it up and you say, come to this meeting and tell us, everybody would be here, so.
Well, that's what we want, right?
And we will
No, I'm not saying no, but you can't just say 2 people came on fencing, therefore everybody wants it. I think if you heard from every school, it would be different.
We do have, I passed that out before, but we have $12.5 million basically of safety and security needs for all the schools. And so we'll definitely bring that up to this oversight panel and see what they think. My only concern, and we'll just see what the oversight panel says, on 50,000 or whatever the amount is per school, is some of them that will easily pay for the fencing issues, like a Van Gorder. Others, the fencing is 300,000, so they wouldn't pay for it. So like Van Gorder, 17,000, I believe. So every school has a different need. And
Exactly, so let them, that's what we're getting to, maybe they could decide what, because I've heard even on some of the fencing issues, some people would rather spend that on
Technology.
oh, you're saying even outside of safety needs?
Oh, yeah.
Anything? Oh, okay. Gotcha. No, thank you for
Well, it could
clarifying.
be a safety need, I don't know. We've only heard from them.
It's a lot of technology
Okay,
needs out
so,
there.
yeah, that's the whole discussion. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sparks Middle School, Mr. Hicks.
Okay. Madam President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, members of the board. My son is playing a basketball game right now. It started at 7, but don't worry.
You should have put your chip in earlier. I
No,
would
he
have
is thoroughly
pulled you.
convinced that I'm bad luck, so no
terrible.
worries there.
Take your time, then.
Yeah. I'm always excited to talk about Sparks Middle School.
Why are you here then? If you're bad luck, go see him.
It's just
I'll
what
leave the
they-
poor guy alone.
I'm here to present to you some of the updates at your request in regard to carpet in the schools, lockers, doors, and before we discuss some of these figures, because tonight we've been talking a lot about finances and lack thereof and everything, I want you to really think about the school itself. Sparks Middle School is one of our lowest income schools. And I can tell you as a former leader, principal at Title I schools, that the littlest improvements may go a very long way in these schools. And I think it was Mr. Strickland. I don't know if you're familiar with the Strickland projects. We visited Pittsburgh, but he said that was the #1 thing to bring his at-risk youth, inner-city at-risk youth in. He'd put a fountain in front of every facility, and the aesthetics were absolutely critical. So I met with the leadership team there, our advisory team, this last Friday, and they were just ecstatic in regard to the windows that were put in. So just keep that in mind. And I think Trustee Ruggiero, you mentioned that some of the community will, that you're getting pressure from community to put in a fence. You're not going to get pressure from this community. Okay, they're quiet and they're happy with everything we do for them. So anyway, carpet in the school, and I want to thank Pete Eckert and Charlie Hoppy for putting this together. That just for the hallways, or for everything, it's going to cost $435,000. Now that would be carpet for the entire school, including all rooms. $435,937,000. If we just, and that's because of the asbestos abatement and everything. If we just did the hallways, you're looking at $220,000. The majority of the carpet is in, I guess, category, it's considered expired category. I know that was asked last time what the condition of the carpet was, and it's long overdue. So lockers, the estimated price would be $28,112, assuming there is not lead paint. If there is lead paint, you're talking another $10,000.
Oh my God.
Doors, and these doors do have a veneer. They're layered, and they're beautiful old doors. Unfortunately, we cannot resurface them. I think there's a fire code, and Pete, correct me if I'm wrong, but you could see where we put a little putty on some of the doors, and it's not aesthetically pleasing at all. But there would be a total of 56, there's 104 doors in the school, but if we're just doing the hallway doors, you're looking at 56 doors. And they would have to be completely replaced, and that would be a cost of $72,000.
So for fire doors, they wouldn't let us take the asbestos off the floors and put it on the doors for fire?
No, I'm not even going to get into the friable, non-friable.
Hold your hand out.
Asbestos themselves and put it on the doors. They might let you do
How
that.
would you like that? Yes, you just
Not a bad idea.
that.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
FYI.
Under the doors. Has anyone given it
about
any
paint
thought?
on the doors?
Could there be a different color, or that Mondrian, the whole damn building?
That's our chief operating
Sure, one of
officer.
the
There was
updates
talk about painting the doors.
out there,
It does,
and they want us to
experience
put
I'm
it
hearing
in.
from facilities
Want us to
management
price
is it
it
doesn't
out.
hold up very well, and it doesn't look very good after like a year or two
Right.
at most, and all of a sudden the doors start looking really bad again.
Okay.
So it's an
Trust-
option, but
Is the hardware we have on the door usable again? Do we have locks on those classroom doors?
it's my understanding, I have not heard anything about replacing hardware, so I believe so.
Yeah, a lot of it would be great.
And then the paint on the lockers, that's the issue. They look like they've already been painted over. They're chipping off.
No, I think new lockers would be great.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. So I did put it together in packages for you. If you did school-wide carpet at the $430,000, actually I didn't add the $5,937. And lockers, assuming there's lead paint, and the doors, you're looking at a cost of $540,000. $540,112 to be specific. If you just did carpet in the hallways, which would make a huge difference, and doors and lockers, that'd be $330,112. If you did carpet in the hallways and just the doors, that's $292,000.
So
So-
just to I don't know how to say this, but I guess
Choke it up there, Phaedra.
I am because I empathize with the trustees about how hard these decisions are. First of all, so let's put it on the table. I mean these are not small dollar amounts; they're big dollar amounts, and no matter what you decide, you can't win. That's just the simple truth. And so the only thought I would put for you is that. The other questions when you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of dollars, I can't help but wonder, what if that money was used for technology or things like that could really enhance the academic experience of the children. I'm not telling you not to vote for these things. I'm just saying that, there's just so much money, and I guess that you can't win no matter what you do, and I empathize for you because these are just tough decisions.
Do we have any update on the amount of money? The counseling, the interventions we've done, a month ago it was 1.2 million. What is it now? Because I also, think that needs to be part of the discussion, that we have really gone to the nth degree to make sure that our children and staff have been addressed on the psychological and those kind of needs, which I think are probably more paramount, if you were going to say that, versus carpet, is that their needs and the families have the needs met. So we have at least spent 1.2 million, if not more. Trustee Rosenberg.
Do we want carpet? At the university, we have carpet. It is a disaster. After about a year and a half, it's gone to hell in a handbasket. What are the floors now? Is there concrete underneath?
They're carpet right now, and I think there's the asbestos, the old, if you remember the buildings built in the 50s, that tile, kind of a laminate.
Is there concrete?
No. Well, underneath that, there'd be a mastic and then a concrete.
There's a 9x9 tile underneath, and then underneath that is probably a hard concrete surface.
We've been polishing all the concrete surfaces, and you can paint them if you want to, and then polish over them, but they seem to last a hell of a lot longer. We've got the main corridors up at the new Church Fine Arts building, 25 years.
But you have to
and we've not had a problem. That's a good.
I think it's a great suggestion. We can definitely look at the price.
It costs us to get out the garbage that's there.
And let me throw one maybe other option out, and just the email that I think was sent out to you in regards to the carpet options.
Yeah.
You allocated $542,682 under flooring replacement.
Okay.
Now, when we replace in facilities management, we go by the FICUS, by the Facility Condition Information System. So it's a very quantitative way of saying who has the worst carpet, and keep going down the list. I sent you the list of kind of where the carpet needs are. Chad's absolutely right. The Sparks Middle School carpet is in the expired category. It's in the worst category. But on the rankings of all the carpet within the district, it's actually number 29.
Yeah.
So we could go down and say, okay, let's go ahead and do the Sparks Middle School carpet. But what that means is I just not doing something higher up the list. And that's kind of unfortunately where it is.
By the same token, what Barbara is
But
saying.
by the
And I can remember the day before we did this priority system, because I was an advocate out in the audience at that time, that the squeaky wheel got the thing, and this high school used to get a new roof and this one didn't, and that was the purpose, was to make it objective versus subjective, so that you don't, have all those emotions and other things in play. Trustee
So I want to echo what Trustee Clark is saying, and so I just want to bring back to the board the reason we asked for this carpet estimate. So first of all, I just want to say Galena High School's carpet is in much worse shape. I mean, it's to the point of actually being dangerous, especially for someone who's blind.
It's
like
number
me.
1 on the list.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, good. But the point was there was residue from the incident that was still noticeable on the carpet at Sparks Middle School, and that's why it wasn't actually left from the incident. It was from the repairs from the incident that kind of. Can you explain that?
It was actually blue paint that was there prior, and it happened to be in the exact location that shots were fired through the window. And what happened was custodial staff there tried to mark it in with like a brown to match the carpet, and it ended up looking kind of red. So it just happened to be a coincidence that it was right there.
Dear.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was the purpose of that was just a reminder. That was
that's but one hallway.
Well, I'm just saying, if anything, that definitely needs to be addressed. I mean, that because the emotionality of it. So, I mean, that was the purpose of bringing this to the board, was there was feedback that the children and some of the staff were uncomfortable with how it looked.
Thank you for bringing that.
And that I would think could be that we could work something out where it's patched or something. So it's not going to look pretty, but it'll work.
Trustee Iazzi, and then
yeah, it's sort of tied into what I was going to say. This is a different issue because we were doing it, I thought, for the mental health and the issue of the people there. That's why it would take it out of that list if we wanted to go that way. I was going to wait for the next agenda item, but it might fit in here also because I think it fits in with what we're talking about. What's the right time, and when are we going to talk about the correct way to honor what happened there? Because that might also, you mentioned the fountain in the front. I mean, maybe that's what should happen. And I think we should have back at the board next time some options to do that, whether it's naming a park next door, or renaming the school, renaming the fields, renaming the street in front. So we can start the process of engaging the people there publicly so that everyone has input into what happens, because that may cost us some money also.
And I do have some information for you.
Like the police report and the final things kind of wrapped up a little bit, but
well,
that's not to say, I agree.
I do have some information in that regard for you, Trustee Iazzi. There's, no matter what, Sparks Middle School is going to move forward and succeed. It's going to happen, and we're already heading in that direction. I just met with, and we discussed this last time, with the principal, Ms. Stacy Ting-Sanini, this past week. And one of the tasks that I've been given is to get more help with community support. And I know Denise Hedrick's going to be involved in that as well. But I don't know if you remember the Just One campaign, if that rings a bell at all, in which at Echo Loader, this individual raised over 30,000 books for students and built 20 book libraries for every single student in the school. And that person worked with me at Echo Loader. Well, she and I and Mrs. Ting just met last week, and she is already working on this event that you're talking about, which we have titled a Take Flight event. That's going to take place, and I don't know if you remember my previous, I mentioned to you that we were going to have a school beautification event that's going to take place on a Saturday, and it's already in the works, and there's supposed to be an honor guard there, and there's a memorial that was, there's been like 3 memorials presented in these advisory meetings from local artists and local, many different groups. And so that's where we're going to, and I believe that they're working with the city of Sparks. The area we're looking at right now would be next door, next to where the old swimming pool used to be.
And I sort of wanted to bring that up because that does sort of get to my point, is the trustees aren't involved in that. And reaching out, and so I want to make sure that the people in the schools are discussed, and the people around the area, because it was brought up by Trustee Gutierrez to rename the whole school, and I don't like to see that just thrown out because people are having other meetings.
So what you're saying, yes, the meeting that we were supposed to discuss all that, yeah, and you had told me we were going to wait for a couple of months to have that type of a forum.
By then, it sounds like it'll be done.
And I think the reason we were holding off on moving forward with any type of discussion on the school naming was to be mindful of the recommendations by our national experts as far as
I was fine with that. I'm sorry, Trustee. I'm sorry. It's getting late. I'm sorry.
So as far as being respectful to the victims and everyone impacted by this. So, however, I had this discussion with Trustee Iazzi earlier today, and was saying the same thing to him, and he said, but people are having the discussion. And so we need to be mindful that, and I receive emails and Facebook messages about what people would like to do, and so I think we need to create a forum that's more public and more open, that will engage all people impacted and certainly the Lansbury family obviously is critical to having
Absolutely.
their input and being respectful of them, but also our students and staff and community members and representatives from the city of Sparks. So I think we need to maybe do something a little more formal where we can at least start hearing people's thoughts so that we're being mindful and respectful. So.
And I would agree that I believe there does need to be a formalized process, because I can tell you that the reason I asked for this individual to help at Sparks Middle School, there's a lot of already has a lot of contacts in the community. But the other piece is our principal, Stacy Tingsanini. She is being, on average, she stated she gets about 20 calls a day from community groups. One of them built an eagle that they would like to honor Mr. Lansbury with and have it placed in the school. So I think we have a lot of decisions we have to formalize the process, and she's inundated by this right now. So
It might not be a bad idea to to have a board member as a liaison to this specific group. I don't know if, one of our
And that's sort of, I think, our role too. What you said is, if we said we're going to formalize that, it takes it off of her. She can say, I will pass it on to the trustees who are sort of taking that off my plate. I wish I could do this for you, but these guys took it. We'll be the bad guys.
And that would help her tremendously, I can tell you that.
And again, we very specifically made a decision based on what counseling told us at the big picture. And so then to have things going on, at the school site, then preempts the decision making that was made for a variety of good decisions that staff made recommendations to us. So I think we need to stop it at that level and bring it back up to the formalized level, however the trustees want to see that formed.
Well,
to a degree, as far as...
But being mindful, there are people who are impacted by this, and they want to see something done. So that's why these conversations started. And it's new to us, and so
I'm not disagreeing with that. But even if it happened in the city of Reno, or whatever, that is our property.
Why don't we just have an open house at the school?
Whatever
Invite
it is,
everybody.
Well, that is very interesting, because she has I'm sorry, did I just interrupt you?
Did I interrupt you?
No.
I didn't say anything.
No, you didn't. Go.
It was probably...
Ruggiero and Jewish guilt just don't work. Sorry.
Gutierrez.
Hey, now I forgot what I was going to say. No. I think, I was being respectful from the recommendations that came out, and I think this is when I was on medical leave or whatever. And so I've been telling all my constituents, because I represent that area, that, we are going to, take a little bit more time, but please, yes, we are going to formalize, we're going to have a meeting, because people want to come to our meeting. They want us to hear them. And so I've just told them, yes, you will be heard, but just give us a couple of months and I will let you know. So maybe this is the timing, just because it seems like this is a conversation and we've kind of passed that little, greeting time.
So let's have an open house.
So just let me know when we
It'd
formalize
be like the science fair project that everyone votes on. That's what we came up with in the meeting, is because she has so many proposals.
Good.
How is she going to make the decision? So
Let me, I'm not the mental health professional, obviously, as much as I am an attorney, but I think the process helps too. If we even started something now and said a decision won't be made as long as people are involved and they see a process. Even if the district puts something on the website, what would you like to see? And let those people enter those things
I
there
agree with
online.
that. That's a good idea.
So we can start accumulating those things so they have an outlet for their ideas.
There's one small problem. A lot of them don't do online.
Well, they could
They
mail in
want
too.
they want to come and talk to one another. They want to talk to us. I think we need to have an open house where we're all there to listen.
So the only thing I would ask our trustees is, let's separate a few things, because there's certain things that I completely agree with you are at this level. So I think we need to get what that list is, for example, renaming the school. That is completely at this level.
Yes.
And so I just want to make sure that we separate them, because there could be little things going on at the school like they happen at every school, you know, and I just want to make sure we don't, because they'll become your world. Trust me, they'll become 100% of your time. And there's just so many other things with the update of our strategic plan that I would just, hate for you not to have a time for anything else. So let me work with Chad and Tracy and Paul. Let's separate, but I do agree that the bigger conversations, especially if you are thinking about big things like putting a specific fixture at the building,
right,
naming the school, those kind of things, the discussion has to be at this level, because I don't, it isn't Chad's or the principal's decision to say, oh yeah, let's try to forward this. No, I mean that's a bigger conversation here, because that has long-lasting effects. Little things, I think we can figure those out, but it's the big stuff that I worry about. So any memorials that are long-lasting, that has to, I think, come up here, because those have just huge.
But this won't take away from that. All I'm trying to say is people will talk to us and to one another. It's a good catharsis. It's a good way to get started on something so that they don't think they're being ignored. Yes, it's got to be a trustee decision. By the same token, if a suggestion is made there that we don't think is in the best interest of the school or whatever, we can say, here's one of the things that we think might cause a problem. But you're talking to one another.
So let us collect some of the things that are out there now for you to have, just so you have a sense of what those things are. And then I think you then can make an informed decision of, these are the things that we want to tackle, and then you decide how you want to do that. So, for example, naming the school is out there. So that's one that I would ask the board, have a process for that, because my guess is you're going to have different opinions out there.
Definitely.
And then we'll bring other things to you that we'll say, these are really at this level.
Options that we can take out to the public and say what makes
Exactly.
sense.
So let us do that homework for you,
And
so
we
that it's a little
already
more
said
informed.
about the naming of the school, we're in the process, I don't know where our naming policy is and it's things, but we have been actively doing something headed in that direction.
Okay, but I think we're just missing the point here. The point is people are grieving and impacted. And so when people are grieving and impacted, there has to be, they need to know what the process is and the need they're trying to get met. So I think most importantly, I don't even think it's about talking about the projects. I think it's about having an understanding of how the decision making will occur and what the timing is. I think that and what that's what people need to know. Where do they go? Who's going to listen to them? How will these decisions be made? So maybe staff can come up with that process and let us know.
Absolutely.
Give us your recommendation. But folks need to know the process so they can have an expectation and they can know how to voice their opinion and how they can advocate for what they want. I think that's critical.
I defer to the lady. She had her hand up first.
You are so kind.
I know.
He's
Keep
so
that in
nice.
mind.
It is getting wise.
All right, and then the shovel broke.
No, I think we could encompass everything, what I'm hearing this afternoon or this evening, now evening past our 6 o'clock deadline that we promised we were going to keep up to, is
But
the
who's
fact that we want to announce to the public that this is going to be the process. We've heard you. Let's go forward. And kind of like a hearing session. That's what you're...
So let us bring that back to you at the next meeting. That's what I'm
And
asking.
then you have an open house and you talk to one another. Wouldn't that be neat?
Howard wants an open house.
One thing I'd like to do, I always like to work backwards, is if you go to the same professionals who told us to postpone it, when should something occur?
Exactly.
Should it be on the anniversary? Should it be at the end of the school year? When should that happen? And we should sort of work back our process from there so that it's completed at the appropriate time also.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
that will probably be on the specifics of what you want to do, but yeah,
But people-
absolutely.
But then we can say we've been advised that.
But people just need, like my constituents want to hear.
They want to know.
And are we going to discuss this?
Yes. So we have a plan. You're going to come back with a plan next week. Okay. And then we'll have
Next week.
further next board
pressure,
meeting. Then
no
we'll have
pressure.
further discussion.
Okay.
If I could just ask for direction, maybe on the carpet issue, just because we have other carpet projects we want to get going, and if you want to reallocate some of the money, and we completely understand in facilities the special nature of Sparks Middle School, and if you want to go outside of this FICUS report, but I'm just looking for direction on
Trustee
that.
Hazy.
Yeah, I'd sort of like to postpone that a little bit, except for repairing that part that we need to repair, because the money might have to go into some other project. Where are we on, how do lockers fit into anything?
Yeah, and, I'm going to have to look into that. That was a great question.
Because to me, that really brightens up a place.
Sure
People
does.
get new lockers too.
Sure.
I mean, that's, like you said, even small things mean a lot. And that might be something that's the smallest dollar figure here that we could say, let's replace the lockers.
They were looking at doing a powder coat on the existing lockers or looking at different options, so let me get those broken
Taking those
out.
lockers and putting a powder coat? Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
What about repairing that one section?
And here's the reason that we
Have to
originally
do
didn't do
that.
that, is because we didn't want the rumor mills going any further along, and if you take out one section of carpet and put a new section in, then it looks like new carpet, and
everybody
everybody's
else-
going to say that's where something happened, and so we
Oh,
didn't want to
I never thought of that.
compound
Absolutely.
Yeah,
the
that's
whole
true.
issue, so we didn't touch it.
What would be the option of just doing that one hallway, the north hallway, even on that one half? I mean, I could say that's a third of the school, a third of the hallways at least, and that price was.
You mean option
Hallways-
number 2?
Well, the hallways alone, yeah, were 220, but even if you
That's
just
all
did,
hallways.
even if you just did the north hallway, that one hallway, that would be a third of that, would be about 70,000, I'd guess, 75.
I'd rather do all of the hallway.
I want to hear from Trustee Gutierrez. This is
I
your
think-
area, your
I
school,
think-
and I want you to fight for it. Like, I want to hear what do you
I
think
want it all.
your kids and families need over there?
I think this is school over, that needs everything. That's my opinion at this point.
They are grateful for everything we do.
All of the above.
And you weren't here, Trustee Gutierrez, but I wanted just to keep track of these things and why we do it, because I think we're doing a disservice to everyone. We say the cost of this event, we got to report it's only $28,000, but it isn't. This is the cost, I think, of events like this, is you do have to do these kind of things. And people should know, okay, when this happens in a school, you got to set aside $500,000. So
And I
don't
wasn't
mind
here.
fighting for it.
Yeah, and I wasn't here for the conversations, but in my mind, I'm thinking, and Pedro, you could clarify this, I know that there's this cost for all of the things that you've just indicated, but, we have so much community support. So would we be able to rally community support around this?
Oh, yes.
It's a good question, and we can definitely try to extend that and just ask, are people willing to donate materials? And
I don't see what the issue is in that
And
regard.
I do have the right person to lead that.
I could tell you that probably we could get all the material. That's why I'm saying let's do it all, because I think that we could get most of it done.
Do it all, but not out of our
I think that our goal should be to do it all and see if we could incorporate,
people donate
people's
materials
donation,
and
because we
labor.
don't think out of the box in that regard as government
agree.
entities.
I want to do it all. I really do.
Hold on a
Me
minute.
too.
Hold on a minute.
Trustee Rosenberg.
Jack, this is
I'm
a
sorry.
rotten thing to do, but I'm going to ask you, what would you recommend?
All.
You're asking a person that's been in these very heavily impacted schools.
I know, I understand that.
I would make the school as beautiful as you possibly
That's
can.
it. Thank
for
you.
the students.
There it is. All right, there it is.
Now, so
And if we have
There's your
How about a
recommendation.
compromise if we do the hallways and then try to fundraise the rest? Not to say that we wouldn't do it, but do we have to make the entire decision right at this moment?
I don't think we have to make the entire decision. I think maybe we can give staff direction, come back to us, because I can feel Superintendent Martinez saying, technology, technology, technology in that school.
True.
I can sense that. So there are bigger issues in that school than carpet. So maybe you can have some conversations and come back to us with some more recommendations. I specifically brought up the carpet because I had heard feedback from community members and actually students. So let's not box ourselves in.
Well, I like Trustee Gutierrez's idea about asking the public. I mean,
I
if you
agree.
had 200
Wholeheartedly.
200 people
I
to
bet
give
you we could get it all.
200 people
Yeah.
to give
I think that
$1,000, you
is-
could redo the carpet,
That's a
right?
good
Yep.
compromise.
200 people, $1,000.
We have a lot of business contracts.
199 people to give $1,000
Yep.
because all put in $1,000.
I will too.
And I like the option that actually Trustee Rosenberg brought up about maybe looking at not doing carpet and looking at, what other options we have. And maybe, that's more of a labor issue and it's not materials if we actually try to resurface the concrete floors. I don't know if it's feasible or not, but let's look at it. It's an option that I could bring back.
Let's bring those options back.
All right.
Let's bring those options
And
back.
I'm willing to go out and get the donations. I can get them. I'm confident in that.
I'll go get donations too.
Go for it.
And just one last thought, I didn't know how this would go, but I am very pleased and very happy that the photovoltaic project is moving forward, because that's something, it's a STEM school, it's going to involve the students, and that piece as well will look as though, we really care about the direction they're heading in.
Fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
So are we
Thank you.
clear on what we want next?
Well, we're
Yeah, they're bringing back
We're going to come back with you with
recommendations.
different options, as well as this idea of reaching out to the community
Yeah.
asking for support.
And you
That's
guys
all.
are going to
We're
go
going
out
to
and
fundraise
fundraise.
$435,000. We'll just have.
Point me in the right direction, I'll help. I don't know who's got money.
Okay,
I ain't.
Ms. Beersdorf, you're finally up. Zoom Schools Monitoring Report update.
Good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, and members of our Board of Trustees. I'm Deborah Beiersdorf, Area Superintendent for the Acceleration Area, which includes the 6 Zoom schools: Anderson, Corbett, Duncan, Loader, Matthews, and veterans. So here, we know that we have provided you with an update, and joining me tonight is Christy Hendler, who I have the honor of working very closely with, both within the Acceleration Zone and with Zoom Schools. She is our project manager for the Zoom Schools initiative, and she'll be providing a brief overview and highlighting some of the work that has been happening in the schools since we were last in front of you. Very excited with the work that's been happening in these 6 schools. We like to say that we're leading the state in showing them how it's done in these schools, and our principals are taking a lot of pride in the work that they're doing. Zoom Schools has brought 6 principals that were working closely together even closer, and their staffs as well. I've been very, very pleased with that. Just a couple of highlights and things that I want to comment on before I turn it over to Christy. We have started a partnership now with the university. We don't quite know what that's going to look like. We're working with the College of Education, but specifically looking for assistance during our upcoming spring intercession and our summer academy time as well. Speaking of spring intercession, I know that's something that's on your agenda tonight. Attendance was awesome at the Acceleration Zone schools, and in particularly the Zoom schools as well. But our principals are determined to have even more students and more families attend during that second week of spring break. We've had the honor of actually our state superintendent, Dale Urquiaga, coming to our schools and visiting to see what's going on. He was at Matthews Elementary School just yesterday with Lindsay, and we got a great report about what he saw there. And I know some of you have had the opportunity to visit the schools, and I would say if you have not done so, please drop by. The principals are very, very pleased to show you what's going on. Okay? So I'm going to turn it over to Christy for a little bit more information.
Good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, Board. Christy Hendler, Director of the Acceleration Zone, for the record. We're happy to take any questions in the report, but just 3 highlights. One of the big areas of progress that we've made is in our reading skill centers. So we really needed to define what that was going to look like in our schools, and what we've decided to do is actually hire teaching assistants to push into the classrooms and help with guided reading. We think that's really going to benefit the students. So we have hired all those folks, we've trained them, and we're pleased to report that the reading skill centers are up and running in all 6 of our Zoom schools. So excited about that progress. The second piece is just developing the budgets. So we've developed detailed budgets for each of the individual schools. We've submitted those for approval. We've received the approval, and so the schools are able to access those funds. So that's rolling. And then the third thing to highlight is just, if you may recall, there was a position created at the Nevada Department of Education to kind of be our main contact for Zoom schools and to monitor our progress. So that individual has been identified. His name is Blakely Hume. And so we've been onboarding him, and by the end of the week, we will have taken him to all 6 of our schools. And so far, those visits are going great. So with that, does anybody have any questions?
I would just add, Chrissy, that this is comments I gotten from both the State Board of Ed, the governor, and the governor's office, that they're very impressed, considering that it's the first year. They know that it's still the beginning, but they're very impressed just with the work they're seeing. And so, without making comments about anybody else, but in essence, they said, we really like, we actually like the way Washoe was proceeding it, and we wish everybody was doing it the way Washoe was doing it. But
So, Trustee McCleary?
The issue on professional development, how are we handling that? I'm not quite sure I understand what that statement B here is. Reflect new guidance. Is that new guidance from the state regarding the Zoom schools and professional development?
So there was a question as we were developing the initial budgets early in the fall about whether or not professional development could be, like if the funds could be used for that. And so what we received is guidance that both professional development and family engagement are not allowable uses of these funds. So last week, we had a meeting down in Carson City with the LCB where we kind of went through very detailed questions about what are allowable uses of the funds. We've asked them to reconsider both professional development and family engagement because we think it would be a benefit to these schools, and we gave them some examples of how we might use those funds. But as of now, the guidance is we are not permitted to use the funds in either of those two manners.
Well, then in that case, I'm assuming that since most of these are Title I schools, they've already got funding available for professional development. Because one of the biggest issues in my mind has to do with the quality of the teachers and whether or not they're able to use the strategies necessary to meet the needs of all of those children. And I spent some time at Roger Corbett watching the training that they're doing with their teachers, and it's all on guided reading, no matter what level you are. In many of our schools of this nature, you have a lot of children, and at the upper grades too, who don't know how to read, and the teachers don't have the skills necessary. So I would advocate vociferously for professional development, period.
Trustee McClory, and great point, and it hasn't stopped our schools from obviously engaging in professional development activities. Two things come to mind. Christy referenced the 13 actually teaching assistants that we've brought onto the schools. We did that guided reading training during the day at Roger Corbett and brought some of our implementation specialists. So we're definitely doing everything that we can. Another great example at Anderson Elementary School over intersession, 95% of the teachers took part in a week-long, and this was also funded by our ELL department. Janine's back there. In a revisit to GLAD strategies, and identified about 35 fourth graders who were struggling. We had other activities going on at the site as well. So our teachers actually got to engage in professional development with students in the classroom. The room was packed, it was hot, but the kids didn't mind that there was about 30, 40 adults in there with them, and Principal Ernst was ecstatic over the results and what he has seen since then. So we have thought outside of the box. We haven't let some of the parameters kind of hold us back. We're working closely, obviously, with Kristen and Rob Luna in our state and federal office to make sure that we're following the rules, but I'm very, very pleased where we're at right now. Further ahead than I thought we may have been.
And so my question is to follow up. I'd say the all same things, yet replace professional development with family engagement. So lots and lots of family engagement activities going on in these schools, not least of which, because they are Title and they all have at least one parent involvement facilitator there. Our schools, many of these schools have received funding for the home visit project. That's going full steam ahead. Several of these schools also are part of the academic parent teacher team program, where parents are brought in and student achievement data and student progress is explained to parents, and follow-up happens. And actually, I was making notes earlier this evening, even the schools that didn't receive money through the home visit grant,
like Duncan Elementary School, are engaging in those activities anyways. And I think it goes back to that strong sense of team that's been developed amongst these 6 schools and sharing what's working.
Well, and I think the other thing, Debbie, is that, just for the board to know, I mean, before this grant was finalized by the state, this board already had prioritized funding for these schools because they were low-performing schools. And so even before any of this came into play, we already had assigned, already kind of aligned resources. This just really kind of helped us to go to the next level, which I think is, really when I see this report, and I think that's why we're getting some compliments, because this isn't in isolation. I mean, this literally is adding. So professional development was already allocated, dollars were allocated for that. A whole bunch of other strategies, including, as looking at different issues around personnel that we also addressed there as well. So the good news is I think all these things are going to work together and hand in hand.
Trustee Gutierrez.
Just 2 questions just out of curiosity. With regards to the winter intercession, what kind of activities are we doing during that time period, and how are we going to measure success?
Great question. So the activities were very, very varied. I think of Loder Elementary School that brought in parents as well and opened up their library to parents and to students, and students went home with books above grade level, of course, because we always want to push our kids. We also partnered with KNPB. We had activities around healthy eating and healthy lifestyle. We had PE activities, mentioned the activities at Anderson. The 5th graders, I think it was at Anderson, 5th or 6th grade, were engaged in activities preparing for them to go up to Grizzly Creek Camp this spring, so science, STEM type activities, but mostly focused on reading, literacy, and math as well. So, and then of course the students were identified, and we have their information, and because we want to track the validity and the success of intercession time as well, especially as we head into the next intercession period, which will be here very soon.
All right, cool. My second question is, and this is just because it's a hot topic in higher education, specifically for community college, is obviously the question is, what is a skills facilitator and what's their credential or what have you? Just wondering. Because a big issue, as you know, and Pedro knows this is a big issue. We don't have what is an adequate, reading teacher, whatever.
Very good question. I came from secondary, so I've very much learned this as well. So first of all, these folks that we've brought on have to be considered highly qualified because they are coming into title schools. So these are also full-time positions, which the principals were very adamant about, that these would be full-time positions so that they could hire the best. So some of the folks who actually took these positions might have been the computer, the ETS on campus, could have been perhaps an ELL assistant. In all cases, I think they had experience working with students in the schools. So the training that Christy talked about, the guided reading training, we also provided training around management, working with students, working with teachers. These folks have a lot on their plate. They're engaged in a lot of different classrooms. And then we also had the ability to hire on a facilitator who's actually a certified teacher. She was an implementation specialist at another school in another zone, and she has come in, and so she will be the person who will be supervising these 13 people, ensuring that they are providing the training to fidelity, and then also helping them, because we know there's going to be some bumps, that there just naturally will be. And then the principal is very, very supportive in providing feedback as well. So, but they're classified positions.
Trustee McClure.
I didn't finish. I was just going to say
you said 2 questions. I'm sorry.
2 questions, and just overall, I'm really pleased.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Overall, I'm very pleased. Thank you very much, and it's very promising. And a big issue has to do with reading, because at the community college, we're seeing that students come in and they're testing, and the reading portion, I mean, it's very low. And so we're at the community college, we're getting, we're trying to set up classes, and really it shouldn't be, our job.
And our testing, Janine's back there as well, but our assessment schedule is very clear. It's well defined, so we can provide data, because the state's going to be wanting to know that soon.
So now I have a talking point. Good.
Trustee McClure.
In the interest of time, I don't expect a complete answer to this question, but with what went on with the GLAD strategies out at Anderson, because I know there are powered GLAD strategies, and I'm wanting to know exactly what the curriculum was. I'm just interested in that, and I don't expect you to come up here and answer that question. But if you get a chance to write this stuff down so that I can take a look at it as well. Thank you.
So I know there's a report due to the state in a couple months. So is there going to be data in that? When do we start even getting, you just said you're tracking assessments.
Yep, so I've sat down with Ben and we've already kind of started laying out the strategies of how we're going to collect the data and get that into the report. And so there's 2 reports that we'll provide to the state. One's in June of this year, and then the final report is actually due February 1st of 2015. And so in both cases, we're obviously going to be limited to the data that's available at that time. But I mean, between DRA and MAP data, running records, things of that nature, we'll pull together the best data set that we have to make the case that we're showing progress. And then also working with Ben, we'll kind of create a control group. So looking at students who are performing at a similar level but weren't going to Zoom schools, so that we can have a basis of comparison to show whether or not these students were indeed accelerated.
So can we get that report? You know, as when you're done with it, you send it to the state,
Sure.
you send it to the trustees?
Absolutely.
Of course. Well, you say, but there's lots of reports that go to the state that we never see.
Are you doing a
Just trust
portfolio
my part.
assessment kind of process with each one of these students? Or are those students who are below, significantly below grade level, or how are you keeping track of their individual data?
So portfolio assessment at K through 2, what we're looking at for, just back it up just a bit. So the initial intent of Zoom was to get kids to grade level reading by 3rd grade. We want to ensure that every child at these schools, K5 in the case of Duncan, K6 in the other schools, is receiving support from Zoom as well. So with that being said, the portfolio assessment, K through 2nd, and then 3rd through 6th will rely on the data that Christy shared. But I also, maybe to go back, President Clark, to your comment as well, we also want to include anecdotal data as well, and qualitative data. We want to hear from the teachers. We want to hear from our parents. So built into those Zoom plans is feedback with surveys. The academic parent-teacher team, which in my opinion should happen at every school, is an amazing vehicle to get parents and teachers and administrators talking about academics in a safe, understandable way. We want to look at how we can bring that information into the report as well, because we think it's important that the state hears those stories too.
Just to remind the trustees on that initiative, that's basically, think of Vaughn, of that initiative at Vaughn, except the low-tech version. Because we don't have that type of technology in every building, but it's the low-tech version, but the exact same process, setting goals by student, by parents, and then showing the progress. So that's what Debbie's referring to.
Yeah, but we're talking $7.4 million over 2 years. I'm hoping we see some data, and I don't know what your initial data is showing right at the moment, but and this is, and I know there's no easy bullet, but again, this is on top of title money. Talk a lot of money here. So
there has to be,
and then I have to say that again, I'm going to say the family engagement piece is missing big time, because it's not just those things. It's a whole, the 6 standards and everything. Trustee Rosenberg.
you have a baseline, so it's relatively easy to chart from there and then make certain assumptions based on that information.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel very confident that we're going to be able to show, some data showing whether the children are growing academically or not. And I do trust, I think I pride our district in having one of the best accountability teams in the country. And so I really believe, working with Debbie and Christy, Ben's team is going to be able to say, here are the results, non-Zoom versus Zoom. And I think we'll also have a lot of insights from it. And we have very strong, with Janine's leadership and Debbie's leadership and Christy's, we have strong assessment systems in place now. So again, you'll see those reports and you'll see the progress. And remember, our goal here is to make a case to the state because we want this money to be expanded.
Exactly.
And Superintendent Martinez is, and I trust that we are going to do that. I'm just by the looks of the outline here. But I also understand Trustee Clark's comment is we get, as trustees, and especially I know I get it a lot, you know, we're spending so much money on these schools and now we're going to put more stuff. And
Oh, yeah.
so.
Trustee Rosenberg?
Unintended consequences. You'll be successful. Wow, now what do we do?
Yeah, exactly. How do we come up
That's
with
the
that
thing
amount
that
of
I'm
money for all
worried
the
about more
schools?
than anything else. I know damn well this is going to work. That's fine, but then what do we do?
Well, here's what's really nice, though. I mean, again, and think about our conversation we had at our strategic planning session. It's all aligned. I mean, it's acceleration zone schools, it's ELL students. We're not even getting into the fact that many of these students are polydually classified. So, I mean, you have all these overlaps. So I really think, you know, and I hear all of you, I mean, this is a good learning opportunity for us.
Yes.
Frankly, it will help us also as longer term, not only to advocate with the state, but also for longer term solutions. And let's expect that we're going to make adjustments. Now, what I feel really good about, which makes this group of schools unique, is that we also made so many other changes. And I think, you know, that's one of the things that's going to that might get lost. You'll know it, but that might get lost in the mix is that we set these schools up before even this funding came in.
Right.
I really think with this funding, I feel really good about it. That's why I think we're getting the reactions we're getting, because when people go there, they really see changes, but they have to realize this board made some of those decisions even before that. You know, I mean, just to give yourselves credit, because those were some hard decisions we had to make.
Well, you brought it to us.
No,
Let's
but-
give you credit.
No, but you're the ones that actually had to, you know, make those final decisions.
Bravo.
Go visit them, please. They will show you the low-tech version of what Vaughn has, and they're very proud of it, but they're making it work, so.
Great.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you
Great
very
job.
much. Yes.
Thank you.
And welcome aboard. You weren't an employee before, were you? You're just brand new to the district?
Started in July.
Yeah, welcome aboard. Okay. Ms. Davis, Dr. Lamarca, presentation of participation data gathered from winter intercession.
Part of me wants to say good night, but I'll say good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Martinez, members of the board. We were requested to bring information about intercession numbers, and so we have brought that. The first two slides are really background slides. I think the most important part is the extended learning time, as we did bring you information about intercession. Schools also participated with extended learning opportunities for kids that included before and after school, within schedules and Saturday schools. So we wanted to bring you all the information, including intercession. So here we go.
One thing we want to point out is we have developed a method through Infinite Campus to help track student progress with respect to the intervention funding, but I want you to know that that's a work in progress. By the end of the year, and you'll see a next step, we hope to be able to give you fuller information that would be contained in that vehicle. Very quickly, with intercessions, and most of this occurred the week of January 6th. We had 25 elementary schools that participated, 2 middle schools, 13 high schools. You can see the student totals in terms of number of kids that were included in that. There's a summary of the number of credits that were earned over that period of time. That was at secondary level. What Deputy Davis was alluding to is we wanted to bring this to your attention because we know there's been a lot of focus around the intercessions, but when these schools submitted their plans for intervention, intercessions were one of many vehicles for extending learning time. And so we wanted to give you a sense of what the schools are doing. We've got, for example, if you look at the row for elementary schools, 42 of our elementary schools have built intervention within their schedule. 12 are doing before school programming, 18 after school programming. 5 are conducting Saturday schools, and then we have 1 that has an extended schedule. At the high school level, all of our high schools, with the exception of 2, have gone to a 7-period day, and so many of them are doing intervention essentially within the day or before or after. So again, the point of this is just to know that all of the kids, and in that first slide that you saw that was a summary background, we're serving thousands of kids. It's not just the kids that are being served during intercession. We just wanted to be clear on that point. One of the things we've learned through the intercessions is some of the implications. We've had a difficult time, or schools have had a difficult time enticing staff to work during their break. Administrators are teaching classes, which is a good thing. They're modeling for teachers. There's a lot of work that's going on. So that has been an issue. And it's not just certified staff. It's also classified staff. Once you open the school, then you have a lot of traffic through the school, so a need for additional office staff. We've had transportation issues. We want to get the kids there, but they have to be able to get there. These are costs that weren't necessarily all fully anticipated in advance. The schools, as part of their initiative planning, can submit for transportation, but then we have to make that happen. And with growing initiative work or intervention work, that's becoming a burden on the district. Nutrition has been an issue. Health has been an issue. School safety is an issue. So I bring this to your attention because we had a meeting at the beginning of November with schools present and with a lot of our operational units present. Very concerned about intercessions and how we do this appropriately, and we will be meeting on an ongoing basis. Tom Szynski is a part of that, as well as Pete Etchart and several others. Next steps, you will be receiving, I believe that's slated for March 11th, presentation from Bryn LaPinta regarding the balanced calendar. She'll be summarizing some of the survey data that she's presenting around the balanced calendar, but there'll also be survey data relative to the winter intercession, I believe, at that time. Again, and this is to that point I just made, we're doing cross-functional planning for the 2014-15 school year. We're trying to move up the timeline on the initiative applications so the hiring of staff, for example, can be more seamless while the other hiring of staff is going on as part of our typical allocation process. We also hope to bring to you, at least in the form of a written report, a report detailing outcomes for the year, participation, etc., and what we anticipate in the 2014-15 school year.
So I'll just add to that cross-functional training. Part of that was getting input from the principals, like what worked for them and what didn't work, because sometimes there's a disconnect from what we think in the district office versus what happens in their building. So we brought principals together and said, what do you need? How do we make this better for you? And we took their suggestions so that we could roll it out to be more effective.
Trustee Gutierrez. Trustee Ruggiero.
Is this questions? Yes.
Sure.
No, this is comment, I guess. On slide 5, I'm pretty impressed with the additional 194 students earn so many credits.
Yeah. We are too.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So that really helps our graduation cohort. Oh,
yeah. I will tell you that, I mean, it's one of the reasons why Tracy and I are so optimistic that, I mean, what we're seeing in the schools really is a true culture shift. I mean, it has become all hands on deck. And again, it has unintended consequences because we have staff now that are very overworked. So that's the challenge, you know, so there's always the risk of burning out, and the results are really showing up. I mean, we're seeing it. We're ahead of schedule, and any measure you look at from last year, we're ahead of schedule this year. So it's just, yeah. So we'll wait till the results end up, but I mean, right now we feel good about where we're going.
So for me, and another comment is that for me, it's very beneficial that you did make it very clear as far as the other initiatives, you know, that there's
the learning
more
opportunities.
And that there's more. And I guess maybe in the future we could kind of break that down just as far as numbers and stuff like that, just out of curiosity for every intervention.
With that year-end report, we will definitely do that. So we're kind of dependent on Infinite Campus for some of these vehicles, and we need to make sure the data in Infinite Campus is accurate. We don't want to give you bad information, but yeah, we have an interest in you knowing that, so very definitely.
And just out of curiosity, are we planning to get the input from our parents with regards to this whole winter?
It's part of the survey.
The survey. Okay.
It's part of the survey.
Right. Okay.
And there will be a final report. So this was just a glimpse. We were asked to bring intercession, but we wanted to bring you some additional information so you know. But the final report will give you hard numbers where we were
Well, I'm very impressed
and what
with,
the return on investment was.
well, the return on investment on the 194 students is pretty large.
I would think so.
Was this Trustee Mayer's? I know Trustee Ruggiero's next, but wasn't this a request by Trustee Mayer?
Yes.
But didn't he ask for the breakout per school, Trustee? So, anyways, you can come back to me, Trustee Ruggiero.
So,
Exactly right. This is very.
there are a lot of challenges with the intercessions that we didn't anticipate. So I appreciate you being honest about that, and I want to emphasize if it's not working like we thought it would, or I think it's good to talk about the challenges, and we're okay with you telling us it might not be working, or that it's too costly, or there are things that came up that we did not anticipate. Some of us weren't around when the decision was made. I think, I want to be honest, I think it was presented differently initially, and I don't think we thought about all of these extra challenges that we might experience, like staffing, for example. I don't know if we had talked about this when it was originally put out there. So, it seems like there's a lot more what I'm seeing is there are a lot more challenges. And so what I want you to know as your trustee is don't try to make something work that isn't going to work. And I just want to be clear on, we're willing to, that's why we talked about doing this for 2 years, to come back and have more discussion about it. That's why we talked about collecting data. So I just want us to make sure that we can have really open, honest dialogues about the benefits of this, and maybe it's really working, it's not. I can't tell yet. I'm not quite sure, but I've heard a lot of feedback just around, and it's challenging. So,
Trustee Ayazi, the Rosenberg.
So if I'm reading this correctly, you went quick on slide 2 about the costs. Is that the cost for these, with all the stuff you talked about?
This is the amount of money that was provided to the schools based on their applications, yes.
But this is everything, though.
Yeah.
This is the cost of
This is
everything for
everything.
the intercession.
No. This is everything. This is before, after school, and intercessions.
Yeah.
Because I thought we also asked to see, we asked for that last time, is what's the cost of the intercessions? That's how we can judge whether it was, at the end of the day, was it worth it? Because the cost here is $676 per student. I don't know whether that's good or bad. I just say that's the number.
Yeah.
But I'm looking right here, middle school was $2,300 per student.
So part of that is, I think that we still have more time, so that number is going to.
I understand
Okay.
that, but we have to have a template so we can track it over time to see if it's getting better, is it getting worse? Like if we had the same template on the first ones, and I agree with Trustee Ruggiero, it's not about making it look pretty or anything, it's just to judge it over time. So on the first intercession, we asked how much it cost, and we were told, you get back to us, and I haven't seen that cost yet.
Okay.
So I could just even break it down per student. So, okay, are we getting better at doing it? Then we can weigh, is it worth $676 per child to do this? Yes. And I honestly don't know. It's something just to ask. So at the end of the 2 years, we get to analyze and say, look, the trend over time is this works well, and we're also getting better at it, and the costs are going down, or are the costs going up?
So I guess, so I'm going to push back a little bit, just to
Go ahead.
because I think we got to also make sure we're looking at this in the bigger picture. So I think one question is, what are we doing in the intercession? So that's, and so again, and it's easy because we have the numbers to break it down, to show the actual schools. That's easy. The bigger picture, I would tell you, it's not, to me, I don't think the question is intercession. There's some questions around calendar as a whole.
right. That's what I was.
That's the survey, and you're going to get, and that to me, intercession is just one very small component of that. What we were trying to show you today was the bigger picture of how we're providing support for children. Intercession is a tool. So I don't feel that we should be looking at intercessions separately, because frankly, then we're missing the picture. Because, for example, we could look at a school and say, well, why aren't you doing intercession? And they'll tell me, well, because we built it into the school day. And by the way, it's a lot more efficient and a lot more effective, because we're not burning out staff and we're not spending extra money. So I guess I would just say, I just want us to stay at the bigger picture, because the real goal is, if the real goal is student achievement, right? Intercession is a tool. Now, what you need to know, and this is why, we asked Paul and Teresa to bring this, is some of the challenges of doing some of these different tools. And Intercession does have its own unique challenges that we want to make sure you're aware of, which it's good for us to know.
Mr. Ayazi, too, just for clarification, the per pupil expenses,
Yeah.
how are you figuring that? What I have here is like $69 per middle school student. I have
The 755 divided by 1804 is 418. 342,000 divided by 150. Maybe I typed it in wrong.
No, but
the 755 should be divided by 4,000 students.
Where do I get the number 755? Oh, but then how is that? See, that's why I asked. I'm looking at this participation.
Right.
Here's a challenge that I have, and it's not necessarily. Things need to be presented sort of the same way each time, so I can keep track of it. So I understand what you're saying, and I don't want to seem like we're pushing on each other, Superintendent, because I don't think we are. I think we're saying the same thing.
No.
But when we talked earlier about the initiatives, and we wanted figures on it, is not to say we're doing good or bad. Is this one still worth doing? So
Right.
at the end of the day, when 2 years are over,
Yeah.
we can just analyze it and say, well, the initiatives were well worth the money. Let's continue doing that.
I think we're getting confused though.
Yeah, I am.
On balanced calendar, see, because
No, but let me
We're
answer.
not?
But let me
Are
answer.
we?
Let me answer David's question, and that's what I guess that's what I'm trying to get at is that we
Stop looking
that
at
I think if we start slicing it in too much of a detail, we lose the bigger picture. Because the bigger picture really is what you see on this page is the overall bigger picture.
I was just looking at the agenda that says gathered from the winter intersection.
Right. No, and so which is why we wanted to bring you the whole thing so that you could see it, because to look at one piece of it, I think it'd be an error, because it's one slice of it. It's like if I looked at a school and said, hey, that school is bad because they're not using the winter intersection. Well, if they have it during the school day and they're being effective, that's what matters. So this is the bigger picture of the fact that we're providing intersection for all these thousands of kids. Intersection is one component of it.
Trustee Rosenberg?
I'm going to go off a little bit. One of the first things that was said was staff and teachers are overworked. This worked. That gives every teacher a second breath without any problem at all. But I think one of the things that you need to take into consideration is, how do the teachers think it worked? Does it have feed over into the regular classes? And are they showing an improvement all across the board? If they are, teachers will crawl to do this. I mean, all you have to do is show me a class in my own situation where I can put everything up on the wall and not be ashamed of anything. That's the greatest joy in the world. I'm teaching 5 classes this semester and having the best time I've had in 100 years.
And I'm confused. Okay. So,
I'm Jewish. She's confused.
I disagree with the premise that you stated, Superintendent Martinez, because, again, it's not making a decision on this one tool or this tool, but you still have to have, as part of a data stream, how much it costs per student per tool. Whether that tool is this initiative, whether it's the TIF grant, whether it's the reading literacy, whether it's A, B, C, D, or E, because again, the evaluation and the accountability and the measurement of everything has a number associated with it. That doesn't mean because it's a low number or a high number that it's good or bad, but it gives you the data. Why does staff get to have that data and we don't get to have that data? Because it's part of the picture of the whole about how everything's working and what things cost. So when you go and look at a school, say one of the Zoom schools, and you say that you have the intercession, or you have this and you have this, and how much that all costs per student, I think that's good business sense.
And my only point is that again, it's good business to look at the overall big picture. We're providing interventions for children at different levels, and there's different ways to do it. And one of the things that we're trying to bring in this conversation is that there's advantages and challenges to every way we do it.
Right.
But the funding didn't, let me put it this way, we didn't change the funding based on more intercession or less, because the costs are not that different, except for there's other challenges. Like, for example, it's harder to get busing when you do it on break.
Okay, so that's where.
And that's what Paul was trying to get. So it's not a money issue per se. I mean, the money is the money.
I'm confused.
We could close down all the schools for intercession, correct?
We could say that again.
Intercession, have the schools closed.
Yes.
Okay? That's sort of what I'm saying, is that's the cost of running intercessions. And everything that they're talking about, all the other things happen throughout the school year. But not just at intercession.
They consider those, I
Yeah,
just want to be clear, we're confused on balance calendar and intercession.
So we don't look at intercession as intercession. We look at it as extended learning time, whether it's after school, before school, or during the week.
And it has a cost associated with it.
And my point is, the bigger picture is the extended learning time, not how it's done. We're giving you details of how schools are doing it, because we're watching also to see, are there advantages or disadvantages in each one?
Right. And that also includes price.
Right. So my point is that, but the dollars are at a higher level. I mean, we don't even micromanage to that detail of, because the dollars are pretty consistent. It's more, we're monitoring results.
Well, I guess that's where I'm confused, because last time we had this, we asked for the dollar figure, we were told, no problem, we'll get those to you.
It's a subset of this 755. I mean, it's.
So can I just say that last time Trustee Mayor charged us to come with at this, he wanted numbers because of a situation where he drove by a school. And so we wanted, because he might have went by a school and they might have had after-school academies or before-school academies. So we wanted to provide you with that information. However, I do understand what Trustee Iazzi is saying, that we talked about a return on investment for one page is what's happening with the money. But that's more long-term. We were charged, he asked us to bring something specific and we honored that request.
I also specifically asked for the dollar figure. So I don't want to make that unclear.
Or maybe he told me.
Other people asked for things also, and I was told, we'll get that.
And I think he asked for a breakdown by school, the numbers. Not just elementary, middle, but by every school. That's what I recall.
Ben, that's what you need. Oops, sorry.
So.
We're getting a little antsy.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
I think we're.
We are.
We are. And
yeah.
Yeah.
However,
we do. And I don't know if I was dreaming, but was I here for this meeting when he requested it? Because
No.
I wasn't? So then he told me about it. Okay.
In your dream.
In your dream, yeah.
It was at the end.
Or I was watching it. Somehow I knew that this is what he wanted. Okay.
Okay. So when you're coming back in when? March, did you say earlier? Was that you or the previous group?
That was the previous.
Brent's coming back with the survey information in March.
About balanced calendar.
Right.
See, so
Yeah.
I'm really confusing all this. I thought we were just strictly talking about what happened at the winter. I apologize. I'm not totally clear on what we were looking at today.
Hold on.
To be honest.
One of the things that I've learned over the last 20 years, it isn't the answer. It's learning to frame the question so that it's clear enough what it is that we want.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
We're not clear.
When do you come back about intercession? Maybe we can be clear about the data we're looking for.
So let's do this, but I want to make sure, because I think there's different conversations here. So
Are there different levels?
Yeah, they are. There's different conversations. So one conversation is, you want to know just how much we spent outright in dollars during intercession. We will get that to you very soon. We'll get that to you, promise. All I'm saying, though, is that's fine, but just the bigger picture is the piece that I want to make sure that we stay at, because it isn't going to be as important how much we spend during intercession as much more. It's one of the tools. The bigger picture is that second page. How many students are we trying to target and are we helping them? Because that's what, I just want to make sure we're clear on that, because frankly, you'll get the information and that'll be good for you just to know, but it isn't going to impact necessarily the decisions we make as much more. We're looking at the bigger picture. How many children are we targeting and are we helping them?
And I guess here's where I need clarification. You don't have to give it to me tonight. I thought we were discussing intercession and related to balanced calendar, but what you're saying is intercession happens in many ways.
Extended learning time.
Extended learning time. So that was not where I was coming
Well,
from
and the
tonight.
question we were trying to answer was how many
That's
schools
why we were looking at
participated,
doing
and that we do have in there. That slide which shows elementary 25, 2 middle schools. That was the question we thought we were answering. And everything else, we just wanted to just give you even more
Okay.
information. So we thought we were going over and
Making me look
beyond. but-
ridiculously
That's
public
fine.
manner.
Trustee Iazzi?
Let me frame the
Yeah.
question differently then, and
Okay,
also
good.
the rationale for framing
Okay.
it that way.
Okay.
Just as Trustee Mayor said, I drove by a school, and I want to know how much it cost and how many kids were there, because we get asked that by the public.
Sure.
Yes.
And it's part of that transparency piece and being able to tell people that this is what happens. It's not that I'm going to make a decision on that, but I just like to have the information, so when they say, how much you spending on keeping the schools, I thought
That's
we were on
fair.
vacation. Why is that school
Yeah,
open?
why is it open?
Why is that school open? Well, we're trying to catch kids up and doing stuff like that. Well, how much is that costing me? It's costing you only $8 per kid. You know, I mean, that's why I look for that, not to micromanage and say, let's don't do it or do it, but to be able to go tell the public, because they ask those kind of questions.
And
Why
that's
are
fair.
we doing that? And,
That's fair,
and,
Trustee.
and their next question is, how much does it cost?
Right, and you
That's- and that's
and
fair,
you
Trustee
need more
Allen.
faith in us. We supported the intercessions from the very beginning. We're not going to change because we realize how good of a tool
No,
based on the dollar
but
amount.
we're
reaffirming.
No, but I
We
needed to hear what you said. Just said so that is very fair. So I agree with you. No, but we were just trying. Again, I think we were just trying to just have the bigger conversation. That was it. That was the only reason. We weren't trying to. So we'll get you that information. Period.
Trustee Ruggiero? Did you want to say something?
Yeah, because I hear, so this is
Everybody's tired. I know it's 8:30.
just to be clear,
Thank you for your
we
patience
said
as well, by the
we
way.
were doing the balanced calendar. The purpose that we chose to do balanced calendar was to do these intercessions. And so I think one of the things, I didn't say it.
No.
I know you didn't say it either. But that was the initial decision, right? Am I right?
So
It was one of the reasons.
One of the reasons.
So some of the trustees have said to us that was their understanding. For me and Tracy, Paul, we inherited this, so we're
Well, no,
we're
and
learning
I
as
inherited
we
it
go
also.
along.
So that was the perspective I was coming from tonight, because I'm having parents question me about balanced calendar and the reason we did it. So that's why I was looking at those answers.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining. I'm not saying it's
no.
right or wrong, but that's why I was saying if it's not working, just tell us. We'll
No, I-
do whatever we need to do.
And my prediction with the balanced calendar, so put away the extended learning center for a second. The balanced calendar in general, I think you're going to find that on balance, everybody's unbalanced. On a net basis, people are very positive about it because
Very positive.
it does a few things. One, it allows middle schools and high schools to finish finals before Christmas break. That was huge. It cuts down the summer loss because those summers are just way too long. And so I think those are the bigger benefits. The intercession just gives another tool to try to reach kids.
All right.
It's like having summer school at 3 different times.
Exactly.
Because summer school hasn't really worked for us.
Yeah, so
can we erase all my comments?
Huh? No.
No,
it's on tape.
But Trustee Ayazi's question is
If
a
you
really
erase it
fair
next one,
one.
you could.
It's a really fair one, Trustee Ayazi. So let us get that for you because we were trying to take it at a higher level, but I understand.
And we're
what you're
down
trying
here,
to say.
Pedro.
No, but it's a fair question because you're right.
Dollars
You're
and
absolutely right.
cents.
You should know, hey, we did spend $100,000 during the
But
session,
here's
and
why.
it was well worth it.
Well, because we know how much we cost for summer. You're saying summer is now intercession with the one term was used just for the calendar, but it is all those different times, whether it's extended day or intercessions. But we still knew how much it cost for summer intercession. Why can't we know how much it costs for?
No, we can get you because we can get the actual data what the stipends were that we spent.
Okay.
I mean, it's not that
and I
hard.
was asking for the numbers of students who participated
And the
for each
students,
of those.
and that's what we put. That's what we thought. Yeah,
That
that's
you
what we're
got.
trying to answer with this slide.
That we've got.
All right.
Okay, we
Dare
got
I
it
ask
together.
if there's any more comments or questions?
Of this item.
Hearing none, thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll get you that information. Though.
Thank you. I would suppose that we don't want to do a legal meeting.
No, good.
No.
We don't. Okay. So,
Do, but not tonight.
not
I
tonight.
would like to have one soon.
That's right. Board members' requests. I'd like an update on Gerlach schools, where we are. And also with the thing that we had about trying to interface with the city and county on their buildings, I know I live in Stead. I got a yellow card that says that they want to change the zoning at Lemon Drive to accommodate, to go to high-density apartments, which is going to then impact the number of kids going to those schools because we are not going to be building any new elementary schools out there. So I still think that's a valid point that we need to do. I don't know who's doing that. I will pass the card on to whoever it is so you know what's going on. But I think we need to start being there and saying, okay, these are the capacity of our schools. If you add however many more students that have to go to Lemon Valley, there's a consequence. Not that they listen or they do something, but we got to get it on the record. So where are we with that? Are we anywhere with that? Can we go somewhere with that?
$100,000. Ultimately, we'll have to.
You want to think about it and get back to us?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
That's a bombshell.
We could put something in and say, here's what happens to that.
And then how do you, so the district needs to receive all those yellow cards that go out to people about it. Well, yeah, it's not the future agenda item. I'm trying to close loop circles that past conversations.
Make Cheerios.
I'm doing my job as a facilitator for the board. Thank you.
Is that what
That's
this
all I
is?
have to say.
Oh.
Any other agenda items?
I just wanted to revisit the student wellness policy and how well that's working out.
Can we do that at policy?
She wants numbers. The policy's already in effect,
Well, I
right?
basically want to know how well it's being implemented and enforced.
Oh, so we already have the policy?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, gotcha.
The state was involved with all of that.
Anything else? Okay, public comment?
Kristen? No.
Okay, so we have a regular meeting February 11th and strategic plan workshop on the 22nd at Lemelson Elementary School. Is that the data workshop?
The Data Summit's going to be at Morrison, and that's on the 25th. On the Saturday, the 22nd,
Strategic Plan Part 2.
Lemelson Elementary School.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Topic for the future agenda.